Hello. It is me Senior Fanfics and this is What If Luffy Ate the Bold Devil Fruit. Please like and subscribe and make sure to check out the author and the Aming fanfiction linked in the description if you enjoy this series. If you want to see some videos earlier than others, join the Discord in the description. You are all lovely people and I hope you enjoy. Kokoyashi Village 10 days ago. Nojiko wiped her brow as she picked one last tangerine from her family's tangerine grove. The 20-year-old woman smiled as she added it to the basket that she would take to the market to sell later. Everyone is going to love these. It should help take their minds off of what happened to Gosa Village. Her smile faded as images of flipped houses and battered bodies flooded her mind. All because of one missed payment. Knowing there was no point in lamenting, she picked up her basket of citric fruit and carried it in to prepare for the market tomorrow. After all, if she didn't do it, it would never get done as she was the only one that lived at the lone house atop the seaside cliff. Setting about doing the rest of her daily chores, she cleaned the dishes, mopped the hardware floors, and brought in the laundry. She did so absent-mindedly, more doing so to keep herself busy, lest she let herself think about unnecessary things. I never know when that orange-haired brat is going to come back. She never lets me hear the end of it if the house is in disrepair. It's like she likes to forget I'm here by myself for months at a time. I swear that girl, we can only all be together when you're here. The sky was an orange hue by the time Nojiko was finally finished with her chores and she smiled proudly at the well-kept household. There, now that brat won't have anything to complain about when she finally comes home. The cry of seagulls flying high over the cliffs took her attention to the shimmering sea and the fact that somewhere far in the distance her baby sister was risking her life robbing pirates. Nami, you better come back safe. There'll be hell to pay if you don't. She stared out at the ocean a while longer before locking the house and began the lonely trek to the village. It was Wednesday, which meant dinner with Genzo and Dr. Neko. Had she known what was to transpire during her visit, she would have stayed home and eaten alone. Kokoyashi Village, Genzo's home. Are you sure about this though? There'll be no going back after this, Genzo. Dr. Neko levied a heavy gaze at the heavily scarred man sitting across from him. I know. But this has gone on long enough. We can't keep waiting around for Nami to save us, she can't. Genzo spoke through gritted teeth. By the time she has enough money, it'll be too late. But I thought Nojiko said she was close. That it'd be just a few more months before. She can only buy Kokoyashi or Bellemere. Genzo cut his friend off with a harsh truth. Neko's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Nojiko told me the truth of Arlong's deal with Nami a while ago. $100 million for Kokoyashi and another $100 million for her mother. That's Arlong's game. The trap that no 8-year-old girl could refuse. Also, he could exploit her cartography skills. I'll never forget that day she came back with his damn brand on her shoulder, holding on to that money with tears in her eyes. I knew he was using Bellemere against her, but to put her on the same level as the entire village, Neko ground his teeth at the unfairness of it all. That's why this has to end. Nami can only choose one or the other with the first $100 million. I'd rather she didn't have a choice at all. Genzo lowered his head, his sheriff's hat darkening his eyes. You don't mean she would choose to buy the village first? But Bellemere. If she buys Bellemere's freedom first, the only place for her to go would be the village. Arlong won't let her leave this island. Nami is too important to him. Bellemere would still be trapped within Arlong's influence along with the rest of us. No, Nojiko already confirmed Nami intends to free us first, and then Bellemere. Apparently Nami has a plan to accelerate how much money she steals from pirates. What that is, Nojiko wouldn't say. Genzo informed the doctor. So that's why you're doing this then, to free Nami from choosing us over Bellemere? Yes. Bellemere's girls have sacrificed more than any of us to ensure we can all be free one day. Out of all of us, they deserve to be free the most, to be the family Bellemere always wished they could be. Still trying to win Bellemere's heart, I see, Neko teased. No. Those two brats took that a long time ago. Now all I want is for them to be happy. I don't care if I live to see it or not. That's why you still haven't told Nojiko what we're planning. The others were wondering why. She has a cool head and would be valuable. Absolutely not. Genzo shouted, glaring at the other man. She's to know nothing. I won't let Arlong have another string to attach to Nami by taking Nojiko prisoner. She has to remain ignorant of our plans in case we fail. You know we won't win, Neko solemnly spoke, the gravity of their choice weighing heavy. We won't, but they'll be free, and so will we one way or another. One way or another, what exactly? Nojiko stood in the doorway to Genzo's dining room with an eyebrow cocked as she waited for the two men to answer her. Nojiko. Genzo jumped to his feet, shock on his face at the sudden appearance of the brunette. What are you doing here? It's Wednesday, I always come over to eat with you and Dr. Neko on Wednesday. Oh. Genzo had completely forgotten. Nojiko walked into the room and took a seat at the dining table. Now what were you two talking about? Nothing important really, just wondering if Nami will make it back in time for the harvest festival this year is all. Genzo quickly thought up a topic for him and Neko to have been talking about. She's been gone for a while. Nojiko stared at him for a moment before sighing to herself. If you're going to lie, at least come up with something decent. Genzo sputtered as he tried to find a way to respond whilst Neko laughed at his friend's misfortune. Ha 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 ha, man, she's really got you figured out. And you're just as bad as him. Now why don't the two of you tell me what you were really talking about while I get started on dinner? It wouldn't do for Kokoyashi's only sheriff and doctor to not eat properly. Nojiko walked over to the adjacent kitchen and began rummaging through Genzo's fridge. I think I'm going to be heading home. I've got some leftovers from my lunch I want to finish. It was good seeing you, Nojiko. Goodbye. Neko stood from his seat and began to head out. Leftovers won't compare to what I'm thinking of making, are you sure? Nojiko shot a questioning look to the man's retreating back. I'm positive. Tonight feels like a night for family. Neko then walked out the small house, leaving surrogate father and daughter alone. Wonder what's gotten into him. He usually never misses out when I'm cooking. Nojiko couldn't pinpoint the nagging feeling in the back of her mind, but she could tell something was off. What were they talking about before I got here? Don't mind him, he had a long day at the clinic. He finished counting the dead from Gosa today, Genzo grimly stated. Nojiko's eyes widened, not realizing the dead had been brought to Kokoyashi and not one of the closer villages. How many were? Too many. Genzo clenched his fist as he cut her off, deciding not to disclose how many had been killed in Arlong's rampage. A solemn silence fell over the two as their situation of 8 years hung heavy over both of their heads. Feeling sorry for ourselves isn't going to bring them back, I'm going back to working on dinner, Nojiko sighed as she turned and went back into the kitchen. It's no use crying over spilt milk. We can't change anything anyway. All we can do is rely on her. Genzo silently watched Nojiko work, a calm he hadn't known for nearly 8 years washing over him as he imagined a different life where the young woman making him dinner didn't know what it was like to live as livestock. A life where he got to watch her and her sister smile and laugh as they grew up into the beautiful women they were sure to become. A life where he finally grew the courage to ask out that firebrand Bellemere. A life where he chased off the hornhounds eyeing up his girls. A life where they were free. That life starts tomorrow. Nami, Nojiko, Bellemere, I wasn't strong enough to give you that life, but tomorrow, you'll only have to worry about yourselves. There'll be no need to waste all that money on us. We're resolved. We'll go out on our own terms. The grim thought was banished from his mind as Nojiko turned and began carrying plates of hot food to the table and setting them down, ready to be served. He quickly stood and began helping her set out the silverware. As they sat down to eat, Genzo gave one last thought to the coming turmoil the next day would bring before devoting his full attention to Nojiko for one last night. And who knows, maybe we'll take that long-nosed bastard down with us. The next day. A deafening ringing jolted the brunette awake, the world spinning as her eyes shot open, pain coursing through her body as Nojiko attempted to get her bearings, blood trailing down her forehead. The last thing she recalled before being led to Genzo's couch to sleep on was that she was too drunk to walk back to Bellemere's small home on the other side of town on her own. She'd vehemently disagreed, despite the fact she was out like a light the instant her head hit the throw pillow. She was no longer in Genzo's home, let alone his couch. Currently she was bleeding in his front yard, his house nothing more than fire and ashes. She could only stare at the flames as they rose higher, burning away one of the few places in the world she felt safe. And then suddenly, as if it had never left her, her hearing came roaring back as shrieks of terror and battle slammed into her. Looking around, she bore witness to her greatest nightmare as the villagers of Kokoyashi were being slaughtered without mercy by the fishmen of Arlong Park. What the hell is going on? She stumbled to her feet, still disoriented from the explosion that had sent her flying about like a ragdoll. Why? Why are they doing this? We were supposed to pay tribute today, Nojiko's eyes widened as realization crossed her mind. Was someone short on their payment? But Arlong knows how important we are to Nami, why would he order this? Nojiko. Dr. Neko's voice carried over the chaos as the old man limped to her, a crudely put together spear in his left hand, grabbing her by the shoulder and began dragging her away. You need to get out of here, now. No. She wrenched her arm free and demanded to know what was going on. Tell me what the hell happened right now. I'm not just going to run away when everyone I know and love is being slaughtered before my very eyes. There's no time, damn it. They're looking for you. Arlong ordered you be brought to the park for an extended stay. Damn him, that was the one thing we didn't consider. Nami is still trapped in his rotten schemes. Neko ground his teeth in frustration and from the bleeding wound in his side. Didn't consider? What the fuck are you talking about? What is going on? Nojiko yelled at the old man. What we should have 8 years ago. We're rebelling until we're free or dead. Neko didn't flinch from the hand that flew across his face, his head snapping to the side, a sharp sting in his left cheek. How dare you? Do you think your lives mean so little? For 8 years Nami has risked her life for all of us, and this is how you pay her back, by throwing away your lives so meaninglessly. Every villager in Kokoyashi is family to us. How dare you make every last sacrifice, every death, mean nothing? Nami is just about to be able to buy the village. If not this trip then her next. Nojiko huffed as tears fell down her face. And yet we'd all still be trapped in Arlong's game. There is no buying our way out, we've realized this. We're more valuable, Nami is more valuable to that fish bastard than any amount of money, so long as she is able to chart maps for him. This is our only path to freedom. Neko levied a determined face against Nojiko's tear-stained one. Now you must go. The others are buying you time to escape. Genzo told us about Nami's hidden vessel below the cliffs at Bellemere's place. Take it and leave this place. Find Nami and tell her that there is nothing left for her here anymore. If she returns, Arlong will never let her leave again. But what about? There's no force in the entire East Blue that can take on Arlong. All of us are dead. We have been for 8 years, including Bellemere. At least this way, you two can finally live your lives. Now go. Neko pointed towards her home, the only home she truly remembered. Don't make our sacrifice be for nothing. If Arlong captures you, it really will be all over. I can't just leave. How can you just expect me to? Bang. Neko fell over, a burning sensation tearing through his chest as the bullet pierced his lung, blood filling it. The one Arlong wanted is over here. A fishman yelled from down the road, a smoking pistol in his hand, calling for his brothers in arms to join him. Neko. Nojiko immediately bent down, putting pressure on his wound with her hands. No, you're going to be okay. Just look at me and. Neko dug deep and stood with whatever strength he had left and stood, pushing Nojiko away. Don't just sit there, run. Run and tell the world that the villagers of Kokoyashi went down fighting. Raya. Neko ignored the burning sensation gripping his spear tightly, he charged forward, adrenaline the only thing moving his body. He didn't make it 20 steps. Bang. 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 He fell dead. No. Nojiko couldn't tear her eyes away from the doctor's bloody corpse. Why? Why is this happening when we're so close? She did nothing as she found herself surrounded by 3 fishmen. She couldn't move. She just felt numb as she continued to look at Neko's motionless body. Listen up girl, we can do this the hard way or we can do it the easy way. Arlong said you were the only one to be spared in this village. Why? I don't care but orders are orders. Now get up and we promise not to hurt you, one of the fishmen spoke as he pointed his pistol at her. She didn't move. I ain't got to bring you back in one piece, got that? Now I said get up. This time the fishman jammed the pistol against her head. Shoot me. Her voice came out flat, dead. What? The fishmen all asked as they looked at each other in confusion. Shoot me. This time it came out angrily. Well this is a new one. Normally you humans beg for your lives. Doesn't matter though. If Arlong wants you brought to him, we bring you to him. Now, get up. He nudged the pistol against her temple. No, she refused, glaring up at the fishman. Thus break her legs already Shioyaki. We'll drag her to the boss. Not like she'll need to walk anymore anyway. One of the fishmen sneered. Shioyaki stared Nojiko down and could tell she'd only give them trouble. Holstering his weapon, he nodded to the two. Take, you and Kaneshiro hold her down. This shouldn't take long. Lem find a rock. Panic filled her body as the 2 fishmen pushed her onto the ground on her back. No. Let go of me. She struggled but could do nothing against their natural Herculean strength. Getting desperate she tilted her head and bit into one of their arms holding her by the shoulder. Ah. Take yelled as the woman managed to bite into his wrist, his blood trickling out onto the tropical floor. Fucking bitch. He swiftly backhanded her as she attempted to attack his partner. Nojiko's world blurred from the force of the slap, leaving her in a daze. She barely registered the 3 fishmen pushing her back down, the one known as Shioyaki, placing a large rock beneath her left calf. You should have done as you were ordered human. But I guess you're as dumb as that crippled whore Arlong's kept locked away all these years. Not smart like Nami, ha 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 ha. The other 2 fishmen joined him in laughing. Now this is going to hurt a lot. I hope you enjoy it. Shioyaki lifted his leg, poised to stomp on her raised leg against the rock underneath it. He was about to stomp down when a sword pierced through his stomach. Gah. Get the fuck away from my daughter you fish scum. Genzo twisted the sword to cause as much internal damage as possible. He reached around to where he saw the fishman holster his pistol and took it for himself, abandoning his sword in the gut of the fishman, shooting him in the back of the head. Bang. Shioyaki. Take cried out and stood to help his fellow crewmate but was unable to do anything as a bullet pierced his head. Bang. Bang. Kanashiro fell next, screaming in agony from the bullet wound in his chest. Gwa. Genzo pulled the trigger once more to silence the wailing, but was met with the clicking of an empty barrel. Scowling at the pistol, he tossed it away and rushed to Nojiko's side, helping her up. Jen. Nojiko couldn't help the tears as emotion overwhelmed her. Instinctively she threw her arms around the man she viewed as her father and cried into his shoulder. Enneko she couldn't bring herself to say it. Genzo pulled her into his embrace and whispered into her hair. I know. I saw him. It's okay. It's not your fault. Now's not the time. We have to move. Come on, we need to go quickly, before we're seen. Genzo gently coaxed her into standing. But Jen, the village, everyone, we can't just. It's gone Nojiko. They're all gone. It's just us now. There's nothing here for us. But what about Mom? She's still locked away in Arlong Park. How can you just abandon? I would never abandon her. But she's not here right now. You are. My responsibility is to get you to safety first. If I were in her shoes and she in mine, she'd do the exact same thing. We do not have time for this. We are leaving. Nojiko said nothing as she let Genzo lead her away, leaving behind the burning village and the remains of everyone she'd ever known. She couldn't help but look back at the spot where Neko laid, tears falling for the closest thing to a grandfather she'd ever known. She only looked away once the brush of the tropical forest blocked her view. Several hours later. I want that bastard sheriff found. Arlong raged amongst the ashes of Kokoyashi village, the bodies of 2 of his men laid out before him. No one gets away with murdering my brothers. No one. Calm down, Captain, this village is already destroyed. We'll find him and the girl, there's nowhere for them to run. We destroyed every boat on this island. All they can do is hide like the filthy rats they are. Karubi sneered, as rage also boiled his veins at the sight of his dead brothers. It's still hard to believe that they would just attack us like that though. Kokoyashi has been the model village this whole time. I thought we'd finally become friends, what with Nami being from this village and all. Hachin couldn't help but be saddened by the senseless violence that had occurred earlier that day. He'd never held as much hatred for humans as his brothers did, though he didn't necessarily like them either. But despite everything, he knew the humans of the Konomi Islands had nothing to do with the ones back in the Grand Line. They didn't even know fishmen existed prior to their exile to the East Blue. And frankly, all the hatred was becoming exhausting. He wished he could find a way to live in peace, no matter what species surrounded him. It just goes to show that there can never be peace between fishmen and humans. We allowed them to live and this whole time they'd been planning to stab us in the back. The ungrateful worms. We'll avenge our brothers by tearing the damn sheriff into pieces. Chu spat onto the ground, a deep hole forming from the impact. Just remember to bring the girl back in one piece. If anything happens to her, Nami will become difficult to deal with. I should have locked the little blue-haired bitch up with their mother. The rest of the village never really mattered in taming Nami. What I get for feeling generous. Arlong scowled. You should have kept her under lock and key. Making that deal with her was always a mistake in my eyes. Too much risk involved. Karubi trailed off, his worry about the orange-haired girl recruiting help to fight against them wasn't a secret. Frankly, he never liked the little bitch. She reminded him too much of the little smiling freak from their Sun Pirate days. And look what having a filthy human among us cost. Everything. If not for her skill with maps and charts, I'd have eaten her in front of her mother. You know that. But skill like that should never go to waste, no matter the fact she's of a filth race. Without those maps, the Navy would have uprooted us from here long ago. We owe quite a bit to our Nami. Which is why I do not wish to go through the process of taming her again. Arlong bellowed at Karubi. It was a pain getting her to stop sabotaging the charts, which is why I made the deals that I did with her. While she may be upset at the loss of her village, the collar will still be tied around her neck once she sees that we went out of our way to protect her family. She may even thank us. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed, his men laughing with him, though only one considered the cruelty of his words. Make sure Kanashiro is taken care of. Arlong then looked down at his fallen brethren. And prepare our brothers for their final send-off. They deserve better than to die in an ambush. Once that's taken care of, search the forest for the sheriff and girl. You already know what to do with both of them. Arlong then turned and began to stalk off. And you, Captain? Karubi asked, smirking at the dark gleam in his captain's eyes. I'm going to relay the unfortunate news to Bellemere that her home village was destroyed. Shahahaha. Middle of the ocean East Blue. Nojiko couldn't help but glare at the unconscious man slumped across from her. The Konomi Islands were far behind them, well over the horizon, now. She was hesitant to get on Nami's small sailboat she kept hidden amongst the cliffs beneath their home, in fear of Arlong's men spotting them. She had argued with Genzo against leaving the island and had only relented when he suddenly started coughing up blood. His injuries were extensive and she knew that if they stayed Arlong would have him executed. They had no choice but to risk it. To her relief, at least thus far, none of Arlong's ships were chasing after them and nor had one of his men jumped aboard from the depths below. There was nothing to do now but sail away as fast as possible. The further they got away, the less likely they would be found. Thankfully Nami had kept some provisions on the small boat, including a first aid kit that at least allowed Nojiko to bandage Genzo's wounds. But it wasn't enough and she wasn't a surgeon. She needed to find an island quickly if she was going to save him. That said, she couldn't help the overwhelming resentment she felt toward Genzo. As they were running for the cliffs Genzo had told her what had happened while she had slept the morning away. Apparently the massacre and destruction of Gosa village had been the final straw for the people of Kokoyashi. Gosa was one of the few villages that still had children growing up in it in the Konami Island chain. The slaughter of children was too much for the villagers of Kokoyashi, and with both Nojiko and Nami capable of taking care of themselves, they were more willing to rise up against the Arlong pirates. And Genzo had given them reason to. He told them Nami's plan to buy the village before Bellemere. "You goddamn fools." Nojiko yelled at the unconscious sheriff. If the village was no longer there to worry about, Nami could secure Bellemere's freedom and then the three of them would have a better chance of escaping Arlong's grasp. And so they planned to rebel on the next tax collection day. They made rudimentary weapons from whatever they could and prepared. Genzo even had a few guns he'd managed to acquire over the years that he dispersed amongst the villagers. And then it had all gone wrong. The tax wouldn't be collected until noon, and thus the villagers had planned on creating traps to try to remove the fishmen's inhuman strength as much as possible. They'd been making modifications to the village for weeks and were double-checking their work that morning when a procession of fishmen marched into the village and demanded Genzo be brought before them. One of the villagers had betrayed them. Genzo didn't say who it was, as it didn't matter. Arlong had killed him when the traitor had run off to Arlong Park the night before. Even if Karubi, the one leading the procession, hadn't told them of the betrayal, nothing would have changed. The villagers of Kokoyashi were going to rebel and so they did. Genzo wasn't sure who instigated the fight, but it didn't take long for chaos to ensue. With the element of surprise gone, so was their biggest advantage. These were seasoned pirates of the Grand Line. Landing any blow, even just a scratch, was near impossible. The only ones that had managed to wound any of the pirates were the villagers with guns, but they had no training. They either missed their shots or had only managed to graze the pirates with their bullets. If not for the trap Genzo had planned, it would have been an absolute slaughter. Initially Genzo had faced off against Karubi, but he'd been no match for the fishman and his prowess in martial arts, despite wielding a sword. This was where most of his injuries had stemmed from. Karubi had been relentless, breaking most of the sheriff's ribs and various other bones. Karubi's only mistake had been not finishing off the sheriff when he'd been called to help deal with the villagers with firearms. Despite their lack of training with the weapons, the guns still posed a threat and needed to be dealt with swiftly. Being left for dead, Genzo had managed to crawl to where his trap lay. It was his last measure to ensure they at least took a few of the fish bastards with them. He'd rigged the gas line to his home to blow, along with all the other homes in his block. The ensuing explosion would create a fire that would quickly spread amongst the many wooden buildings that made up the village. Any fishman that didn't get out in time would burn in the blaze. He didn't hesitate to set it off. And now, hours later, he lay across from her, body nearly broken, profuse bleeding, and various burns all across his body. All just to force Nami to choose Bellemere and her. To remove the village they'd grown up in, off the table. To let everyone they knew to slaughter. What had been the point of the last 8 years? Paying tribute after tribute each month, being left with barely enough money to survive. Where had the trust and belief in Nami gone? Was the slaughter of Gosa truly worth a second helping? None of them had stood a chance. Not when the damn fucking Arlong pirates first arrived and certainly not now. What was the point? Nojiko screamed, hot tears rushing down her face. Why did you waste everything? All those years we endured just for you to throw it all away now. You didn't even trust me. You just lied to my face and gave me your garbled bullshit that it was for my protection. Why couldn't you see that I was unhappy too? That I hated our situation just as much as everyone else? That I would rebel along with all of you? Tears continued to stream down her face. You think I don't remember where I come from, that I don't remember the war that killed my parents and I lost everything? How helpless I was until I found Nami and Bellemere. The fear that I have felt my entire life that I'll wake back up in that warden port and that my whole life has been nothing but a nightmare. I hate pirates. How could I not? Twice pirates have stolen everything from me. Twice Genzo. She continued to wail until her voice went hoarse. She poured her broken heart out to the motionless form of Genzo and the uncaring vastness of the open ocean. All her fears and hurts came out as she mourned the loss of her home and the deaths of the people she loved. Exhausted, she slumped over as her thoughts went to her sister. What's going to happen to you when you return? What will Arlong do to you? Will he imprison you once again? Will he still honor his deal? Will he let you buy mama? Will he even tell you what happened to us? Please Nami, don't return. Don't go home to all that tragedy. I promise I'll find a way to free mama. I'll find someone to fight Arlong and I'll free her. I swear. So please don't return and live happily. Nojiko closed her eyes as her exhaustion overtook her and the world turned black. It would be over a week before they were found, sailing aimlessly, suffering from heat exhaustion, severe thirst, and overwhelming hunger, by a swordsman with hawk-like eyes, in search of prey that had gotten away from him. Northern East Blue Baratie, infirmary present. Muffled voices surrounded her, in and out they would come within the darkness that surrounded her. It felt like an eternity since the world had gone black on Nojiko. She vaguely recalled a shadowy figure with the most intense gaze she'd ever seen, even more intense than Arlong. But that had to have been a fever dream, right? And then there were the voices. Some were loud, others were but a whisper, and one was frighteningly familiar. The voice of her baby sister. Had Arlong found them? Was Genzo still alive? Or had he already been killed? She didn't want the answer to any of those questions. She just wanted to wake back up in her bed back in Bellemere's house and for everything to be nothing more than a terrible nightmare. She didn't even want to confirm that the voice she was hearing was her little sister. How could she explain everything that had happened while she was away? How could she tell her sister that everything she'd done the last 8 years had been for nothing? That everyone was dead. And even if they weren't, they would be soon enough. Arlong didn't take kindly to rebellion. So she did her best to ignore the voices, ignore reality. Preferring her dreams of a happy life with her sister and mother instead. That is, until her senses returned with a startling clarity. The glaring light above her bed blinded her newly opened eyes, and conscious thought returned with a vengeance as the emotionally drained voice of her little sister rang in her ears. I've been robbing pirates ever since, Nami finished explaining. She was sitting on a bed with her knees pulled into her chest, tear stains marring her beautiful face, and a straw hat sat upon her head. Though it was the Arlong pirates' exposed Jolly Roger tattoo that held Nojiko's attention. She only exposes it when in the village. What the hell is going on? Looking around she saw Genzo and a stranger with green hair laid out on beds, both looking just as injured as the other, as well as 3 others sitting around in chairs. The first was a tan-skinned teen with an almost comically long nose. He had thick curly hair tied up in an olive green bandana and was wearing brown overalls without a shirt on. He was sitting backwards in his chair with a grimace on his face as he stared down at his knees. The next teen had blonde hair and was smoking a cigarette in a very beat-up black suit. He had a bandage on his forehead slightly showing from beneath the bangs that covered his left eye. He rocked back and forth as he teetered on the hind legs of his chair, using his left leg to steady himself against an empty bed. Finally there was a raven-haired teen who had a deep scowl on his face, clearly upset about something. Underneath his angry gaze was a crescent moon-shaped scar beneath his left eye. Following his gaze, Nojiko saw he was glaring at Nami, but more specifically the Jolly Roger tattooed on her shoulder. Why is he? Did Nami tell them about? But why? Why would she? Does she think they can take on Arlong? Sick of being out of the loop, Nojiko struggled to sit up, pushing against her elbows, gaining the attention of the other 4 in the room. Nami, her voice was still hoarse from her ordeal on the open ocean. Nojiko. Nami flew across the room pulling her sister into a deep embrace, emotions overwhelming her as she began to sob into the elder girl. Nojiko couldn't help her own tears as she hugged her little sister back, relieved to see her, but still confused about how Nami had managed to find her. Nam, her voice cracked and she began to cough harshly. Nojiko. Nami pulled back and looked worriedly at her sister. Let me get you something to drink. Nami began to get up when a glass of water entered her vision. Standing next to her was Sanji, his arm outstretched, offering the glass to Nojiko. Here mademoiselle, as the South chef of the Baratie, allow me to handle all of your refreshments. The blonde bowed with a flourish as Nojiko gratefully took the glass of water before downing it, seeking relief for her dried out throat. Thank you, Sanji, Nami nodded at the blonde and immediately regretted it as he fell to his knees, taking one of her hands into his own. Of course my MELLORINE, if it's in service to 2 beauties such as yourselves, I would drag the moon down for your viewing pleasure. He declared as Nami nervously chuckled, completely creeped out as he kissed her hand. Right, Nami pulled her hand away, giving him a deadpan look. Finishing the glass of water, Nojiko once again addressed her sister, Nami, how the hell did you find me and Jen? We were in the middle of nowhere. I thought that we. Nojiko couldn't bring herself to say that she thought she and Genzo would die out there in that little boat. Tears began to flow as her body shook as she realized they were finally safe. Nami pulled her sister in for another embrace. It's okay, you're safe now. You're safe. Nami wasn't used to seeing her sister like this, Nojiko usually the one comforting her whenever she was in distress. She continued to whisper comforting words until Nojiko finally calmed down. Pulling out of her younger sister's embrace, Nojiko wiped the tears from her face. "I'm fine, it's just a lot happened since you last left home. I don't even know where to begin, hell I don't even know where we are. We're on the sea restaurant Baratie. You and Jen were brought here by a pirate that found the two of you stranded at sea. Nojiko, what were the two of you doing at sea? Why were you at sea?" Nojiko clammed up as the lifeless form of Neko permeated throughout her mind. Nami, promise you won't do anything rash. It's too late now, so please, had I known what they were planning I would have stopped them, I swear it's just it all happened so fast. What happened, Nojiko? Why are you not at home? Did Jen do something reckless? Nami cast a glance at the still dormant man on the bed next to Nojiko's. Please Nojiko, I need to know what happened. I can't, Nojiko quietly whispered after a moment. Why not? Nojiko, I have a right to know what happened to my sister. To know what happened to our mother. Nami scowled at the brunette, knowing the older girl was still treating her like a little kid that was too young to know the harsh realities of the world. After everything I've done for our home, for mom, for you're still acting like I need to be protected from everything. Newsflash, I don't need protection. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, I am a peer. You think I don't know that? Nojiko cut off her little sister, angry tears streaming down her face. Do you know how hard it's been knowing there's nothing I can do to protect you, to have watched my baby sister and mom get dragged away by that monster and be forced to watch as he forced you to do his bidding for 8 years? The number of nights I spent wide awake, praying that you were safe wherever the hell you were, robbing from pirates so you could earn enough berries to buy our freedom. Every time I watched you sail away, I feared it would be the last time I'd ever see you. I know perfectly well you don't need my protection. But how can I tell you that all of your efforts have been for nothing? How can I look you in the face and tell you that everyone's gone?" Nami stared at her sister for a moment before her shoulders sagged, a sigh escaping her lips. "That bastard betrayed me. He promised no harm would come to the village, well I gathered enough money to buy it from him." Nami helplessly shook her head before looking at the boy with a scar beneath his eye. "Luffy, I want you to make him pay. I want you to make him pay for making my sister cry, for hurting the people I care about, for making our lives hell. And I promise I'll navigate your ship to the ends of the Grand Line, no matter how long it takes." Nojiko watched as the grimace that had been plaguing the raven-haired boy's face turned into the most terrifying grin she'd ever seen. And yet for some reason, she wasn't afraid of him at all. In fact, she almost felt relief as he answered her sister. "I told you already, you're my navigator, you shedding a single tear is all the reason I need to kick his ass. Anything else on top of that just makes his ass kicking that much longer." Luffy cracked his neck as he spoke, his eyes staring directly into hers, his promise made. Nojiko's eyes widened as she realized what Nami was doing. The men in this room, they were pirates that Nami was more than likely going to rob. But what happened to make Nami tell them about, it's because of us. Whoever found us brought us to Nami by complete accident. She's desperate. Desperate to save mom. But to involve a bunch of kids she knows don't stand a chance against fishmen. Nojiko couldn't help the scowl that formed on her face as she saw her sister give the other teen a small grateful smile. "Nami, no, you can't possibly believe this kid can take on Arlong. You know exactly what Arlong is capable of, he'll destroy him in seconds. It'll take an entire fleet of marine ships just to even get anyone close enough to actually set foot on the Konomi Islands. There's no one in the entire East Blue that can take on fishmen. Everyone who's tried is dead or worse. Then it's a good thing I'm not from the East Blue." Luffy couldn't help the smirk that crept across his face as Nojiko threw her angry gaze at him. "This isn't a joke. People have died and some kid that's from nowhere isn't going to save us, Nami." Nojiko pointed at Luffy while shifting her sight back to her sister. Nami was about to retort when the door to the infirmary opened and Johnny and Yasaku walked in holding several trays of food. "Excuse us. We were going to wait a bit longer before we entered, but we think there's something you should see before anything else is said," Johnny explained as he handed one of the trays he was holding to Sanji, who had walked over to them. "Just give all of them to me. I'll sort out everyone's orders." "Oh. Nojiko Chwan, is there anything you'd like to eat? Just name it and I'll move heaven and earth to serve you whatever your heart desires." Sanji swooned, effectively killing the heavy tension that had been building in the room. "You got my grilled ham and cheese right?" Usopp finally piped up, his stomach growling, asking Yasaku, the one who delivered his order to the cooks in the kitchen. "We got everyone's order, but Straw Hats," Yasaku confirmed, Luffy pouting at the news. "What? Why not? This is mutiny." Luffy complained as he crossed his arms, his stomach grumbling as it agreed with him. "Because you ordered everything." Johnny, Yasaku, and Sanji yelled together, glaring at the gluttonous pirate captain. But I haven't eaten since lunch. Luffy whined, consequently ignored as Sanji handed Nami a chicken salad. Thank you Sanji, Nami thanked the cook as she took the plate from him. Anything for you Nami chwan hearts filled his eyes, merrily skipping to take his own plate, Johnny having given both Usopp and Yusaku their dinner and grabbing his. Oh, and don't forget to give me your order Nojiko Chwan. I'll cook it to perfection myself. Nojiko could only blink owlishly as all the tension, all the heartache, all the pain, just vanished, as if they hadn't been discussing Nami and her horrible situation. Instead they were now animatedly eating and chattering away without a care in the world. We'll continue discussing home after we finish eating. From what they've told me, they've had a long day. I think taking a breath to eat and just relax will do all of us some good. Nami said quietly as they watched Luffy start snagging bits of food from the others' plates, which in turn had the other boys yelling at him as he continued to blatantly snatch food in front of them. She couldn't help but chuckle at her captain's antics. And you really should order something to eat. Sanji is a fantastic cook. 40 minutes later, found Nojiko staring down at a grilled chicken breast, sauteed vegetables, and a cup of fresh cut fruit for dessert. According to the cook Sanji, the entire dish had been cooked to perfection for her tasting pleasure. The only other one from the small band of pirates her sister had joined that was still eating was the Luffy boy who was stuffing his face full from the virtual mountain of food that had been brought up by the owner of the apparent sea restaurant they were all in. Apparently ordering the entire menu hadn't been a joke, or at least it hadn't been taken as one. The pirates had all gathered in a circle to one side of Nojiko's bed, once more sitting in chairs. Right. Now that we've eaten, allow us to show you something important. Yusaku. Johnny turned to his partner as the other man pulled out a stack of papers from within his green jacket. These are wanted posters for every notable pirate in the East Blue, Yusaku stated as he began to skim through the stack before stopping and pulling one out. This one here is for the pirate we fought today. Don Krieg worth 17 million berries. The poster showed a man with the wind blowing his hair about, a massive golden chain around his neck, and wearing a captain's coat. He's been wanted for subterfuge, impersonating a naval officer 8 times, attacking shipping vessels, murder, and everything else you can think a pirate would be wanted for. He's been thought of as the ruler of East Blue for the massive pirate fleet he managed to put together over the last decade he's been terrorizing these seas. Of course with his defeat today, he'll just be another pirate for the executioner's block once owner's F turns him in. Speaking of which, what did we do with him? Last I checked he was laid out in the wreck of his ship wasn't he? Usopp interjected as he pondered if the defeated pirate had sunk with the wreck. The old man had Paddy and Karn drag him off to the brig. He isn't going anywhere. Not with the injuries he sustained, Sanji informed them as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Wait, a restaurant has a jail cell. Why? Usopp popped an eyebrow, taking a bite out of his sandwich. The old geezer was a pirate for 20 years. Add the fact he was worried about pirate raids, customers trying to skip out on paying the bill, and the fact we can't rely on local authorities, he felt it was better to be safe than sorry. Oh. Coughing to bring attention back to himself, Yusaku pulled out another wanted poster, Nami glaring at it while Nojiko's eyes widened. It was the first time she'd ever seen it. This is Arlong the Saw's bounty. Worth 45 million berries. Wanted for attacking naval vessels, the murder of numerous Navy officers, and rebellion against the world government. Out of any pirate in the East Blue he has the highest bounty of them all. Rumor has it that Arlong was released from Navy detention into the East Blue to appease a bargain made with the now warlord, first son Jinbei, Johnny added quickly. That's more than double Don Krieg's. Usopp's eyes jutted out of his skull at the amount wanted for the fishman. He looks like he belongs on a platter if you ask me. Sanji glared at the picture that depicted a blue-skinned man with gills running up along his shoulders and into his neck, with an elongated saw-like nose and shark-like teeth. Luffy stopped eating to look at the poster, memorizing what the fishman looked like. He's the one that you want me to take down. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, Nami replied. And only 45 million. I thought it would be higher than that. Luffy couldn't help the confident smirk. Are you insane? Only 45 million. That man has killed nearly every person that has defied him for the last 8 years. He can lift entire buildings like they were toys. He isn't just some strong man you find at a fair. He's cruel and evil, and you think you can just walk up to him and deck him in the jaw or something. The moment you try, you'll be killed. Nojiko angrily yelled at all of the pirates surrounding her. This isn't a game. Nami stared at her sister and could understand where she was coming from. Only a day ago she'd felt the same way. But she was done fearing that bastard. She was done making deals. She was done being scared. Show it to her. Nami nodded at Yusaku. Why show me what? Nojiko adopted a confused look, noticing Yusaku pulling out another wanted poster, revealing it to her. All she could do was silently stare at it. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, former commander of the Red Hair Pirates. And you can bet your life that I'm going to simply walk up to that bastard and deck him square in the jaw, shishi. Luffy grinned at the brunette as she continued to stare at his bounty. Wanted? Dead or alive? Monkey D. Luffy. 250 million berries. Wanted for heinous crimes against the world government. Association with the pirate emperor Red Hair Shanks, piracy, attempted murder of naval officers, destruction of government property, unruly behavior, resisting arrest, and rebellion. Contact your local navy office should you see the aforementioned criminal. As you can see, Nojiko, I'm not relying on some nobody. I'm betting everything and I refuse to lose. And mark my words, Arlong's going to pay for every life he's ever ruined. Nami gave her sister a determined look while Nojiko just nodded numbly. Johnny, Yasaku, Usopp, I want the Mary ready to sail once we're done with the doctor tomorrow. Sanji, I trust you can get everything you need for the kitchen by then as well. Luffy ordered and turned to his new cook expectantly, nodding at Usopp's salute while the two bounty hunters gave him confused looks at the order. By the time we set sail, it'll be considered a 5-star restaurant. Though I do have to say I'm itching to teach these fishmen some manners on how to treat ladies. Perhaps a good fillet and sear will teach them something. Sanji took a final drag on his current cigarette as the tobacco burned away. Luffy bro? Well, we're happy to help get the Mary ready to set sail, you know we're not on your crew, right? Yasaku pointed out, not thrilled at being given an order. Yeah, we're bounty hunters, not pirates. And believe me, we want to help Nami sis, and we're going to. Arlong isn't just a problem for the Konomi Islands, but all of East Blue. Especially with you having taken out Don Krieg. But becoming big-time bounty hunters that take down pirates and bandits that disturb the peace has always been our dream, Johnny said passionately. Luffy stared at them for a moment before smirking. That's a good dream. You'll need it when we're out on the Grand Line. Shush. He then stood up and walked toward the door. I think I'm gonna crash. It's not every day you beat the crap out of the ruler of a blue. I'm beat. Hey. We're being serious here, we're bounty hunters. Not pirates. Luffy stopped halfway through the doorway before spinning around to look at Johnny. Nothing is preventing you from being both. Besides, don't the two of you follow Zoro? Luffy cocked his head to the side with a questioning look. Yeah, in a way we do, Johnny said cautiously, not sure where the pirate captain was taking this. Then it settled. Since Zoro follows me and the two of you follow Zoro, you're officially part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy grinned as everyone in the room either face planted or slapped their faces at his simple logic before turning and walking out, leaving no room for argument. Did he just? Yasaku stared at the spot Luffy had been standing moments ago, his mouth hanging open in shock. But can we really be both? Johnny contemplated as he thought about what constituted a bounty hunter and a pirate. Is he always like that? Nojiko spoke up from her bed, not sure what she had just witnessed. Unfortunately. Once he makes up his mind, he won't change it. He's stubborn like that. Nami touched the brim of the straw hat still on her head slowly, a small smile on her face. It's late. We should get some rest while we can. Usopp, take them out to the Mary and show them their new quarters, I'll bunk here for the night. She waved her finger at Sanji, Yasaku, and Johnny. I have some things to pack and still have my room here on the Baratie. That old geezer isn't rid of me just yet. If you need me, I'll be but a call away, my mellorines. Sanji bowed and then walked out of the room, followed by the other three teenage boys. Is it wrong that I want to punch him? Nojiko asked, looking at her sister. No. Baratie, infirmary the next day. For the love of Goda, would you please get back in the bed, Mr. Arano? It's a miracle you're not dead, let alone moving at all. Dr. Pompous yelled out, his pompadour quivering in anger. A wound like that would kill most men. I'm not most men. And I told you, I slept for a long time, so I'm fine. Zoro argued, slowly swinging Wado Ichimonji to get a feel for how his body felt. Truth was everything hurt, primarily his chest, but he could handle the pain. It didn't hurt nearly as much as his pride. A kid's play toy was all it took to take me down. Zoro scowled as he continued to swing away. Do as the doctor says, you moron. Nami stomped into the room, Luffy's hat still on her head. She made a beeline for Zoro, grabbing him by the ear and dragging him back to the bed. Lay down. Now. I'm sick of lying down, And I'm fine. Zoro was cut off as intense pain shot through him, Nami poking the massive gash that now tore through his torso. No. You. Are. Not. She punctuated each word with a poke, blood seeping into the fresh bandages that covered the freshly stitched wound. Now. Until I say you can get out of that bed to board the Mary, where you will immediately head for your cot, you will lay here and let Dr. Pompous finish his examination, so we can leave. You're the last one he needs to examine. Do you understand? Zoro was in too much pain to do anything other than nod at the irate navigator, finding himself lying back in the infirmary bed. "Thank you, ma'am. He really is stubborn. And the way he was swinging that sword, well, normally I'd be able to restrain him myself," the doctor explained, pulling a chair next to Zoro's bed to begin his final examination of the green-haired swordsman. "It's fine. It's why our charting crew hired such a gorilla, he's tough," she stated, reinforcing the idea that the Straw Hats were charters, not pirates, so as to not scare off the medical team that had arrived earlier that morning, much to Luffy's chagrin. "My sister told me that you were finishing examining Jen when she'd come down to the dining area. I'd like to know how he is." Nami looked over at the still prone man with a concerned look. "I'll be frank. Odds are he won't survive. He's in worse shape than what was described. He has multiple burn wounds, infected lacerations, dehydration, starvation, more than likely heatstroke from the time out on the ocean get him to us 4 days ago, and I could possibly have a better prognosis for you. He's lucky to have made it this far." He couldn't see the frown on the young woman's face as he continued to examine Zoro. "I see. I wish it was better news. I do, truly. Moving him at this point would only worsen his condition. As of now it's in his hands and Goda's whether he makes it or not." The doctor then stood up, looking down at Zoro. "I can assume you're not going to listen, but I suggest you at least heed my advice. Don't move excessively for the next 5 weeks, the flesh needs time to heal. Even a centimeter deeper and your guts would be hanging out for all the world to see. Whoever gave you this is either the greatest swordsman in the world or you're the luckiest son of a bitch alive. I'd also prescribe painkillers, but given the circumstances I doubt you're going to head to my home island to fulfill the prescription." "You're damn right," Zoro ground out before being interrupted. "Unfortunately," Nami cut in, "we don't really have time for that. We'll make do, though. Thanks. I'm not even going to bother anymore. Zeph's favors have always been like this." The doctor shook his head as he packed up before leaving the infirmary. All I need is some booze. I've already rested plenty." Fine. Whatever." Nami sighed, her mind drifting back to Jen's condition. Zoro grunted as he began to get back up. "So, where is everyone else?" "They should be in the dining area. Hey, what are you doing?" Nami did a double take as Zoro started walking out the door. "Isn't it obvious? We have to plan our attack on Arlong." "Baratie, dining hall. Any questions about your assigned roles?" Nami asked as she looked around the dining table that had been transformed into the Straw Hat Pirates' temporary war table. "Nope. Shishy. HN. Do I really have to?" "I'd do anything for you," Nami swung. "We know what we've got to do." Johnny and Yasaku saluted together. "I have one. Why didn't you give me an assignment?" Nojiko asked, annoyed at what her sister was trying to pull. "Because there's nothing for you to do. You aren't coming." Nami sighed, knowing she was about to get an earful. "And why not?" Nojiko scowled at the redhead. "Because it's going to be dangerous and I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Which is why you're going to stay here and wait for us to come back and get you and Jen." Nami crossed her arms, doing her best to leave no room for debate. "Like hell I am. I'm not going to stay behind and do nothing while my little sister risks her life to save our mother. And like I said, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. We've both lost so much to Arlong, if something happened to you I would never forgive myself. So please don't fight me on this, Nojiko." "I'm not staying behind, Nami. I have done that for long enough. I was left behind when Arlong dragged both you and Mom away. I was left behind every time you set sail to rob pirates. I was left behind by Jen and everyone else when they excluded me from their rebellion. I will not be left behind when you go to rescue Mom and end Arlong once and for all. And so what if it's dangerous? Our lives have been in danger for 8 years. And we survived. I'm going whether you like it or not. So I suggest you include me in your plan, baby sister." Nami didn't know what to say. What was there to say? Was she right to leave her sister behind? The obvious answer was yes. What they were planning was no less than a raid against the Arlong pirates. And just because they had Luffy didn't mean they should underestimate a fishman's strength. How could she? She'd lived in terror of it for the last 8 years. Zoro was hurt, Usopp put up a brave front, but it was clear he was scared. She still wasn't sure of Sanji's strength, but it seemed he was close to Zoro, and Johnny and Yasaku were experienced bounty hunters. They had to be somewhat strong, right? When it came down to it, the only one she could reliably rely on was Luffy. But this was the crew that Luffy had put together to help him reach the top of the pirate world. Did that mean she could trust them with her sister? Could she believe in them? And then the weight of Luffy's straw hat, still firmly on her head since Luffy had placed it on her the day before, reminded her that she could. Because she was betting everything on them, on him. The time for doubt was over. Jen had forced her and Arlong's hand. There was no going back. The moment she returned, Arlong would trap her in that fucking room again for the rest of her life. The moment Jen rebelled, her deal with Arlong was broken. All that remained was to wage war and come out on top. Nojiko. You can come. Both sisters looked toward the seated Luffy, one with wide eyes and the other with grateful ones. Luffy? Nami shouted, annoyed that Luffy stole her thunder. She'd just changed her mind. Shushi, I know. But I'm the captain. If anyone wants to step foot on my ship, they need my permission. However, Luffy's grin fell from his face as he looked at Nojiko. The Merry-Go isn't a cruise ship. I don't just ferry people wherever they want. Especially if they want to fight my enemies, and I won't be responsible if something happens to you. Of course. I don't expect. Which is why, until I've finished beating Arlong into the ground, you're a member of this crew. Your safety is now my responsibility. Luffy's grin came flying back as his crew stared at him in shock. Got a problem with that, Nojiko? And no. Thank you for taking me on, I think. Nojiko wasn't sure she should be thankful for more or less being forced into a pirate crew. Even if her little sister was said pirate crew's navigator. I can't decide between being grateful or hitting you. Sigh, at least let me finish next time. Nami fell back into her chair, her hand over her forehead. I guess that means I have to alter the plan a bit, and just when I thought we were finally ready to set sail. Yes. 2 Mellarines. Mellarines. Sanji had hard eyes as he began to spin around the dining hall ecstatically. And here I thought she was the smart sister. Well, whatever, guess the crew is growing. Zoro took another swig of his booze. Welcome to the crew. Just so you know, you can definitely count on me. I once took on 1,000 fishmen all on my own. This raid will be a piece of cake. Usopp had stood up and put a foot on the table while holding his sling up high. No, you didn't. They all yelled at him, though Luffy was laughing at the obvious lie. That's the spirit, Usopp. Luffy laughed wildly, almost toppling out of his seat. As much as I hate to part from you two beauties, I do need to go and finish packing my things, Sanji bemoaned as he twirled over and took a knee before the sisters. Oi, shitty cook, stop harassing the crew members, Zoro cut in as he reached for another mug of booze. Shut it, Mosshead. As the two began to argue, one of the Baratie's cooks burst into the room. The old man's awake. He gasped out, only to immediately dive out of the way as Nami and Nojiko almost ran him over on their way to see Jen. Shishishi. Everyone, get ready to leave. We'll meet back up at the Mary in an hour. Luffy yelled out, smiling as he stared at his crew's antics. Baratie Infirmary. Both Nojiko and Nami stood next to Genzo's bed, both with concern written on their faces as they watched the man wheeze and cough as he stared up at them. Nami cough. Genzo tried to lift his hand but found he had no strength to. How did you? Nami knelt down as she clasped his hand into both of hers. You stupid fool. Do you know how close I was? How close I was to freeing all of us? If you weren't so injured, I would slap you until the stupid was smacked out of you. Hot tears started to fall down her face as she glared at the man she considered as a father figure. But right now I'm just relieved you're alive. Nami, I'm sorry, but it was the only way. Now we can go to the Marines and… There's no need for the Marines. Nojiko cut him off, hands on her hips. We're going to finish it ourselves. What? Cough, what foolishness are you talking about? Genzo felt his heart freeze with how she said it. He then felt Nami let go of his hands as the orange tea stood back up. I became the navigator to a powerful pirate from the New World. He's agreed to take down Arlong for us. Arlong has no idea what's coming for him. Nami hardened her gaze as her thoughts turned to images of Arlong charred black, his beaten form laid out before her, her captain standing over the fishman, victorious. The navigator of Nami. You can't possibly, Genzo started violently coughing, cutting himself off. Jen. Both girls bent down to help soothe his coughing fit. I'm fine, cough. Genzo waved them off as he brought his breathing back in line. Jen, it has to end. I'm through being his plaything. I've already made my bet, and whether you like it or not, we're returning to Kokoyashi village. Nami looked at her sister as Nojiko nodded at her. We're going to save Bellemere. And you think I'm going to let the two of you go back there? Genzo dared either girl to defy him. I won't sit by and let my daughters sail to their deaths. All he could see as he looked at either girl were the two little girls that had annoyed him, made him laugh, scared him when they were sick, the two girls that he loved as his own daughters. You will if you know what's good for you. Nojiko and Nami both planted their fists into the back of his head. Jen, we love you, but we're not the little girls that need your protection anymore, Nami said softly, what we need is for you to believe in us. To believe that we can save our mother. Genzo said nothing as he stared at them, this time seeing them as they are, not as they were. Two grown women that had faced nearly a decade of oppression. Two grown women that had dreams and aspirations. Two grown women that reminded him so damn much of that firebrand Bellemere. It was the little things. The way they stood, the way they crossed their arms, the way they were scowling at him now. That's right, they aren't just my daughters, they're Bellemere's first and foremost. I really am a damn fool. If she never listened to me, what reason do her daughters have to? Sighing to herself, Nami addressed him once more. You're still injured, both from fighting and from your journey here. As much as I do wish we could take you with us, you need to stay here and recover. We've already made arrangements with the owner of this restaurant to secure your passage back home both once you're better and once he hears that Arlong has been taken down. So until then, don't you dare you die on us or we'll never forgive you. And we already have plenty of reasons not to now. But without the gamble you and everyone else made, we wouldn't have this opportunity to take Arlong by surprise. What were the odds we'd run into Nami so quickly before she returned home? Practically none. He's expecting her to return without knowing a damn thing. So like you and the rest of the villagers, I'm going to bet everything on Nami's plan. Nojiko then suddenly pulled him into a hug as tears stung the edges of her eyes. Thank you for everything you've ever done for us. She let go of him before looking at Nami, nodding at her. We need to go, Jen. I don't know if we'll see each other again, but thank you for loving us. Nami and Nojiko both turned and went to leave the infirmary, both having said their goodbyes to their father. Nami. Nojiko. Both girls stopped at the doorway and turned to look back at him. I have never, not once, not believed in either of you. So you make sure you give that bastard my regards before you kill him. Both girls smiled at him. Baratie kitchen. That should be everything on Sanji's list of supplies, but are you sure you need more meat? It feels like we've given you guys almost our entire stock. The chef tasked with helping Sanji stock the Going Merry turned from the open refrigerator toward Luffy, Johnny and Yusaku, all three of which were standing next to several bags of food and kitchen utensils that belonged to Sanji. Oh yeah, definitely give me more meat. Luffy salivated as he looked at the various cuts of meat in the fridge as the chef's sweat dropped, but still turned to grab more cuts to give to the pirate crew that had helped save the Baratie. Just how many days are you guys going to be at sea? The chef asked as the clacking of Zeph's peg leg could be heard coming toward them. Don't know, but even after we settle our business in Kokoyashi we'll be back at sea, so keep filling her up. Luffy wasn't even trying to be subtle about his virtual highway robbery of the Baratie's kitchen. You think we should stop him or Yusaku whispered to Johnny who just shrugged. I'm not going to complain about having a well-stocked kitchen. Maybe being a part of a pirate crew won't be so bad. Johnny couldn't count the number of times that he and Yusaku had spent starving in the past when their money had run dry from lack of bounties. Hey, brat. Zeph called out, making all three pirates turn around to see the old chef holding out a journal. Oh, big hat owner, what's up? Luffy was mildly surprised to see the man, not expecting him to come see him. This is the record of my one-year journey in the Grand Line. I thought you might like to have it. It might come in handy for you down the line. Zeph offered, showing off the cover of the record which had his crew's Jolly Roger printed on it. No way. Yusaku looked at the logbook like it was made of gold. Big bro Luffy, you've got to take it. Any record of the Grand Line is priceless. He's right, big bro. Something like this could probably speed you right to the end of the Grand Line. You'd be a fool to not accept it. Johnny exclaimed looking at Luffy expectantly. Don't need it, Luffy lackadaisically stated as he picked his nose with his pinky finger. Both Yusaku and Johnny fell over at the sudden response and lack of enthusiasm Luffy was displaying. What? Zeph just grinned, knowing that would be the response he'd get. Heh, what I thought you'd say, figured I'd offer anyway. He then turned and walked away. But big bro. How can you turn something like that down? Don't you want to know what you might have to face? Johnny shouted, not believing Luffy could turn such a treasure down. It's the same for me, big bro Luffy. That book must have a ton of information in it that could really help your journey out. Yusaku also shouted at Luffy who simply continued to pick at his nose. Johnny Yusaku Luffy spoke quietly as he pulled his finger out of his nose, both bounty hunters waiting for his response. What's in that book is none of my business. I already know enough about the Grand Line to know it wouldn't help us in the least. Besides, I'm going to follow my own path, not someone else's. If I wanted to do that, I'd still be in the New World with the Red Hair Pirates. Both hunters just stared at him, unsure of what to say. Now make sure to add that marbled meat too. Luffy had turned back around and pointed at a thick cut of meat in the still open refrigerator that was practically marbled and white with fat. Haven't we given you enough? The chef yelled as he added the piece of meat to the ever-growing bag of supplies. Baratie Sanji's room. Sanji stood in the middle of the room that had served as his sleeping quarters for the last 9 years of his life. He stared at the picture of him and Zeph the day the Baratie first launched and couldn't help the overwhelming sense of nostalgia hitting him. Whoa. Damn geezer, this is the sea restaurant. That it is, brat, that it is. Sanji picked up his suitcase and duffel bag and walked out of the room. He walked slowly, passing by the break room for the chefs where the Baratie employee guidelines hung and the kitchen where he'd spent countless hours doing his best to live up to the old man's standards. Do it again. You practically peeled away the entire apple. You want our guests to just eat the core. Ow. Stupid geezer, don't hit me with your peg leg. When someone's cooking seriously you should just stand back and watch quietly. Don't get smart with me you little brat. I'm not a little brat. You damn geezer. He casually strolled through the dining hall to his favorite table and sat down in one of the open chairs. He was completely alone, everyone else outside, waiting for him to emerge from the ship that had been his home for so long. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it up as he stared up at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to that first day he and Zeph laid eyes on the Baratie. For example Sanji, if someone comes to this restaurant be they arch-rogue or jailbird, if these damn bastards badly want to eat, they'll leave satisfied. There may come a point where we'll have to fight in order to continue on. Yeah. We're gonna be busy. We'll be fine cause I'm here. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke before standing up and looking around the dining hall one last time. He picked up his luggage once again and walked out of the restaurant. Stepping out, Sanji saw all of the chefs gathered about on the still destroyed fin deck, forming a path from the Baratie to the Going Merry, where his new crew awaited him. Sanji. Luffy bellowed, waving his arms at him, the rest of the crew surrounding him, as they all waited for the chef to join them. Taking a step forward, two shadows cast over him. This is for my long-standing grudge. Be prepared, Sanji. Dropping his luggage, Sanji deftly jumped backward past Patty and Karn, landing on his hands as the two other chefs blinked wondering where their rival had disappeared to. What? Where did? Both were knocked back by a spinning kick, leaving the two bloody and bruised and in a heap on the floor. Sanji picked up his belongings and continued on his way to the Going Merry. There's no way you guys could defeat him. Another chef bent over, giving them both a pitying look. Sanji calmly walked past all of the chefs he'd worked with over the years, the various men he'd spent both teaching and learning from, the men that had been his only family. Finally reaching the Going Merry, Sanji looked up at his now captain. Let's go. Luffy looked down at his chef. You don't need to say goodbye. Sanji began to climb up the rope ladder without looking back. It's fine. There's no need. Sanji. The blonde froze at the sound of Zeph's voice. Don't catch a cold. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his lip quivered as he remembered the pirate swimming down into the ocean depths to retrieve him from drowning, the 85 days of starvation, the revelation that Zeph had given him all of their food, and the 9 years of being his father in all things save blood, despite being a disgruntled old geezer that only ever criticized him. Owner Zeph. Sanji dropped off the rope ladder and fell to his knees as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for all the damn things you've done for me over all these years. I'll never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Zeph stared down at his son from his bedroom balcony, smiling at the little eggplant that was bowling his eyes out. Hey, try this. Sanji placed a bowl of soup before Zeph, anxious to see what the veteran cook thought of his latest attempt at making beef bourguignon. You made this? Zeph questioned as he picked up a spoon and dipping it into the concoction of carrots, potatoes, and beef. Done. Sanji nodded his head as he watched the man taste his stew. Zeph took a moment to let the taste settle in as he came to the conclusion that this was one of the best beef bourguignon he'd ever tasted. And the brat had only been under his tutelage for 5 months. Like hell he was going to tell him that. This is damn nasty, you little brat. Zeph started hitting the boy over the head with his ridiculously long chef's hat that was still resting on his head. You damn geezer. Tears began to crest over Zeph's eyelids as all of his chefs down below began to cry as well. You asshole. Patty bawled, crying into his oversized forearm. I'll miss you, damn it. I'll miss you. Karn cried out, slamming his fist against the deck, tears and snot running down his face. All around them, the chefs did their best to maintain their composure as they bid farewell to the womanizing South chef. I'll miss you. I feel sad, damn it. Sanji couldn't help the smile that crossed his lips as his tears continued to run, realizing just how much these rowdy, tough-acting idiots really cared about him. You idiots. Zeph wiped the tears from his eyes as he yelled at his chefs. Men should part without a word. He continued to tear up as he watched Sanji board the pirate ship as the rambunctious captain yelled out. Let's go. Set sail. Luffy commanded as his crew set about the task of setting sail with the Going Merry. Sanji ran up to the back of the Merry, waving his arms goodbye to his home and family. I'll see you again, you damn bastards. As long as you don't fear even death because you have faith in yourself, you'll find the all blue for sure. Zeph watched as his son slowly but surely became a dot on the horizon, not moving until he could no longer see the sails as they completely disappeared beyond the horizon line. Genzo let go of the curtain covering the porthole and hobbled back to his bed, putting all of his hope in his 2 daughters to save their mother. East Blue Going Merry, that night. And you'll be bunking in my room. Nami opened the door to her room, letting Nojiko in to look around at her sleeping arrangements. It was now late into the evening and after a feast prepared by their newly acquired chef, most of the crew had wandered off to bed or whatever else they did before sleep. Overall not much customization had been done to the plain-looking room besides the desk which was cluttered with maps and charts and a few books Nami had collected. "You can go through the dresser and use some of my clothes to sleep in," Nami said as Nojiko stepped up to one of the two beds. "Well, at least we get our own beds for once," Nojiko chuckled, bringing up the fact that the two of them had shared a bed for most of their childhood. She slowly sat down to get a feel of the mattress. "It's pretty comfy. And these sheets, they're silk. That must have cost quite a bit. They did say Luffy is a notorious pirate from the Grand Line, he must have quite the hoard if he can afford something this nice." "Oh come on, it wasn't that bad having to share a bed." Nami rolled her eyes, somewhat nostalgic for those days long since past. Says the girl that always begged mom for her own bed. "You at least were small, I always felt cramped on that bed." Nojiko smiled as Nami gave her an affronted look. "I didn't beg. I gave well thought out reasons as to why a growing girl such as myself should have her own bed." Nami crossed her arms and stuck her nose up in the air, looking away from her sister. A pregnant pause permeated the air before both sisters burst into laughter. Wiping tears from her eyes, Nojiko finally managed to collect herself as both she and Nami had spent several minutes just laughing. "I haven't laughed that hard in who knows how long. I needed that." "Me too." Nami sat down on her own bed before adopting a forlorn look. "I sometimes think those days were nothing more than a fever dream, that time before Arlong. I can barely even remember what it was like before he came and took everything." "I know what you mean. I try to remember what it was like when we were able to smile so freely, without a care in the world." Nojiko sighed, wishing she didn't have to see such a sad look on her sister's face. "You really believe Luffy can take down Arlong?" Nami looked at her sister and then reached up to touch the straw hat that Luffy had left in her care, the treasure he had left in her care. "I don't believe, I know he will." Nami smiled as she plucked the hat off her head to look at the straw hat herself. "That's quite the confidence in him. Is he really such a fierce pirate that you know he can defeat the superhuman strength of fishmen?" Nojiko still wasn't so sure about her temporary captain's strength, unsure of just how exactly Luffy was going to overcome Arlong's physiological advantage. "You won't believe it until you see it for yourself. And even then, well, it took me a bit to come to terms with it." Nami smiled as her thoughts went back to the moment she saw 3 bolts of lightning tear through Buggy the Clown's cannons and destroy the pub in Orange Town. "If only I had accepted it back then, this matter could have been settled already." Nami then stood up and put the hat back on. "You should get ready for bed, it's going to be a long day tomorrow." She then began to walk toward the door. "Not going to bed yet?" Nojiko asked, making Nami stop and shake her head. "No. I still have some duties as navigator to tend to. It'll be a while before I make my way to bed. I'll see you in the morning." Nami then walked out. "Good night, then." Nami heard her sister say before the door closed as she made her way up on deck and was headed toward the kitchen, where she knew Johnny was left to steer the ship with the first watch of the night after dinner. She needed to check her maps and charts against the night sky to verify they were on the correct path to the Konomi Islands. She was just about to turn up the stairs when she noticed a shadowy figure sitting atop Mary's bow. Having a good idea who it was, Nami diverted her destination, her sight set on the raven hair of her captain. "I didn't realize you were on watch tonight," Nami called out as she approached the bow, getting Luffy to turn and look at her. "I decided to let Usopp get some rest. He's still pretty rattled by our battle with the what were they called again? Brig or something pirates. Meh, it doesn't matter, shishy. Luffy laughed as he slid off the bow and landed next to Nami. "I'd think you'd also want to be well rested for when we reach my home." Nami shivered as a light breeze blew the cold sea air around them. "It's fine. I don't sleep much. A side effect of my devil fruit," Luffy told her as he looked out at the blackness of night. "A side effect?" Nami blinked, not sure what to make of that information. "Yeah. I don't really need to sleep to rest anymore. Just need to make sure I'm charged up and I'm good to go." Luffy let an arc of electricity run from one arm to the other to show off his meaning. Nami took a moment to recall if she'd ever actually seen him sleep and realized she hadn't. You don't need to sleep." She blanched at him. It's not that I don't need to sleep so much as I don't need to sleep as much. I can still get sleepy, but it usually takes a long while. And even when I do, I don't need to sleep for very long before I'm well rested. It actually kinda sucks. It's usually pretty boring when everyone is asleep and you're wide awake." "Your power is so weird," Nami deadpanned. "You're weird." Luffy pouted at her, making her giggle at his childish attitude. Patching herself, Nami looked at the still pouting pirate and smiled to herself. "Luffy, thank you." What for?" Luffy popped an eyebrow. For believing me. Most pirates would have abandoned me the moment they found out I was a pirate thief, let alone an officer in another pirate crew. They wouldn't have dropped everything to rush off to fight someone else's battle. Wrong. It's not someone else's battle, the moment you became my navigator it became my fight as well. So you don't need to thank me. Luffy waved her off, not seeing the need to thank him for something he saw as natural. You really aren't like any pirate I've ever met, you know that. Nami quietly said in awe at just how selfless he was. I wouldn't be able to become the pirate king if I was like other pirates, Luffy pointed out smugly. No, you wouldn't, she softly agreed with him. The two stood in comfortable silence as they stared out into the black abyss surrounding the Going Merry, the only sound the crashing waves against Mary's hull. Luffy. I want to tell you about the first time I met a pirate. Luffy looked at her and could tell it wasn't something she really wanted to talk about. He ran a hand through his hair as memories he'd rather forget surged forward. You can tell me as much as you want. I know what it's like to have to serve a pirate against your will. Nami looked at him with wide eyes, not expecting him to say that. But I thought Shanks. Shanks wasn't the only pirate I knew as a kid and I wasn't always a part of Shanks' crew. Luffy sighed as he almost seemed to visibly age in Nami's eyes as he spoke a name he'd just rather forget ever existed. Bluejam of the Bluejam Pirates. He forced Ace and I to work for him for a time. He then scowled. He's the reason Sabo is dead. Luffy, I'm sorry I didn't mean to. It's fine. Besides, Sabo wouldn't want me to get upset every time I brought it up. He'd make fun of me and call me a crybaby. So would Ace actually they were jerks always making fun of me. Well I've become a pirate of renown with a starting bounty bigger than Ace's, so how's that bastards? Luffy roared passionately as Nami just stared at him, amazed at how he dealt with his past traumas. Nami smiled as she looked at him, recognizing this wasn't something he wanted to share but did anyway to make her feel comfortable in sharing her past with him. And she was going to share her past with him. Back on the Baratie she had only given the rest of the crew the gist of her situation with the Arlong pirates. She wanted him to know everything. I was 10 when Arlong came to the Konomi Islands. Back then Nojiko and I didn't have a care in the world. We were the adopted daughters of an ex-marine named. 8 years ago East Blue Konomi Islands. Bellemere, your damn cat was at it again. Genzo pounded on the white door, a young girl with orange hair struggling in his grasp to get away. The door opened to reveal a young woman in her late 20s with short magenta hair, nearly buzzed all the way save for the faux hawk that ran into a small ponytail at the nape of her neck. She wore a light blue button-up with the word mace written across the chest and long blue pants. What is it? Geez you're annoying oh. Welcome home, Nami. I'm back. The girl stopped struggling and looked up at her mother with a bright smile as she tightened her hold on the book she held against her chest. Genzo picked up the small girl, practically shoving her in Bellemere's face as he pointed to the book. Look. This is the 20th time I've caught your cat trying to make off with things that don't belong to her. She's become infamous across the island. So? Bellemere smiled slyly as she sauntered up to the lone sheriff of Kokoyashi village. Surely even you have shoplifted once or twice before. She reached up and playfully patted his face twice. This is why she acts this way. Genzo yelled as a light blush crossed his cheeks. Bellemere sensually ran her hand down his jawline and up to his chin. I'm just kidding. That's fine right? Besides, I'm sure you paid for her, didn't you? Bellemere has blush deepened as the woman brushed up against him. Thanks so much. I don't have money right now, but I'm sure I can pay you later once the children have gone to bed. That way we can play. All night long. Bellemere sultrily punctuated each word as Genzo's entire face burned red. Genzo stood ramrod straight for a few moments before he quickly backed away from the seductress a few yards away. Don't be saying things like that. Nami burst into laughter while Bellemere raised her hand to her face in order to stifle her own laugh. Look at you blush. Looking down at her giggling daughter Bellemere bent down so she was face to face with the girl. Oh. And why are you laughing? Nami's laughter died as she realized her mother wasn't letting her off the hook so easily. Oh Zero. Do it again and you'll get 100 spankings. Bellemere crossed her arms, a stern look on her face as she sat down at the outside table where the navigation book her daughter had attempted to steal lay. Nami clutched her head in pain from the bonk her mother had given her for shoplifting again. I'm sorry. Small tears formed in Nami's eyes, hating the look Bellemere was giving her. It always made her feel bad. But I really wanted this book. If you wanted it, why didn't you tell me? I would have bought it for you. Bellemere raised an eyebrow, curious as to why her daughter thought she needed to steal everything in sight. Because you wouldn't have bought it for me. The small girl turned away from her mother, finding the ground more interesting to stare at. Of course I would have. I do have some cash stored away, you don't need to steal things Nami. Worry fell over the former marine at the revelation that Nami didn't believe she would buy her things. But the villagers said the climate's been so good lately that you can get tons of tangerines from any old field, and our tangerines won't sell good cause they don't go up in value. The girl revealed the rumor she'd overheard from the last few weeks. They can mind their own business. Bellemere scowled, upset that pointless rumor-mongering had led her daughter to a life of crime. You're so dumb, Nami. Nojiko stepped out of the house just in time to overhear her sisters worry about their family's financial problems. I would have stolen it way better. The blue-haired girl smugly admitted, unimpressed by her younger sister getting caught stealing again. 2 bonks to each girl's head had both of them clutching their head in agony. I said no stealing. Bellemere couldn't help her brow from twitching. I was joking. Nojiko cried out, not finding it fair that she joined her sister in punishment. That hurts. Nami cried, rubbing her sore scalp. Bellemere stared at them for a moment before laughing as she diverted her gaze to the navigation book. But you know, there's one thing for sure. The maps Nami draws sure are amazing. Bellemere pulled out one of the maps Nami had recently drawn from her pocket and opened it up as both girls came up next to her to look at it. You've really gotten better at this, Nami. No one would believe a little kid had drawn such a detailed map of the island. When did you draw a map of the island? I thought you were still doing sea charts. Nojiko looked from the map to her sister. A day ago. I got bored of sea charts so I went out and borrowed a book on land charting. Nami didn't dare look up at her mother. Bellemere raised her arm, making both girls flinch before relaxing as their mother patted Nami's head. Well, whoever let you borrow their book would be surprised at how well you've done. Though I'm sure they would want it back soon, right Nami? Right. Nami nodded quickly, she then looked at the navigation book that Genzo had kindly gotten for her after she realized she couldn't afford it at the bookstore and beamed at her mother and sister. I'm also starting to study navigation now too. Which is why Jen bought me that book. So I could study better. Well, wasn't that nice of him to help your dream come true, nah? Bellemere smirked at Nami's manipulation of the truth despite the fact Genzo did indeed pay for the young girl after catching her trying to steal it. More like Jen just wanted to impress mom by paying for Nami instead of throwing her in jail. Nojiko giggled before clutching her head in agony from the bonk she received from her mother. Ow. You know I'm not wrong. You're not, but that doesn't mean you have to spell out Jen's feelings for him. Bellemere giggled, knowing quite well the crush the sheriff held for her. If he wanted to express his undying love for me, he'd do it himself and not through your smart remarks. Mom likes Jen too. Nami remarked, sniggering at Bellemere's reaction. And what if I do? I'm nothing more than a poor maid in taking care of her 2 wayward brats. I don't have time for a man too cowardly to woo me himself. All 3 burst into laughter at Genzo's expense. Hey mom? Nami suddenly asked as the 3-member family calmed down from their laughter. Yes, Nami? Has anyone ever drawn a map of the whole world? Not that I'm aware of. The world's a pretty big place and many new islands are discovered in the Grand Line all the time. Bellemere smiled at the girl. Are you saying you want to be the first to map the world? Yes. I want to be the first one to do it. To map out the entire world. Nami jumped up and down in excitement. Then I'm sure if anyone can, you can. Oh Zero. It was a rainy afternoon that found the small family of 3 eating inside, 2 full plates of food set before the 2 girls, whilst Bellemere sewed a dress for Nami, taking a sliced up tangerine as her lunch. Hey, mom. Nami called from across the table as she took a bite out of the fish she and Nojiko had been given to eat for lunch that day. Bellemere didn't look up from her task. She was close to finishing the addition she'd added to Nojiko's old dress for Nami. I noticed you haven't been eating meals lately, Nami pointed out, concerned about her mother not getting enough to eat while she and Nojiko had somewhat full meals. Bellemere spared a glance at her daughter before smiling the concern away. I'm on a diet at the moment. Tangerines are all I need. I don't need to eat either, Nojiko spoke up, also concerned about her mom's health. I can eat less of my meals so you can have some too. And what do you need to go on a diet for? Have you finally taken an interest in a boy? Bellemere teased. Kids need to eat a full meal to grow up right. You both make sure to eat everything on your plates. Why do you keep lying? You don't have any food because we don't have any money. Nojiko yelled, frustrated at Bellemere's insistence to dance around the subject. Really, Nami's concern grew at the revelation, her fears about their mother's finances all but confirmed. You're suffering so that we can. Diet. I'm just on a diet. You shouldn't underestimate the beautifying power of tangerines. Now, stop your worrying and eat, young lady. Bellemere once again dodged their concerns as she held up the dress she'd been working on so diligently. Here you are, Nami. All done. The pink dress that was once merely decorated by a sunflower had now been transformed into a lion and the words "I am lion" sewn around it. It's a super custom-made Bellemere brand. Bellemere was quite proud of how far her sewing capabilities had come over the last 9 years since she'd taken in the girls as her own. Nami frowned at the dress, unhappy about where it came from. Another hand-me-down from Nojiko. Bellemere stood up and walked around the table, ushering Nami to get out of her seat so she could make sure the dress fit nicely on the growing girl. Yes, it looks good on you, Nami. Bellemere handed it over to her to try on. This line used to be a sunflower. Nami critically eyed the design as she held the dress up. It can't be helped. You're 2 years younger than me, you know. Nojiko pointed out, hoping Nami would just accept the stupid dress and be grateful for it. Age has nothing to do with it. I want new clothes too. Nami complained. Mine are old too, you know. You get my stuff cause you're my baby sister. I'm not even your real sister. We're not related by blood. Smack. Nami felt a stinging sensation envelope her face as she tumbled to the floor. Bellemere ignored the sting in her hand as she stared down at her daughter. So what if you're not related by blood? Never say anything stupid like that again. Nami held her stinging cheek as she meekly stood up. Whatever, you're not our real mother, either. Tears welled up in her eyes as she scowled at both Bellemere and Nojiko. You'd be better off without us, wouldn't you? That way you could eat more, buy new dresses, and live however you want. I wish someone richer had adopted me instead. Bellemere felt her blood run cold. Is that so? Bellemere turned her back on the crying girl. Fine. Do whatever. If you hate this house that much, then leave. Stop it. Don't say that. Nojiko yelled at her mother, angry that she would even say something like that. You don't mean it. I will leave. Nami ran out into the pouring rain, not looking back. Nami, don't go. Nojiko cried out as she ran after her, only to stop at the entryway, not seeing her younger sister anywhere. Nami. Nami. Oh, Zero. So, coming here from the outskirts of the village is running away, huh? Genzo laughed as he toweled off the absolutely drenched Nami. Picking up a freshly heated cup of milk, he offered it to her. Here, drink up before it gets cold. Taking the cup, Nami simply held it as she looked down at the steaming cup. Bellemere would be happier if we were gone. Bellemere, huh? Genzo noted as the young girl usually addressed Bellemere as mom. And what makes you think that? Raising 2 kids costs a lot of money. And everyone in the village dislikes her because she lets me get away with stealing things. Nami looked away, feeling responsible for how the village treated Bellemere. So now you consider how others feel. You must be getting older. Genzo chuckled as he smiled warmly at her. I wouldn't worry about things like that. Bellemere has never been a saint, especially when she was your age. Bellemere was? Nami looked back at the sheriff in surprise. She was. Was quite the shock when she took off to join the Marines out of the blue one day. Said pirates have to pay for slaughtering innocent people and just up and left, Genzo informed the young girl. Bellemere was a Marine. Nami never knew that. The violence she'd suffered throughout her childhood suddenly made sense. That's right. And after one particular battle, where she was gravely wounded, she told me that she felt her time to die had finally come. Oh, Zero. Bellemere stared at her hand, a thinly lit cigarette hanging from her mouth, as she and Nojiko sat in silence. Mom, we are the 3 of us are a family. I know Nami feels the same. She didn't mean what she said, and I know you didn't either. Nojiko broke the silence, unable to keep her feelings in. Bellemere closed her eyes for a moment before she smiled to herself. Nojiko, you're growing up before my eyes. You're right, that was really immature of me. She pulled the brunette into a hug and gently rubbed her hair. Could you go bring Nami back for me? I'll have a super delicious supper ready before you get back. Nojiko stared at her mother for a moment before nodding her head. Okay. Oh, Zero. Nami, the 3 of you have a bond that's far deeper than any real family. Nami stared at Genzo as he finished telling her how Bellemere had come to adopt her daughters after finding them in a Warden port city that had been raided by pirates. I didn't know any of that. Nami whispered quietly, the feeling of shame filling her up. Mom is living because of me and Nojiko. I figured it was time that you did. You and Nojiko are very precious to her. The 3 of you shouldn't be fighting like that. Genzo smiled as he leaned against his counter. Nami. There you are. I figured you'd come here. Nojiko stepped into the sheriff's office, the rain finally having let up as the sun began to shine down on the island once more. Nojiko. Nami looked at her sister, still feeling bad about the things she'd said. Come on. Mom said she was going to make us a really yummy supper. Nojiko ran up to her sister and grabbed her hand to lead her back home. Go on, you little cat. And make sure you apologize when you get back. I don't want to hear any more about fighting between the 3 of you. Genzo thumbed at the door and the 2 girls ran out together. Nami grinned and nodded her head as she passed him by. I think Mom is going to make an omelet with tangerines. Nojiko excitedly exclaimed in hopes that their mother would. Really, Nami felt her stomach rumble at the thought. Omelette with tangerines was her favorite. Yeah. Now come on, we don't want. Pirates. Pirates are coming. The cry was heard all around the island as life in the village of Kokoyashi was forever changed. Oh Zero. Delicious. Nothing's quite like my special tangerine sauce. Bellemere had stars in her eyes as she licked the sauce from her finger. 10 more minutes for the duck in the oven. Got the side of vegetables and the stew is boiling. Now just some fried rice omelets and everything's ready. This'll be a big blow to our family budget. Knock. Knock. Oh, are they back? Bellemere smirked as she had long since noticed the shadows running back and forth from her windows. Knock knock. It's unlocked, come on in. It was silent for a moment before the doors were pushed open. Pardon me. A tall figure stepped into the abode. Pale blue skin, a saw-like nose, and a fish fin protruding from the long mane of dark black hair. Arlong the Saw looked around the small house, noticing the food that was being prepared but not the cook preparing it. Huh? Slam. A foot smashed into his chin as he was knocked back out of the house, Bellemere riding his body, rifle in hand, as he fell to the ground. Click. Arlong looked up the rifle that was now stuffed in his mouth at the cocksure human that was smoking a thin cigarette. What a shame for you. I'm a former Marine. What brings Grand Line pirates all the way out to the humble Konomi Islands in the East Blue? Surrounding her were numerous fishmen. One of them with an elongated mouth started laughing. The rest followed suit. I seem to be missing the joke because I don't see how what I said was funny. Bellemere scowled as she shoved the gun deeper into Arlong's mouth. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed with his men. What you said wasn't funny. What they're laughing at is this. Chomp. Bellemere's eyes widened as she watched the pirate biter rifle closed so her rounds couldn't exit the barrel without exploding first. What the hell? Powerless. 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 How powerless your inferior species is. Arlong just smiled evilly at her as he shoved her off of him and down onto the ground as he stood up. Well, former Marine, that was one hell of a kick you greeted me with. How about I greet you in kind? Bellemere felt the wind knocked out of her as the pirate kicked her in the gut, her eyes going wide as she nearly lost consciousness. You know, I really hate Marines. Always so annoying, spouting off about justice that injustice this. Well, how about this for justice? Arlong slammed his foot down onto her elbow. Ah! Bellemere screamed as the bones were crushed beneath his heel. Arlong lifted his knee to reveal the purple bruising forming along her skin and slammed his foot back down, digging his heel deep into the ground. Searing white-hot pain shot through body as another scream ripped from her throat. Gah! Arlong continued to stomp on the ground, pulverizing the broken arm, his goal to turn bone to dust. It's no good. These guys are real monsters. I'm going to be killed. Nojiko. Nami. I'm sorry I couldn't be a better mother to you. Bellemere's vision was blurring and she could no longer feel anything below the elbow in her left arm. Bellemere. This is no time to die due to some misplaced sense of justice. The group of fishmen turned toward the voice of Genzo marching up to them from down the road. Bellemere turned her head but couldn't see him due to the blood running into her right eye from a wound on her forehead. Some issues can be solved with money. Isn't that right? 100,000 berries per adult is what you demanded. Genzo asked as he stopped just short of Bellemere. That's right, Marine girl. 100,000 per adult. 50,000 per kid. If you can pay for your whole family, I'll let you live. You should be thanking me for even telling you. Arlong sneered at her. My whole family? Bellemere tried to lift herself off her stomach but was unable to of her own volition. Genzo bent down and helped her turn over and pulled her into his lap. Quietly, he whispered. That's 200,000 total. How much do you own, altogether? A little over 100,000. Bellemere didn't have enough for all 3 members of her family. It was her or the girls. Hey, there's a meal for 3 people in here. An octopus fishman had stuck his head out from Bellemere's home, walking in after smelling something burning, and held 3 fingers up on one of his 6 arms. Arlong couldn't have been more delighted at the news. Oh, a family of 3, huh? Damn it. Genzo's eyes widened but was quick to respond. Oh. I almost forgot that a friend and I were invited over for dinner tonight. Come, Bellemere. Hurry and pay your amount. Luckily you have exactly 100,000. Our delicious food's going to get cold otherwise. Bellemere looked up at him in appreciation. Jen. But that everyone in the village is spared, thank goodness. And all of you made quite the haul. You must have good fortune. Genzo needed the fishmen to believe his lie. He needed them to leave so they could figure out what to do about the girls before they were discovered. It's true. This woman isn't married, nor has she birthed any children. She's single and without family, according to the village register. Karubi had pulled out the register they'd taken from when they arrived at the village in order to ensure no one tried cheating them out of their dues. I see. Fine, go get your payment marine girl, and we'll let you live. Arlong felt disappointment at the loss of revenue, but at least they had wrung every last berry out of the human-infested village. Helping Bellemere to her feet, Genzo nodded at the fishman. Give us just a moment to get it. He slung Bellemere's bad arm over his shoulders and helped her back into the small house. Arlong followed them to the doorway and leaned against it as he watched them shuffle around to the various places Bellemere hid her money. It wasn't long until they stood before him, watching him count the amount they'd presented out. And 100,000. Thank you for your business. Shahahaha. The fishman began to walk away, motioning for his men to follow him. Thank goodness. Now they won't kill. Bellemere clutched her destroyed arm with her good one and couldn't help but feel wrong about it all. The further the pirates walked away, the worse her feeling got. Wait. Bellemere called out to the pirates, who all stopped and looked back at her. Who said I was paying for myself? Genzo's eyes widened as he gasped out at the foolish act happening before him. What are you doing? Don't tell them. He hissed quietly at her, not believing his ears. Add 100,000 for my 2 daughters. I don't have enough for me. Bellemere just didn't feel right, denying her family's existence. I'm sorry Jen, I just can't say that I don't have a family. Even if it costs me my life. Sure, we're not related by blood, but we're a family. They're my kids. Mom. Bursting from the brush, both Nami and Nojiko ran up to Bellemere and crashed into her, holding her tight as she bent down to pull both girls into her embrace as best she could. Agonizingly she moved her left arm to wrap around Nami's shaking form as tears welled up in her eyes. I wanted to buy you both much more books and clothes, I'm sorry. I was never able to do anything mother-like for either of you. That's not true. Nojiko yelled as she buried her head into Bellemere's shoulder, drenching Bellemere's shirt with her tears. We don't need anything. Just don't die. Nami cried as she tightened her embrace around her mother's waist. Stay with us forever. Nojiko tightened her own embrace, afraid to let go of her mother. I want you to see the map I draw of the world. Nami's muffled voice was only clear to Bellemere, who more felt the demand than heard it. Yes, your map. Nami, definitely make your dream come true. Bellemere bit her lip to keep from crying out in agony as she pet her daughter's hair. So these are your daughters, I take it. Arlong stood tall above the family of 3, several of his men at his back. Both girls turned to look up at the various fishmen, fear in their eyes. That's right. Promise me you won't lay a hand on them. Of course. I always abide by my deals with money. Since you failed to procure 200,000 berries for your little family here, I'm going to have to kill all 3 of you. Shahahaha. Arlong laughed as Bellemere stared up at him in shock. But that's not. That's exactly our deal. I told you if you paid for your whole family I'd let you live. You failed to do that. So unless those brats of yours got 50,000 each, all 3 of you will have to die. Otherwise, you detestable humans will think that you can sacrifice yourselves when times get tough. And that just won't do. It's all or none. You damn pirate. Genzo pulled out 2 pistols he'd been hiding and fired at Arlong, only for his shots to be blocked by Karubi's thick-skinned arm fins. Before Genzo could react, the fishman had drawn his sword and slashed open Genzo's chest. Jen. The 2 girls cried out as they watched their father figure fall to the ground. TCH, damn it. Bellemere shoved her daughters into the open doorway of her house, not noticing the piece of paper that fell from her pocket. Please, I'm begging you, spare them. They paid you their 50,000 berries. I'm the only one that hasn't paid up. I'm the only one that needs to die today. Sorry, I can't do that. You humans like to get nasty ideas in your heads, and I need to show you all that I'm not to be lied to. Ever. All 3 of you die, huh? Lying open-faced at Bellemere's heel was a hand-drawn map. What's this? Arlong reached down and picked it up and inspected it. It was perfect. A perfectly hand-drawn map unlike anything he'd seen before save in the extremely expensive navigational charts the Navy had on ships he'd raided in the past. Who drew this? Bellemere's eyes widened at his interest in her daughter's map. No, he can't be, he can't know. I did. 2 voices spoke up. Huh? Arlong looked between the marine woman and the small orange-haired girl, both having claimed ownership of the map. Well, which one of you is it? And remember, I don't like being lied to. He drew his pistol from his waistband, cocking it as he pointed it at Bellemere. The map is mine. I was a navigator in the Marines. I've been teaching my daughter here and there, but that map is one I drew of this island. She must think it's one of hers. I usually go around showing off her work to the villagers. But she still has a long way to go before she reaches that level. Bellemere didn't care that she was lying. He must not know her skill. Any pirate alive would kill to have a cartographer of her capability. It's mine. I drew that. Please, I'll draw you more. Just promise not to hurt my mom. Nami pleaded, not understanding that it was best to remain quiet. Nami, be quiet. Bellemere hissed at the girl before looking back at the pirate. Please, she's just scared and doesn't know what she's saying. I drew that map, so leave her alone. The Navy trained me to be a world-class navigator and cartographer. I'm the one you want. No, I did. I worked really hard on it. I promised to make more. Just please leave my mom alone. Nami cried, tears falling at her feet as she begged for her mother's life. Enough. Arlong's eye twitched as he grew fed up with the two. One of you drew this map and one of you is lying. I told you that I hate liars. And it's clear to me that your story holds more weight, Marine girl. The pirate moved his arm as he took aim at the crying little orange-haired girl, rage filling him as he saw a brown-haired girl instead. Detestable little bitch. He pulled the trigger. No. Pain filled Bellemere's body as the bullet penetrated the lower center of her back and suddenly felt nothing as she fell to the ground, blood flowed from the wound. Mom. Mommy. Nojiko and Nami rushed to their mother's side, shaking her prone body to get any kind of response from her. Nojiko Nami Bellemere's vision faded to black, the silent cries of her daughters burned into her retinas. I guess we'll have to see if you were telling the truth after all, huh, girly. Arlong's massive webbed hand wrapped around Nami's body as he ripped her away from her family. Nami. Nojiko reached out for her sister, terror in her eyes as she watched her sister be taken from her as well. I promise. I promise to draw as many maps as you want if you save my mom. They'll be the best in the world because I'm going to draw the first map of the world ever. So please, save my mom and they're all yours. Nami looked the fishman dead in the eye, shoving down her fear in order to make a deal with the pirate. Arlong stared at the little girl. More accurately, he stared just beyond her where he saw the ghostly apparition of his dead brother, throwing that faded pistol overboard, bound to help the little human in their charge. The unending hate in his black heart ebbed for the briefest of moments. If you make even one mistake, I'll eat her in front of you. Hachi. Grab the marine girl and take her back to the ship and see what can be done about that wound. I won't have my deals broken by a pathetic human that wasn't strong enough to survive being shot. Arlong snarled as he turned and stomped away, Nami firmly in his grasp. As for you, you better be able to keep your end of the deal, girl. Nami. Nojiko cried out, staring between the octopus man picking up her mother and the shark man walking away with her sister, unsure which one to go after. Stay here, Nojiko. I'll be back soon, I promise. Nami reassured as she watched her mother be taken elsewhere. Neither sister would see each other for over a year. Going merry present. Luffy stared up at the night sky, his hair and his eyes blacking them out as Nami continued on with her harrowing past. To his credit, he did manage to save mom but there were complications. His ship's doctor was only able to stop the bleeding, he couldn't pull out the bullet. It had become lodged in her lower spine and removing it would be worse than leaving it. She can't walk anymore. And he took advantage of that. Nami looked down as tears stained her cheeks. When he took me, he made me draw a few maps to see if I really was the one that had drawn the map that had fallen out of mom's pocket. I don't think he'd been happier in his life when he looked over the first maps I drew for him. I'll never forget that shark-toothed smile he gave me. It had been a few days since he'd taken us and had refused to tell me anything about mom or when I would get to go home. He just told me to keep drawing or mom would die. That went on for a year, that was when he made me an official member of his crew and branded me with this. Nami seethed as she looked at the Jolly Roger that was staining her skin. Luffy sighed, glanced at the brand on his navigator's arm. A scowl crawled across his face as he looked at it. A bolt of electricity ran across his body. I didn't get to see mom until a little while after that. I didn't get to see her for an entire year. He just kept me locked in that fucking room drawing maps over and over again. I did try to sabotage the maps where I could, but he caught on quickly enough. To get me to stop, he offered me a deal. If I managed to amass 200 million berries, he'd sell the village and mom to me. I could buy them separately or in one lump sum, it didn't matter to him. I've spent the last 7 years robbing every pirate in the East Blue to just barely came up short of 100 million. That's why I wanted the map of the Grand Line that Boogie stole. The pirates in the Grand Line are said to have vast fortunes that make 200 million berries look like pocket change. Chances are I'd only have to rob 1 or 2 of them to reach my goal. Nami was cut off as she suddenly found herself wrapped in Luffy's arms. Nami, if you tell me any more, I don't know what I'll do, but I won't be able to go along with your plan. Luffy's embrace tightened around her as he ground his teeth, doing everything in his power to prevent the veritable explosion of millions of volts from bursting out in his rage. If you tell me any more, I'll end up destroying your entire home island. Nami's eyes widened at that. No one in her entire life had ever been angry on her behalf before. Not like this. She could feel him trembling with rage. He was legitimately upset over her past. She couldn't help the small smile as she embraced him back. Luffy, it's okay. We can't change it, you can't change it. I've come to terms with it. It doesn't matter. Anyone that hurts my friends has to pay, no matter the reason, Luffy ground out, parroting the philosophy the red hair pirates had ingrained in him. Tears began to soak his shirt as his navigator silently cried in his arms. But she didn't remain silent for long. We're going to make him pay for everything he's ever done. East Blue Konomi Island's Arlong Park. Bellemere continued to look out at the night sky from the lavish room in Arlong Park that constituted her cell of 7 years. Nami had negotiated for her to be given better treatment since she was the mother of Arlong's navigator as part of her daughter's deal to join up with the pirate's crew. Though the true prison was the wheelchair she was now bound to for the rest of her life. In her lap lay a picture of herself and 2 girls, one with blue hair and the other with orange, all of them smiling. The only picture of her small family all together at once. Nojiko Nami, wherever you are right now, I hope you're both happy. It had been 2 weeks now since Arlong barged into her cell to let her know that the villagers of Kokoyashi had been thwarted in an attempt to rebel against his rule. Most of the villagers had been killed while a few had been taken prisoner and were now waiting for execution in Arlong's prison beneath Arlong Park. Arlong decided that he'd had enough of rebellion and the silly notion that humans could fight against the superiority of fishmen and was making the executions public, with the entirety of the Konomi Islands forced to attend. Everyone was to see the fate that awaited them should they try to fight against Arlong. Sighing to herself, Bellemere turned away from the window as she rolled herself to bed. She would need her sleep for tomorrow. It would be a long day of being forced to watch the people she grew up with be executed at the whims of her demented captor. 16th Branch Marine Base, Garp's ship, East Blue. 000 the next morning 000. Vice Admiral, we've arrived at the 16th Branch Base, Bogard reported to the sleeping Garp. The giant of a man just kept snoring, causing his assistant to sigh. Luffy's here. Waha, where is he? That disrespectful, the snoring Garp shot to his feet, the chair crashing to the floor as he spun around, ignoring the drool on his face. The slender marine coughed to get his superior's attention. As I was saying, we've arrived at the base, sir. We can offload the prisoners at any time. What, can't you men take care of such trivial things? Garp scoffed, finally wiping the drool from his mouth. Of course we can, came the crisp reply. But something's off. This is, for all intents and purposes, a relatively out-of-the-way place in a quiet part of the East Blue. And? The older man picked at his ear, seemingly disinterested. It's too nice. Wahahaha. Are you jealous of these base-bound recruits? Garp doubled over, tears in his eyes as he pointed mockingly at the other marine. HMPH. Bogard tilted his hat forward, irritated. Ah, fine, fine. Garp let the disapproval roll off him easily. Go ahead and take a look around. Let the men have a breather while you're at it. Just remember, we're not here to waste time. We need to go after that no-good grandson of mine, the sooner the better. The older man turned his head, gazing out into the distance, sighing lightly. Captain Izumi's office, 16th Branch Marine Base. Another marine ship. Bah, I don't have time to deal with these trivialities. It's almost time to make another visit to my business partner, Chichichi. The captain of the 16th Branch Base, Captain Izumi, was reclining in a plush chair, a bottle of fine wine opened on the desk before him. Ah, I thought being assigned out here in the boonies would be the worst, but who would have guessed how lucky I'd be. He slowly swirled the wine in his glass as he gazed at the disembarking marines disdainfully. It's too bad I have to deal with this rabble. He quickly drained his glass before moving to pour another. Still, there should be a big payday coming up soon. Maybe I can finally get out of here with that little nest egg. The doors to his office slamming open shocked him out of his musings. What is the meaning of this? The captain's voice squeaked in irritation. See Captain Izumi. That ship that just docked. Yes, he cut the man off. Another marine ship, nothing to worry about. It's Vice Admiral Garp's ship. The nervous marine shouted out, leaving the office in deathly silence. Www what? Why is he here? Izumi began panicking. The hero of the Marines, the one who constantly fought against and cornered the Pirate King, Monkey D. Garp is here. I'm sorry, a third voice cut in, drawing Izumi's eyes to the open doorway behind his subordinate. There stood a tall thin Marine, dressed in a tan suit and fedora underneath his Marine cloak. Is there a problem with the Vice Admiral making a stop here? DP problem? No problem, the rat-like captain spluttered as he shot up out of his chair. I was merely surprised, that's all, Izumi explained as he approached the other Marine, wringing his hands incessantly. What can we do for the illustrious hero of the Marines? Tilting his hat down to shade his eyes, Bogard properly entered the office. We're here to offload several captured pirates. They can be passed along to the main base when you have the time. Of course, right away. Izumi sent a glare over at his subordinate who was still standing by the door, who threw him a salute before hightailing it out of there. We also need to replenish some of our supplies. We've got a decent trip ahead of us, after all, and don't have a lot of time to stop. I hope it won't be too much trouble. Not at all, sir. We'll have everything you need brought aboard ASAP, Nezumi promised with a smile. Thankfully they won't be staying. I need to get them out of here as fast as I can. Very good. Bogard smiled, hand reaching into his coat and pulling out a list of needed supplies. I've taken the liberty of making a list myself. Let me know if there are any issues, he said, passing the papers over to the captain. Quickly scanning through the sheafs of paper, Nezumi inwardly sneered. I suppose even a vice admiral's rank doesn't guarantee a luxurious life. I can easily get a hold of everything here. Turning to the taller man, the captain handed back the list. The list looks fine. We should be able to get everything ready in no time so you and the vice admiral can get back to your business. That's a relief to hear, Bogard exclaimed, letting out a breath. Considering how far off the main trade routes we are, there's no way a small branch base like this would normally be able to get even half of these items. Izumi froze as a chill shot up his spine. What? I wonder. Bogard leaned forward, towering over the smaller marine. How's business? Garp's ship, 16th Branch Marine Base. And the most troubling thing is this business partner of his, Bogard reported to the bored-looking Garp. Where do they find these wishy-washy recruits without a moral bone in their body? Sengoku is really falling down on the job if fools like this are being promoted, the vice admiral grumbled. That old codger is going to get a good earful from me. Sir, I know we're chasing after your grandson, but I think we may need to make a quick detour, the thin man continued. Not happening, Garp immediately shot back. He's one of the former Sun pirates, Arlong. Fine. But this is the only one, got it? Garp cracked his neck as he glared out across the sea. Just you wait, Luffy. Gramps will catch you soon enough and beat the pirate right out of you. The bee continued. Want to support us? Head on over to my profile page where you can find the link to my Patreon and get access to chapter 12 right now. Completely optional as always. Hi guys. Just wanted to say hi is all. Oh, and Arc 1 was officially completed. Arc 2 is now in production. We're going to Alabasta baby. Well, not quite yet. I suppose there's some pit stops we have to make along the way that include a whale, a blue-haired princess, and a talking reindeer. Maybe a giant or two if you behave. For all those who have read up to here and have supported both myself and Lord of the Morning with this very crazy idea of rewriting a story over 1,000 chapters long and still going strong, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do value all of your reviews, good or bad, as they help me keep going and doing my best to give you not just quality content but the best content we can provide. Also, holy shit, the Egghead Island arc is bananas. I won't talk about it here, cause spoilers for you non-manga readers, but each chapter has turned everything on its head weekly. It's also been a godsend for this story as well. And since it's been a minute, review responses. The fanscript. I'm pleased that we were able to meet your standards. There's a little cleanup that needs to happen with some consistency issues in the early chapters, but we've taken great care to make sure that the changes we've made carry world heavyweight. Wings of a butterfly and all that. Each chapter always starts by asking, and how does this change everything that happened? And yes, Bellemere is alive. More just for the sake of being a little different than most others that rewrite One Piece. Also, Lord of the Morning is happy you enjoy his Sanji as he's written most of the Sanji scenes. HISSCCRETLOVER 18. Happy to see you back and I hope Genzo makes it as well. Who doesn't love pinwheel pops? DRYNDAMER 95. Glad you're enjoying the story. There's more to come, much more. This ride has only begun. An AMI for life. I fought for Jin to join the crew. Lord of the Morning just wasn't having it. And while he may not have joined, he may come back one day, who knows. And yes, Arlong did something a little more dastardly. Cause he's a prick. Unfortunately, the villagers of Kokoyashi had no way of knowing that rescue is on the way. Exra. Johnny and Yasaku. Sad to hear they're your hang-up, but to each their own. We do have plans for them and we do like a good character growth. Hopefully you'll stop in again and see where we go with them. Silic. No. Noxum. Glad you enjoyed the story. Luffy will always be his stupid goofball self. It's who he is and it's why we love him. No need to change that. But this Luffy has seen some shit. And he plans on getting into a ton of messes. Starlit Blaze. Mower has arrived. East Blue Merry Go. Zoro stared out at the open ocean, the morning sun just cresting over the horizon, clutching a small piece of black fabric. His breath hitched occasionally as his chest rebelled in pain against the idea of standing upright. His upper torso was still fully wrapped in bandages with a slight tinge of pink seeping through that followed along his newly acquired scar. And despite the pain of having slipped out of his cot as the morning sun rose over the merry-go, the only thing on his mind was his duel with the world's greatest swordsman and his final words. You shouldn't live so hastily, young one. Mihawk watched as his opponent fell onto his back for the final time. Looking at the prone form of Zoro, who was struggling to remain conscious, Mihawk addressed him. It's still too early for you to die. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Learn about yourself. Learn about the world. And become strong. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this seat of the strongest and wait for you. Surpass this sword. Try to surpass me. Hirono Zoro. As if in response to Mihawk's words, Zoro shakily lifted Wado Ichimonji into the air with one hand. Luffy. Did I disappoint you? He strained to shout out. You need no less than the world's greatest swordsman, right? His eyes closed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. I swear I will not be defeated ever again. He briefly paused as a cough racked his injured body. Until the day I defeat him and become a master swordsman, I'll never be defeated. Got any problems with that king of the pirates? What is it that I'm missing? What do I need to cross the ravine from where I am now to the world's strongest? Shaking his head, Zoro looked down at his lone white sheathed blade, the missing weight of his broken other swords, causing him to frown. I was right, it just doesn't feel right to only have one sword. Drawing Wado Ichimonji, Zoro continued to frown as he thought back to the voice he'd heard during his fight with Mihawk. Was that really you speaking to me or am I just going crazy? The image of a short-haired girl danced through his mind. Ah. All this thinking isn't going to change anything. Zoro shook his head as he sheathed his sword, the urge to start swinging it until he collapsed was tempting, but the witch had already put a stop to that earlier in the morning, when she'd caught him already training since before sunrise. The lumps on the back of his head were still pulsing in pain. And she says she's looking out for my well-being. I hear that thinking too much is bad for you. Luffy's voice sounded off from right next to him, making the swordsman jump and causing the pirate captain to laugh at his first mate's expense. Shushi. Damn it Luffy, don't do that. Zoro barked while Luffy continued to laugh. But it's hilarious every time I do it. Luffy brought his chuckling under control. Besides, you looked like you needed something else to focus on. Zoro looked to the side as he said nothing. Luffy gave his first mate a hard look before he quietly asked, it was frightening right? Zoro popped a brow upward as he returned his gaze back to Luffy. How strong Mihawk is. It's frightening. To know there are guys like that in this world that are so far above you that all that can be said is that it's frightening. I remember how scared I was the first time I came up against someone like that. I thought I was going to die, and when I didn't all I could think about was how it was even possible to reach that level. How anyone at all could reach that level. It just doesn't seem possible, even now. Luffy turned and stared out at the ocean blue, a jolt of electricity arsing out of him. You know him? How? Zoro critically asked. He would seek out Shanks every now and again and challenge him to a duel. According to Mihawk they're rivals, but Shanks usually just laughs whenever he says that and forces him to drink together, Luffy deadpanned as he picked his nose. Honestly they're more drinking buddies than rivals if you ask me. Zoro just stared at Luffy. What? You expect me to believe that the world's strongest swordsman is not only rivals with but also gets bullied into drinking by one of the emperors of the sea? Pretty sure I just did, didn't I? Luffy tilted his head not seeing the problem. I've accepted a lot of the bullshit you've said so far, but I draw the line at this. What do you want me to say? They're drinking buddies and disguise their get-togethers with duels. They hardly even fight in comparison to how much they drink. I swear they just stand across from each other for a few minutes, Shanks laughs while Mihawk glares, and then they drink for the rest of the night. Luffy shrugged. Right, Zoro deadpanned, still giving his captain a funny look. You know I don't have to pass on Mihawk's message to you. Luffy pouted as he crossed his arms. Message? Zoro questioned sharply, his full focus now on Luffy. He said if you want to become stronger, you need to go back to the beginning. The beginning? The beginning of what? Zoro's mind raced as he tried to figure out what the warlord meant. Hell if I know. He's always cryptic like that. But I'm sure you'll figure it out. He wouldn't have said anything if he didn't think you were capable. Zoro was about to speak when he was cut off from the helm. Luffy, Mosshead, we're getting close to the islands. Nami Swan wants us to gather in the kitchen. Sanji yelled out, his head poking out from the meeting room. Let's hope he's right then. For now, I do believe we have some fish to fry. Zoro's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he stalked off towards the helm with Luffy following close behind him. The two walked in to find the rest of the crew already gathered around the dining table, with Sanji standing at the kitchenette preparing breakfast for everyone and Johnny standing at the helm. Good, we can get started, Nami said as she watched Luffy sit down next to her while Zoro sat down against the wall. First order of business is does everyone remember their roles? She looked around as everyone nodded. Good. It won't be long until we reach the Konomi Islands and we have to deal with our first obstacle. Mamu. Mo what? Usopp raised a brow as he tried to figure out what exactly a Mamu was. The giant sea cow that Arlong brought with him from the Grand Line. Mamu is the main reason escape has been near impossible all these years. Jen and I were lucky that monster didn't discover us when we ran, Nojiko said, causing Usopp to shake. I am vetoing this mission right now. Fishman was already close to the line. Giant sea cows is the line and I'm not crossing it. I wonder if it falls under beef or fish, Sanji pondered as he continued to prepare breakfast. It's a fish, and yes, you are crossing that line. Normally Mamu destroys any ship that gets within 10 kilometers of the islands. Thankfully, you have me. Mamu was trained to recognize me whenever I returned from procuring goods. It wouldn't do for Mamu to kill Arlong's prized navigator on her way home, now would it? Nami spit out, disgusted with calling herself Arlong's prized anything. And we will be seeing Mamu. He typically hangs out near the port attached to Arlong Park before noon when Hachi feeds him. We're sailing straight for the port specifically to get Mamu's attention. I see. You're creating an opening for Sanji and I to sneak onto the island on the dinghy you had the chefs of the Baratie load onto the ship. Nojiko pieced together from the role she and Sanji had been assigned. Yes. Before we reach the island, the two of you will depart and row your way toward where I was hiding my personal boat that you and Jen took to escape. From there, the two of you will cut through the middle of the island to the back of Arlong Park and wait for our signal that it's safe for you to infiltrate with no one the wiser. Nami gave a cat-like grin. And you're still sure you want the signal to be a lightning strike? Are you sure you don't mean cannon fire? Nojiko popped a brow as her sister had yet to reveal why a lightning strike was the signal, let alone her ability to predict that lightning would strike near Arlong Park to even use as a signal. You'll see. Like I said, you need to see to believe it. Now, while the two of you sneak onto the island, the rest of us will be sailing straight for Arlong Park. Not only to distract Mamu from detecting Sanji and Nojiko, but also to draw out all of Arlong's gang from within Arlong Park. Arlong's crew consists of 33 fishermen, though the ones we need to worry about the most are Hachi, Chu, Karubi and Arlong himself. Take those 4 out and the others will surrender without too much of a hassle. They're nothing but cowards following the strong, Nami spat, scowling as she remembered her time among Arlong's crew and the fake forced friendship she was forced to make with them. We won't need to worry about them. All I need to know is which one Arlong is so I can kick his ass. Luffy cracked his knuckles as he smirked. So long as one of them can put up a fight, I'll be satisfied. Zoro's face mirrored his captain's, looking forward to the ensuing carnage he was going to unleash on the fishmen. That's Zoro bro for you, always ready for a fight, Yasaku said, in awe of Zoro's fierceness, despite the fact the enemy they were going up against were the fabled superhuman fishmen from the Grand Line. I'm looking forward to trying out the different ways they can be cooked, Sanji chimed in as he finished plating the food. Oi, Usopp helped me pass out everything. Right. I have to say though, I'm pretty anxious about the coming fight. I was able to help against Don Krieg, but I don't know what I'll be able to do against a fishman. Usopp grabbed a few plates and placed them in front of Yasaku, Johnny and Luffy, while Sanji placed 2 plates in front of Nami and Nojiko. Is this really a fight we can win? The Arlong pirates aren't just normal men. They're fishmen with superhuman strength. Maybe Luffy bro, Zoro bro, and Sanji bro can take them on, but how are we supposed to fight pirates 10 times stronger than us? Johnny questioned, bringing up the main elephant in the room that had been bothering him. What can normal guys like Yasaku and I do against that? Luffy was about to shove a mouthful of eggs into his mouth before setting down his fork, earning a few popped brows from his crew. Oh, I thought about that. Normally, all of you would be suffering through training to get stronger, but since we're settling this now there isn't time for that. So we're going to go with option 2. Luffy popped out of existence before reappearing with a barrel full of guns. Where the hell did you get those? Usopp exclaimed at the sight of rifles and pistols sticking out the top. Of course he has a barrel full of guns. Why wouldn't he have a barrel full of guns? Nami threw her arms up in exasperation. Where the hell have you been hiding those? Zoro questioned with a raised brow. In the cannon deck. Where else would I store them? Luffy deadpanned as his entire crew slapped their foreheads. As for where I got them, didn't any of you see me collect them from the Black Cat pirates and Greek pirates? Or was it Greek pirates? Freak. Bah, doesn't matter. I used to have a nice supply on my boat before that dumbest bird picked me and Zoro for its lunch when we first set out. Been resupplying ever since. Luffy grinned at them. So when you said you were going to give me a pistol you were serious about that? Usopp recalled the conversation back on the cliffs of his home island. If you want to use them. I won't force anyone to use them. But the people we're going to fight don't care about any of us. Whether they're fishmen or pirates on the Grand Line, our lives are on the line. This isn't a game. I have my moral code, however, I am a pirate. And just simply beating up our opponents won't always be enough. I learned that the hard way. A somber silence fell over the crew as the gravity of reality set in for the majority of them. "Now that you've drawn your pistol, put your life on the line," Luffy firmly said. "I'm saying those aren't for threatening people." Luffy's past words echoed throughout Usopp's mind as he stared at the butts of the rifles. The true reality of what he meant coming into sharp focus. Kill or be killed. Sweat poured down his face. Could he do it? Could he become a killer out of necessity? Or was he still a kid playing pirate? His whole body was shaking. Could he take a life in order to protect his own? "I don't know what any of you are hesitating for. Those bastards have killed nearly everyone I've ever known or loved." Nojiko abruptly stood up and walked up to the barrel, pulling out 2 pistols. "I'm resolved to see this done." "Good." Luffy nodded at her before turning back to look at his crew. "Anyone else?" "The Nami Island's cliffs below Bellemere's house. The outcropping is just past that rock. There's a small dock that Mom had started working on before Arlong's rule that we can tie the boat to," Nojiko pointed out, Sanji nodding his head as he rode ever closer to the cliffs. "So tell me how it is that these fish bastards never found out about this?" Sanji questioned as Nojiko inspected one of the pistols she'd taken. "Luck really. The cliffs here are rather treacherous to approach from the sea, so when they originally surveyed the island to check for any way for us to sneak away by, they wrote it off as impossible. There's a natural path that leads up the cliffs, but it's near impossible to notice it. We thought about adding a rope ladder or something, but decided it was too risky to leave exposed. The rocks are able to hide the dock but nothing else." "I see. Well, it won't be much longer until we dock. Let's just hope Nami-chan is able to placate that monster fish she mentioned. They'll be fine. What we need to be worried about is if there's a fishman waiting for us up there." Nojiko looked up at the top of the cliffs, holstering her pistols to help Sanji dock the boat. The Nami Island's approach to Arlong Park. The Going Merry slowly drifted onward to Arlong Park, Nami standing at the bow as she looked to the sky. "This is going to work, it has to work." She clenched her fists before a low decibel sound booming from beneath the ship caught her attention. "Hey Mamu. It's me, Nami." She called out, a smirk plastered on her face. "Woo-oh." The sea in front of the Mary began to bubble before an enormous creature burst out of the water. Part cow, part fish, this was Mamu, the Sea King brought back from the Grand Line by the Arlong pirates. Mamu lowered his bovine head to the deck of the ship, eyeing the orange-haired figure briefly before turning its gaze toward the rest of the ship, its nostrils flaring. Feeling her heart clench, Nami quickly stepped in front of the Sea King. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the leftovers from the earlier lunch left on the deck, probably from Luffy, and quickly devised a plan. "Hey Mamu," she spoke up, getting the beast's attention once again. "How about I give you the food here?" She gestured towards the leftover food, "and you help pull the ship into Arlong Park." Mamu alternated between looking at Nami and the food before it let out a moderately soft moo. Nami quickly grabbed the food and tossed it to the waiting Sea King, who gulped it down with sparkling eyes. While the beast mooed in satisfaction, Nami quickly lowered the anchor a bit to give Mamu something to grab onto. In short order, the ship was on its way into Arlong's den, a determined Nami at the fore. "This time, you'll be the one getting what you deserve, Arlong." The Nami Island's Arlong Park. "You're going to have the perfect seat to watch your precious villagers pay for their betrayal, Bellemere, shahahaha." Arlong gloated as the wheelchair-bound woman glared up at him. "You're despicable." Bellemere ground her teeth, slamming her forearm against the arm of her chair. "Me? Was it not I who moved you and your daughter out of that hovel you call a home? Was it not I that graciously allowed you to live even after you shoved a rifle in my mouth? Was it not I that allowed you to live in luxury instead of starving to death trying to feed 2 children you couldn't afford? I'd say I'm rather generous." Arlong's toothy grin faded as a scowl formed on his face. "And what do I get for my generosity? Rebellion, that's what. The villagers of Kokoyashi had no reason to rebel against my rule. I even made sure to collect a little less from their taxes, all for Nami. What right did they have to complain? To attack my brothers? To kill my brothers?" Bellemere flinched as the fishman's arm tore through her bedroom wall. Heaving, Arlong collected himself as he turned back to his prisoner. "They are going to pay in blood for having spilt the blood of my kin. And you're going to watch. And when Nami returns, you're going to tell her exactly what you saw. Then you're going to tell her that if she ever defies me, if she ever rebels against me, you and the blue-haired bitch the two of you care so much about will suffer fates far worse than what you see today. Especially the blue-haired one." Bellemere stared up at him defiantly. "One day, you're going to get exactly what's coming to you. If you think the Navy will ignore you forever, you're dead wrong." Arlong blinked twice before smiling menacingly. "Shahahaha. That's what I like about you. What I like about your little family, you're not afraid to say what's on your mind. Even when you know you shouldn't say anything at all." Arlong growled as he walked up to her, towering over her. "Perhaps I should make Nami just like Arlong." The doors to Bellemere's room burst open as Hachi came fumbling in. "What is it, Hachi, can't you see I'm busy?" Arlong sneered. "I know, but this is important. It's Nami, she's returned." Arlong's eyes lit up. "Has she? Well then, bring her up, I'm sure she's dying to see poor Bellemere after all these long months." He couldn't help but grin. "That's the thing. She's not here yet." "What do you mean she's not here yet? You said she's returned." Arlong barked. "Just look for yourself." Hachi pointed to the window that looked out to sea. "Huh?" Arlong raised a brow as he walked to the window and looked out. Being on the third floor, he was able to see all of Arlong Park, including the vast ocean that surrounded his islands. It didn't take him long to notice the small ship steadily making its way to the port of Arlong Park. And there, standing near the ram's figurehead, he saw his precious cartographer and navigator. The linchpin in all his plans to one day rule over the entire East Blue. Nami had returned home. Arlong Park Port. Arlong watched as the port gates opened and the small caravel ship was slowly pulled in by Mamu, directed by Hachi. Well, if it isn't our wayward cartographer." Arlong greeted as Nami jumped over the side and landed before him. "You've been gone for quite some time, Nami. I was beginning to think you'd run away from home." Arlong laughed with feigned worry, knowing the girl would always return to him. "Like I'm stupid enough to do that. I know I've been gone a long time, but you'll be happy to know it was very well worth it." Nami smiled at him, looking around and noticing a group of humans near the entrance to the park. "Something going on? Not often you let so many inferior beings near Arlong Park." "Shahahaha. Don't worry about them. I just have a demonstration I want them to see. In fact, I think you should see it too. But that can wait. So how much did you bring back this time? Have you finally reached the first $100 million mark?" "No. I didn't bring any money for you." Arlong's eyes narrowed at that. "What did you say, girl? I don't think I heard you correctly." "I said I didn't bring back money." Before Arlong's temper could rise, Nami raised a hand, cutting him off. "What I brought is something far more valuable than money. Bring him out." Nami shouted over her shoulder, movement from the ship drawing Arlong's eye. The tied-up wriggling body was thrown over the side as two men jumped after him. The two each had a single-edged sword, one wearing a blue jacket and the other a long green trench coat. They grabbed the shoulders of the tied-up man, a sack over his head, and dragged him to Nami and Arlong. At the sight of armed humans entering Arlong Park, the various fishmen in the port stopped what they were doing, slowly reaching for weapons of their own and moving in closer. "What's the meaning of this? Who are these men, Nami?" Arlong scowled. "These two idiots are nothing. Just some hired help that got in way over their heads. Do with them as you want." The two men gaped at her. "Hey. If not for us, you wouldn't have even been able to capture this guy." The one in the blue jacket yelled. "Don't tell us you're turning on us." The one in the green jacket yelled. "That's really none of my concern. I'm sure if you behave, my associates will agree to let you walk out of here with your lives. After all, you did help one of their officers make them all very, very rich." Nami patted their cheeks as she reached into the blue jacket's coat and pulled out a wanted poster. "That wasn't our deal." He yelled, however he quickly calmed at the sound of multiple swords being drawn and guns being cocked. "Would you all relax?" Nami rolled her eyes at the high tension as she turned back around and presented the wanted poster to Arlong. "I would like to introduce you to the single biggest payout you'll ever receive." She pulled the sack off the tied-up man's head, revealing his gagged face for all of the fishmen to see. "This is Monkey D. Luffy, worth 250 million berries and my payment for not only my home village, but also my mother." Luffy wriggled in his bonds, muffled grunts coming from him. Arlong studied the wanted poster for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he read Luffy's association with one of the four emperors. "This brat is worth 250 million. Hard to believe, but I of course verified that this bounty is the real deal. He stupidly thought I'd join his pitiful pirate crew, but I was just biding my time. I got these two morons to join as well, but they were really working for me the whole time. You should have seen the look on his face." Nami gave Luffy a cruel smile as she patted his cheek. "Shahahaha. Is that so? That's our Nami for you. You lot really were quite unfortunate to have met her. Pissarro, go verify the bounty." Arlong called for one of his brothers, who quickly ran up and grabbed the wanted poster from his captain before running off. "You know, Nami, I'm very glad you decided to return today. It honestly wouldn't have been the same without you." What are you talking about?" Nami's smile fell from her face, noticing Chu leading a concession of humans into Arlong Park and to where the others had been gathered. "You see, 2 weeks ago, there was a little incident. The precious villagers of Kokoyashi betrayed me." Arlong thrust his arm forward, snatching Nami by the throat and raising her comparatively small form above him. Alaf Nami's voice was cut off as Arlong squeezed on her throat. "Your windmill sheriff thought he could lead a rebellion, but he failed. Most of the villagers lay dead in the burnt-out husk of your precious village. The few that survived though they're to be publicly executed. Our deal is up, sadly. You're to return to your room where you'll spend the rest of your days drawing maps and sea charts of the entire East Blue for my new Fishman Empire. But I want to thank you for making good on your end. Shahahaga. A thunderous boom rocked the small port of Arlong Park as a bright flash blinded everyone within. As their vision returned, the various onlookers noticed the once tied-up Monkey D. Luffy standing where Arlong had been moments before, the orange-haired navigator in his arms. No one hurts my navigator. Outside of Arlong Park, Sanji and Nojiko were crouched within a small copse of trees not far from the walls of Arlong Park. The cook reached for a cigarette before changing his mind and shaking his head. Better to wait. Don't want to give away our position too early. The blonde glanced over at his companion, noting the tension she was almost visibly emanating. Nojiko had initially been keeping up the small talk once they'd made it up the cliff, but the closer they got to Arlong Park, the quieter she'd become. She couldn't help it. Despite the plan and her sister's faith in these pirates, she couldn't help but remember Bellemere's bloody form after being shot and the ruthless grin on the fishermen's faces. Before her emotions dragged her down further though, she was shaken back to the present by a hand on the shoulder. You. Hey, don't worry about it, Sanji comforted her with a serious look in his eyes. We will help you and Nami-chan. That's a promise. The cook glanced at the walls of Arlong Park, imagining the sheer chaos that was about to erupt. And if there's anything you need to know about our captain, it's that he always keeps his promises. Boom, thunder boomed overhead and lightning flashed, originating from the port as confused yells and shouts echoed after it. See? Smiling grimly, Sanji got to his feet. Now, while they're dealing with the rest of us, let's go find your mom. The blonde extended his hand to Nojiko, hoisting her to her feet in one smooth motion. Right. Nojiko clapped her hands on her cheeks, psyching herself up before unholstering her pistols. Every time they let me visit, they always brought me to the third floor, so we'll check there first, the brunette reminded Sanji. Just wait mama. We're gonna get you out of there. Port of Arlong Park. Luffy looked down at his navigator, who was still coughing as she tried to get her breath back. You okay? Nami nodded her head as Luffy set her on her feet beside him, an arm wrapping around her waist. I will be. Thank you. Though I wish you hadn't blinded me. I nearly missed the look on his face when you punched him. I also kicked him for good measure. Shushi. Luffy laughed, pointing to the now gaping hole in the northernmost wall of Arlong Park. Boy, Luffy. The pair looked up at the Mary as Luffy's straw hat was being thrown down at them. How many are left? Usopp screeched in horror as he looked around the port at the very clearly pissed off fishermen of Arlong Park, all looking up at him. Luffy caught the hat and placed it on Nami's head, earning him a tilted glance from his navigator. There's no point in losing your shit now. It's time to get to work. Usopp found himself being thrown over the side as Zoro heaved himself after the cruise sniper landing next to him. Zoro bro. Johnny called out. How was our acting? Pretty convincing, right? We did it just like we practiced on the way here. Yusaku stated in pride. Zoro ignored them as he strolled up to his captain. Good, you left some for us. I can't have all the fun now, can I? Luffy smirked. Nami? What the hell is the meaning of this? A fishman with an elongated mouth snarled, his brow furrowing in anger at the sight of even more humans emerging from the pirate ship that had been brought to Arlong Park. This is my long-awaited vengeance for everything you bastards have done to me and my family. Nami retorted. I already knew about Kokoyashi's failed rebellion and I'm here to finish what they started. Then Karubi was right about you. Arlong should have just eaten you when he had the chance. Chu yelled. You three, watch the humans from the villages, the rest of you kill the traitorous bitch and those fucking humans she brought with her. Brah. The fishermen roared as they charged forward or took aim with their firearms. The small pirate crew braced themselves, with Zoro, Johnny and Yusaku drawing swords as Usopp began firing off shots with his slingshot. Luffy disappeared from view, silently flickering between the fishermen gunners. With each disappearance and reappearance, a fishman dropped to the ground, incapacitated or dead. In the brief moments Luffy was away, Pissarro had charged Nami. You filthy traitor. How dare you betray us? Nami coldly stared at the fishman running at her, his heavy maracas swinging wildly. As he got close enough to take a swing at her, the girl swiftly dropped to the ground, sliding through his legs. In the same motion, she drew her knife and slashed the backs of his legs, causing him to lose control of legs and fall down. Before he had time to yell out in pain, Nami was up and stabbed her knife to the hilt in his gills, inflicting a fatal blow on the fishman. Die, she muttered out as she repeatedly stabbed the now still fishman, only snapping out of it when Luffy appeared next to her and pulled her away from the corpse. Standing in the middle of the group of fishermen, Chu watched in disbelief as his brothers fell before him. What the hell is going on? How are we losing to a ragtag group of humans? Exploding star. Fire enveloped Chu as he was blown off his feet and onto his back as he rolled on the ground in agony. That's one of the officers we needed to take down, right Nami? He wasn't so tough, haha. Usopp cheered from behind Zoro. Don't hide behind me. Zoro glared as he took down another fishman. He's one of them, yes. Though I think you're going to have to try a little harder. Nami pointed at the slowly rising crispy form of Chu. Usopp watched as the long-mouthed fishman angrily stood back up. I'm gonna kill you. Chu cried out, spitting out a wad of water at the sniper. Mizidepo. The water flew at Usopp, who narrowly dodged out of the way, hearing it crash into the seawall far off behind him. "Ah, you missed ga." Usopp's taunt fell from his lips as he turned to see a massive hole in the seawall. He did that by just spitting. Mizidepo. A hail of water started flying at the crew, forcing both them and the few remnants of the Arlong pirates to have to split and dodge. I'll take care of him. Luffy scowled, having moved himself and Nami out of the path of the virtual water bullets. Zoro, Johnny and Yusaku were getting back to their feet but were still surrounded, while Usopp was nowhere to be seen. Take care of me. Do you even know who we are? We're the superior race of fishmen. You fucking humans don't stand a chance. But more importantly, you're all going to pay for what you've done to my brothers. Especially you, you traitorous bitch. Chu glared at Nami, who glared right back at him. Chu, what the hell has happened here? Hachi looked around with big eyes as he took in the form of his fallen brothers, having returned from directing Mamu out of the park waters. Hachi. Nami betrayed us. Call Mamu back and have him ga. Chu was flung forward as another explosion impacted against him. Exploding star. From outside the park stood Usopp triumphantly holding out his slingshot, his goggles placed firmly around his head. When Captain Usopp is your opponent, you should never turn your back on him. Once more extinguishing the flames, Chu furiously shot to his feet. Bastard. Mizidepo. Ah. Usopp immediately turned and ran away from the park, Chu hot on his heels. Nayu, call Mamu back and have him do what? Hachi blinked as Chu got further and further away from Arlong Park. I guess I'll just call him back, not that I know what he's supposed to do. Hachi turned toward the sea and grabbed a hold of his mouth like a trumpet. Like I'm going to let you call back that monster. Zoro rushed forward, swinging Wado Ichimonji, in order to take down the octopus fishman who barely managed to duck, the tips of his spiked hair being sliced off. Nayu, my hair. You bastard. I'm gonna forgive you since it's just hair and it'll eventually grow back. Everyone in the park face planted at the casual dismissal displayed. Hachi. Don't you dare forgive him. Or any of them. Every last one of them is going to have their head on a spike. Arlong yelled as he stepped back into the park, blood dripping from a gash on his head and hand holding the side of his stomach. Seeing the angered fishman return, Luffy chuckled as he cracked his neck. Bring it. Arlong Park, 3rd floor. Sanji slowly peeked around a corner, Nojiko right beside him. Their trip up to the 3rd floor had been mostly unnoticed, and the few fishmen that did notice were quickly put out of commission by Sanji's kicks. Upon seeing the empty hallway, the two sighed in relief. It should be this room right here, Nojiko said as she took the lead, heading for the single door in the short hallway. The brunette paused for a moment before she slowly opened the door, a pistol held out in front of her. As the door opened halfway, a broken table leg lashed out from the room, smacking the pistol from Nojiko's hand and into the room. Finish opening the door. Slowly now, a female voice called out gruffly, punctuated by the click of the pistol's hammer being cocked. Hearing the familiar voice caused Nojiko to involuntarily tear up a bit. Mama, it's me. We've come to get you out, she called out as she opened the door. Nojiko? Sanji got his first look at Bellemere. She was a fit middle-aged woman with a strange pink mohawk ponytail combo hairstyle. She was seated in a wheelchair, but that didn't detract from the fierce aura she gave off, that was only now abating as she was looking at her adopted daughter. Seeing the blonde enter behind Nojiko, Bellemere raised an eyebrow as she pointed back at the window overlooking the ongoing fight in Arlong Park. They with you? Taking a glance, the cook gave a whistle. Looks like they're having all the fun out there. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a brief drag. Well, our job's almost done, just need to get you out of here, mademoiselle. About that, Bellemere gave a sheepish smile. So there are several other villagers from Kokoyashi village still imprisoned down in the cells. Arlong was planning on executing them today to send a message. Wheeling closer to Sanji, she put on a sultry look. If you'd also go help them, I'd be ever so grateful. I'd even pay you back with my body. Mama. Stop that. Nojiko yelled, shoving the shocked Sanji away. Ahaha. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Recompassing herself, Bellemere signaled for Nojiko to take control of her wheelchair. Now, let's get everyone out of here. Arlong Park. The gathered village leaders of the Konomi Islands looked on with flabbergasted expressions as the pirates brought by Nami took on their fishmen oppressors. This has got to be a dream, right? There's no way a bunch of teens are beating Arlong and his men, right? One of the leaders turned to the others as they watched another fishman fall to the duo in the blue and green jackets. You guys, get ready to run. Once we take care of these guys, get as far from here as possible. Johnny yelled at them as he parried an incoming attack with his sword, his return slash causing the fishman he was fighting to back off for a moment. Luffy bro and Zoro bro can't go all out if you all are in the way. Once they're free to do as they please, your 8 years of hell will be over. Yusaku cut down another fishman only to wince as he was knocked down from behind. Yusaku. Johnny cried out, running toward his partner. Their hell will never be over. The time of humans is coming to an end. We're the superior race. And one day it'll be you humans that cower in fear of us all across the world. A blowfish-looking fishman declared as he stood over Yusaku's fallen form, stepping on his back and pushing down. Ah! Yusaku could hear his ribs crack from the intense pressure being put on him. Yusaku. Damn you, you ugly bastard. Get off my partner. Johnny charged forward, swinging his sword upward, cutting into the fishman's body, only to receive a heavy punch in return. Oof. He spiraled rapidly into the concrete port, blood pouring from his temple. Damn human. You're gonna pay for doing this. To the fishman was cut off as a slash from below cut into his throat, causing him to collapse in a pool of his own blood. When you fight my bro, don't ever forget you're also fighting me. Yusaku stared down at the bleeding corpse before turning to Johnny. You good bro? Yeah. Thanks. Johnny huffed as he shakily stood back up, taking the offered hand from Yusaku. Who are you people? The same village leader from before asked, concern written across his face as he witnessed the unknown teens risk their lives for them. Why are you doing this? Johnny and Yusaku looked at each for a moment before nodding their heads, their final decision made. We're the Straw Hat Pirates. And the reason we're doing this is simple. No one makes our friends cry and gets away with it. Now, follow us. Outskirts of Kokoyashi village. Iwuo. Visit Eppo. Usopp jumped out of the way as the veritable water bullet sped past him and crashed into the burned-out remains of Kokoyashi village. Damn that long nose. What speed. That guy's face and ability to run away aren't human. Chu complained as he continued to chase after the cowardly human pirate. Haha. If I keep one of the Arlong pirates leaders away like this, it should benefit everyone else's fights. Good job, great Usopp. How considerate you are towards them. Though it just happened to turn out like that. Usopp scratched the back of his head as he bashfully accepted his own imaginary praise. Visit Eppo. Usopp's world went wide as he stumbled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Geez, what a cowardly bastard, making me chase him all over the damn island. What a stupidly amazing ability to run away. Chu now stood over the prone form of Usopp, waiting to see if the coward was truly dead or not. But it was too easy. He died instantly with a single hit of my Mizudepo. Just in case, I should make sure. This is for causing me so much trouble. Chu reared back his right leg and swung it, aiming for the coward's chest. His leg slammed into Usopp's side, sending the teen rolling to the edge of the dirt road they'd been running down, where he remained motionless. HMPH, guess he's dead after all. What a pathetic weakling. Suppose I should head back, the others should be done by now. Chu spat at the coward before turning and making his way back to Arlong Park. Ah. Holy shit, that fucking hurts. Damn bastard. Why didn't he just accept my ketchup star as real blood and left me alone? Damn it, I think he broke a rib or two. Usopp screamed in his mind, clenching his jaw as tight as possible to prevent himself from crying out in agony. Shit, this hurts. Regardless, I'm glad I made the ketchup star for times like this. Really saved me there. Now all I have to do is wait for him to walk back into town and I'm home free. Usopp rolled over onto his back, wincing as he sat up from his ribs, disagreeing with the action, to watch the fishmen walk away. Man, what a terrifying species they are. Fishmen can spit so hard their lugis are practically bullets. And I'm pretty sure I saw some houses flipped upside down in that burned out town when I was running by. Just what kind of monster was able to do that? Chu stopped suddenly and turned around to see the coward still splayed out, his corpse ready to be eaten by the seagulls. Guess I imagined it. Turning, he continued on his way back. That was close. Usopp's heart was beating a mile a minute, having flipped back onto his stomach as fast as he could. Though I still have to come up with a reason as to why I'm covered in blood. I know a rib or two are cracked, probably 3 or 4 now with how fast I flipped, speaking of ow. But that won't cover all this blood. Maybe if I add some mud. Wincing as he stood back up, Usopp bent over and rubbed his hands into the dirt road and began brushing it all over his body. I'll say something like, sorry. I lost. I just couldn't stop a monster like that. Or maybe, well, I felt bad for that guy, so I let him slip away. Which is better? Or should it be more convincing? Usopp. Luffy's call snapped the marksman out of his stupor. You're the son of the greatest sniper in all the world. You're going to be the head gunner to the future king of the pirates. There's no need to fear the head of a snake that already had its body cut off. 2 of our crew are depending on you to protect them. Most importantly, I believe in you. Perhaps, it's okay to cry, Nami. We did what we could, after all, we're only human, and those guys are monsters from the deep sea. Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. Zoro painfully smirked at his opponent. Well, we all fought very well. Usopp stopped applying the mud to his arms. And like I said, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. We've both lost so much to Arlong, if something happened to you I would never forgive myself. So please don't fight me on this, Nojiko. It was definitely deadly combat. I don't know what any of you are hesitating for. Those bastards have killed nearly everyone I've ever known or loved. Nojiko abruptly stood up and walked up to the barrel, pulling out 2 pistols. I'm resolved to see this done. I really am a damn coward. Usopp felt the sting of tears blur his vision as shame filled him. The image of Kaya, pepper, carrot and onion swelled in his mind. Abruptly standing up, Usopp yelled out to the now distant fishman. Where the hell do you think you're going, you damn fish? Q stopped, looking back over his shoulder, a crazed look in his eye. So you're still alive after all. That's right. There's no way a half-assed attempt at spitting by a half-fish would ever bring down the great Captain Usopp. Usopp boldly declared. Q's eye twitched as he stalked his way back toward the long-nosed coward. The moment I agreed to join Luffy's crew, I gave up the right to certain things like safety and peace. Because they all risk their lives, they're able to laugh as hard as they do. I joined them so that I could be like them. To finally know who I am, just like they all know themselves. That's why I decided to set out to the sea. I want to be able to laugh from the bottom of my heart as well. Usopp fumbled around in his oversized bag of tricks looking for his slingshot when he felt something else. Luffy turned his gaze back to the orange-haired girl. I'm going to return to the Grand Line, Nami. There are people there that are far stronger than me. People that have the same goal as me. Seeing both of their gazes locked on him, Luffy continued slowly, making sure he got his point across. It's not going to be easy. In fact, it will be the most difficult thing in the world. And I want you to come with me. His black eyes locked onto theirs. And I want you to be able to protect yourselves. A slingshot will not cut it. Usopp froze as he felt the handle of the pistol he'd taken from Luffy's barrel of firearms back on the Mary. With a single pull of the trigger he could stop the rushing fishman headed straight for him. But could he do it? Could he take someone else's life to save his own? Even now, when he knew that the fishman he was fighting fully intended to kill him and his friends. Q was feet from him now, pure rage on his face. Stop. Q came to a screeching halt as he came face to face with the business end of a pistol. And just what do you intend to do with that, coward? Q calmly asked, noting the shaky hold the teen had on the firearm. I don't want to shoot you. Not like this, never like this. Despite his words, Usopp kept the gun pointed at the fishman. Then what do you want, human? That isn't a toy. I know. Damn it, I know. But right now it's the only thing I have that can defeat you. I don't have Zoro's resolve or Luffy's strength. I have nothing to offer them but cheap tricks that can't even stop a single fishman. But I don't want to kill anyone either. Not even you. Usopp couldn't decide. Kill and help save everyone or don't shoot and die. Then it seems we're at an impasse because I definitely want to kill you. Though I don't really feel like making you accidentally shoot me in the face when I move in to rip your arms off. Chu scowled at the barrel pointed at his face. It seems so, though I did think of a way out of this. Usopp stopped shaking as he gripped the pistol tightly. But I still don't feel good about it. Oh, and what's that? I promised to not attack you and your friends, and you let me live, is that it? Because that's not how this works, kid. This is the real world and it doesn't stop just because you're too much of a coward to pull the trigger on an enemy that wants to kill you. I can't believe Nami would scrape the bottom of the barrel and bring a kid to come fight real pirates. She should know better than. Bang. Ah. Chu fell on his back clasping at the bullet hole in his left knee. You bastard, you shot. Bang. Another shot rang out, this time a bullet blazed through Chu's right shoulder. Fuck. Usopp puffed as he tossed the gun away into the field surrounding the dirt path they were on. Damn it. I am not a coward. And Nami didn't scrape the bottom of the barrel. She found the greatest pirate crew that will ever sail any sea this world has to offer. I am the son of the greatest sniper that has ever lived and I've inherited his skills to use any firearm in any way I see fit. Usopp closed his eyes before opening them again. I don't want to kill anyone. That isn't why I set out on this journey. I'll find my own way to finish things. I'm going to become the greatest marksman this world has ever seen. And I'll do it without ever taking a life. Usopp then reached into his bag and this time pulled out his sling. But as for you, go to sleep. Hammer star. The last thing Chu saw was an actual hammer smashing into his face. Arlong Park basement. With Bellemere directing them, the trio quickly made their way down to the basement area which contained the holding cells. With all the chaos going on outside, they decided to ditch stealth and focus on speed. As a result, several new wall hangings were decorating Arlong Park, courtesy of the chef's kicks. Once we make it past this block, the holding cells where the remaining Kokoyashi villagers are being held should be coming up, Bellemere notified Sanji, quietly impressed with the blonde's skills. Got it. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette before kicking in the door separating the cells from the rest of the basement area. The metal door soared through the air, before abruptly freezing in place and then crumbling as a fist blasted through it. HMPH, you have some decent power for an inferior race, a fishman wearing a black karate guy said as he stood up out of his punching stance. But in the end, a human is a human. You could never match up to the true strength of a fishman. Damn it, that's Karubi, Nojiko gasped, while Bellemere narrowed her eyes. And who is that walking pile of sashimi anyways? Sanji was unconcerned. There was only one enemy, and it wasn't Arlong, so there was nothing to fear. He's one of Arlong's executives, the martial artist Karubi. He's a manta ray fishman, the older woman explained. I can't believe they made him the guard. Looking beyond him, Bellemere noticed how quiet it was in the cells. What's going on? What did you do to them, Karubi? This trash wouldn't shut up, he said, a disgusted look on his face. They kept pleading and begging, so I beat them up a bit to make them quiet down. A vein popped on Sanji's forehead as he saw the injured captives laying on the floor of their holding cells, fresh injuries layered on top of the old. You bastard. You don't even deserve to be chopped up and served at a third-rate food stall. Those with power make the rules. Karubi smirked at the trio. And we fishmen have all the power. Now come and let me put you out of your misery. First it'll be you, then it'll be the villagers, and then it'll be everyone else who even thinks about raising a hand against us. Collier. Wah. Karubi cried out in pain as Sanji had rushed him fast enough that the martial artist lost track of him and delivered a scything kick to his neck, driving the larger fishman into the ground. Get up. I thought you fishmen were stronger than that. Sanji glared at the recovering Karubi. This punk. The manta ray fishman cursed in his mind before he suddenly flipped around and launched a kick toward the blonde chef's chin. Rising thrust kick. Codelet, sell. Sanji dropped back away from his opponent's attack into a handstand before he spun around, a leg whipping out and smashing into Karubi's ribs. Using the force of the collision, he spun in the opposite direction and landed another attack, this time on the fishman's lower back, knocking him away. Impossible, Karubi gasped out trembling as he slowly stood up, blood leaking from his lips as his breathing was labored. Impossible. No, you're just weak, especially compared to the cooks at a certain restaurant, Sanji flippantly said as he adjusted the collar of his shirt. Steadying his breathing, Karubi lowered himself into a punching stance. I admit, I underestimated you, human. But that ends now. 100 tile smashing true punch. The fishman called out, his fist launching a shockwave through the air at the blonde. Shit, if I dodge this, it'll hit Nojiko Chuan and Bellemere. Sanji panicked before crossing his arms and taking the shockwave head-on. Gah. He cried out as the force picked him up and launched him into the wall next to the doorway they'd entered from. That's the true strength of a level 40 practitioner of fishman karate. It is beyond anything your inferior race can do, Karubi said smugly, only for his expression to freeze as the blonde picked himself up, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Level 40. The old man's kicks must have been level 400 then. Damn you. 1000, tile sma. Poitrine. Sanji's straight kick buried itself into Karubi's chest before he could finish his attack, causing the fishman to blank out for a second. Jigo. The blonde's next attack swept his opponent's legs out from underneath him, leaving the hulking fishman suspended in the air for a brief moment. Epal. Sanji unleashed an axe kick that slammed into fishman's shoulder, slamming his body into the ground and causing it to bounce back up and right into the finishing attack. Mouton shoot. A flurry of kicks slammed into Karubi's face and upper body, launching the incensed fishman into and through the concrete wall, letting water start flooding into the holding cell area. Oops. Come on you two, move it. Bellemere barked out, causing Nikiho and Sanji to snap to attention. Let's get these people out of here before they drown. Yes ma'am. Port of Arlong Park. Arlong surveyed his port and with each one of his fallen brothers he spotted, his anger boiled all that much more. Nearly his entire crew lay defeated throughout the port save for Hachi, Chu and Karubi, who was still within the depths of Arlong Park. My brothers, how dare you humans do this to my brothers? You're the ones that started it, so I don't see what you're getting so mad about. Luffy cracked his knuckles as he taunted the sawfish fishmen. They were simply weaker than my crew. Weaker? Fishmen are not weaker than humans. Arlong snarled. I am going to enjoy ripping your head from your shoulders. I think I'll give it to Nami as a reminder for what happens when you defy me. And don't think his death will spare you, girl. I should have listened to Karubi and cut off your legs and left you in that room for all eternity. Spit and blood splattered before the two. Threaten one of my crew again and it'll be your head that gets ripped off. A cold look fell over Luffy's face at the threat. I'm not your slave anymore, Arlong. After today, you'll be nothing more than just a horrible nightmare. You're going to pay for everything you've done the last 8 years. Nami glared at Arlong defiantly. If you thought everything up until this point was a nightmare, I'll show you just how wrong you are. I gave you things your piss-poor mother would never have been able to, but that's over now. If you thought yourself a slave all this time, I think it's about time I started treating you like one. Arlong finally took a step back into Arlong Park. Nayu. Arlong, if you go on a rampage, you'll destroy the park. I'm still standing. And so long as that is true, you won't have to lift a finger. I'll defeat them all here and avenge our brothers. Hachi ran between Arlong and the pirates. That's some big talk for an octopus. You've yet to defeat me, and already you're thinking you can take on my captain. Zoro walked in front of Luffy and Nami, Wado Ichimonji drawn. Zoro, are you sure you're up for this? Hachi may be a clueless idiot, but he's no pushover, and you're still. Nami was cut off by Luffy pulling on her wrist as he backed off to give his swordsman room to fight. You'll be fine. Arlong's brow raised at the mention of Zoro's name. Zoro, you mean Rorano Zoro? The fabled pirate hunter was actually foolish enough to come for my head, huh? I don't give a shit about you. I'm no longer a bounty hunter. That's behind me. Zoro called out, annoyed at the mention of his infamy as a bounty hunter. I'm just here because it's what my captain ordered, not to mention all of you made the witch cry. Arlong gave Zoro a glance over, noting the heavy bandages beneath a plain white shirt. HMPH, like you actually care for Nami. I wonder just how much she's promised to pay all of you. Arlong glanced over at his cartographer and noticed how close she was standing to the pirate from the Grand Line. Perhaps she offered something else instead, shahahaha. The Straw Hat pirates collectively glared at the insinuation. Nayu, I still can't believe you betrayed us, Nami. I thought we had become friends. Hachi complained. Look at what you've done to my brothers. As if I'd ever be a friend to any of you after what you did to my mother and all the people I cared about. Nami rolled her eyes at how dense Hachi was. Enough chatter, are we going to do this or not? Zoro shouted, charging Hachi and slashing at the octopus's stomach. Nayu. Hachi dived out of the way, narrowly dodging the slash. DCH, Zoro clenched his teeth as he missed his mark. Urano is Oro. You'll never be able to cut me because I have 6 hands. Hachi spread his 6 appendages out, leaving himself wide open. Go ahead and cut me if you can. He then started to wiggle his arms in a taunt. Octo. Zoro made a vertical slash down as he once more charged the octopus fishman. Hachi's triple sword catch. Hachi clapped all of his arms together and missed catching the blade, aiming to maim him with all 3 attempts he had. Ouch. Hachi cried as blood streamed from the gash now adorning his split forehead. Quit playing around and get serious. Zoro's breathing became labored as a fever started to overtake him. Damn it. He's throwing me out of whack. Nami took notice of Zoro's heavy breathing. I knew it was too soon for him to be fighting. He's going to reopen his wound, damn it. Screw this. Zoro ran forward and once more made an attempt to slash through his opponent. Hachi easily jumped out of the way of the attack. Hachi suckers. The octopus man latched onto one of the support columns of Arlong Park upside down. What was that supposed to even do? Come down already. Zoro yelled after a few moments of Hachi remaining attached to the top of the column. Nayu. Hachi smirked as he flipped himself onto the roof tiling and ran up to a window, opened it, jumped in and came running back out a few moments later wielding 6 cutlasses, 1 in each hand. Urano is Oro. You don't mind if I ask you a question, do you? You don't, right? Zoro just glared as he continued to breathe heavily. I heard you use 3 swords, yet you're only using 1. Why? It doesn't matter. You're already losing to me by only using 1. Zoro's vision started twisting, and his forehead began to heat up as his body began to protest against him standing. Shut up. I haven't been fighting seriously so far. Hachi stammered before smirking. The reason I asked is because even if you had been using 3 it wouldn't matter. There's a reason no human swordsman can ever defeat me. I'm a user of the Rokutoryu style. Which is double your Santoryu style. Hachi proclaimed as Zoro fell to his knees. Are you trying to fake an illness or something? I won't fall for that, Rorano is Oro. Hachi yelled as he jumped off the rooftop. Zoro. Nami cried out in horror at his full form. I knew he was bearing the pain. Luffy, do something. She turned to him only to find him gone as a massive shadow encompassed her being. So you were paying attention after all. The deep voice of Arlong being so close to her made Nami turn on a swivel to find Arlong's extended fist being held back by Luffy. I'm from the new world, it's pay attention or die. Luffy smirked as he shoved the fishman back. Now stay over there and watch. You'll get your ass beating soon enough. If you want to watch that lame swordsman die, be my guest. Arlong shrugged as he walked back to the destroyed wall and sat against the rubble. Urano is Zoro, don't tell me you've died before I, the great Hachi, could attack you even once, Hachi touted as Zoro winced on the ground. Damn it. The hell is wrong with me? Zoro lamented as his body refused to listen to his orders to stand. You could have left your name in history if you died after receiving an attack from my Rokutoryu style. Well, no matter how you might have struggled or even if the world is turned upside down, you humans can't even give a scratch to me, a wielder of 6 swords. Hachi boasted as a chord was struck within Zoro. Don't make me laugh. Zoro pushed with all his might as he stood back up, firmly grasping Wado Ichimonji, his face shadowed as he hunched over. No one will even know you existed, to die by your sword would be like never being born. There's a certain man that I need to meet once again, until I see him again. Zoro shot the octopus man a menacing glare as a towering shadow with a hawk-like gaze stood far off in the distance. My life can't be taken by anyone, not even death himself. Zoro, Nami quietly whispered as she watched her crew's first mate pull the black bandana he kept on his left bicep and tie it snugly around his head. Nayu. I don't really get what you said, but it looks like you're in really bad shape. You think you can defeat my Rokutoryu in that condition? There are so many in this world that think they can overcome their limits by pushing themselves when they shouldn't. It's none of your business. Zoro labored out as he placed Wado in his mouth. Johnny, Yasaku, lend me your swords. Big bro Zoro. All eyes turned toward the entrance of Arlong Park to see Johnny and Yasaku keeping guard of the village leaders. Catch. Looking up, Zoro saw both Johnny's and Yasaku's swords spiraling toward him. You wanted to see my Santoryu? Zoro asked Hachi as the swords dangerously spun ever closer to him. Nayu? Hachi raised a brow, not sure what Urano was on about, while 2 swords were about to tear him to shreds. I don't care to see it because I'll show you the well that humans can't surpass. Behold my Rokutoryu. Hachi ran forward, swinging his 6 blades so fast he could have been mistaken for a blender. Tentacle sword overload. Let me show it to you. Zoro spun, catching both blades, weaving through and blocking each of Hachi's wild attacks, leaving the octopus man's chest wide open. Santoryu. Toru Nagashi. Zoro zoomed past Hachi, blood dripping from Wado Ichimonji. Nayu. Blood flew from Hachi's chest as his body convulsed in pain, falling to the ground. Arlong's confident smirk fell into a frown at the sight of yet another of his brothers on the ground. He did it. Yasaku cried out as the village leaders looked on in awe at the fact that a human was actually able to compete against a fishman's swordsmanship. I told you he'd be able to handle it. Johnny boasted. It's not enough. Nami watched as Hachi struggled to stand back up, revealing his bleeding chest. Luffy, if this goes on much longer. Don't doubt him, Nami, Luffy cut her off, his gaze solely on Zoro. Nayu, Hachi glared at Zoro, who had his back to him. Of all the impudent things to do. I'm really mad now, you bastard. Don't blame me if no one's able to identify you. Hachi pulled his middle arms into a defensive stance as his other 4 limbs prepared to strike once more. I can hold 6 swords, so there's no hope for you to defeat me. It's just simple math. 6 is more than 3. Zoro breathed heavily for a moment, Johnny and Yasaku's sword slipping from his grasp. Simple math. What do you bear on your shoulders? What do you desire once you've obtained power, weakling? Mihik asked with genuine curiosity. Big bro, what's wrong? Yasaku cried out at the sight of his and Johnny's swords clattering at Zoro's feet. I'm going to get stronger for her, too. A young Zoro cried out, his sensei sat across from him, holding Wado Ichimonji out for the young boy to take. I'm going to get strong enough that my name reaches to heaven. I'm going to be the world's strongest swordsman. Zoro bro. Johnny called out, concern written across his face as Zoro stood motionless. He said if you want to become stronger, you need to go back to the beginning. The beginning? The beginning of what? Zoro's mind raced as he tried to figure out what the warlord meant. Hell if I know. He's always cryptic like that. But I'm sure you'll figure it out. He wouldn't have said anything if he didn't think you were capable. Whether it's 3 swords, 6 swords, or even 1, it doesn't matter. Zoro turned, pulling Wado from his mouth as he took a striking stance. Your sword and my sword carry different weights. Wait. I see, so your swords have extra weight to them. Then I'll have you know that each of my swords weigh at least 300 kilos. A human like you could probably barely hold one without being pulled to the earth. There's no point in wasting breath on a simpleton. Grrr. Rokutoryu. Octopus bot stance. Hachi brought all 6 of his swords together out in front of him as he charged once more. New Year's. Is this what I looked like to him? Just a raging bull charging forward at the slightest insult. Zoro couldn't help but recall how Mihawk had led him around the Baratie's fin deck with the small dagger. He quickly shot a glance at Luffy. It must have perplexed Hawkeye to no end as to why Luffy chose me as his first mate. He could have ended it at any time, but he didn't. He wanted to see the reason Luffy chose me, and I failed. I barely walked away with my life. And I'll forever bear this mark on my chest as a reminder of my failure. Just like my captain does. Zoro felt the vertical cut that Mihawk had gifted him, pulse in agony. So I'll go back to the beginning and start anew. And I swear to you, Luffy. Zoro rolled forward, ducking underneath the 6 blades that intended to break through his guard and leave him wide open, vertically slicing through Hachi's stomach. I'll never lose again. Open. Hachi finished as his vision blurred and a fiery pain filled his gut as it was exposed to the open air as he fell to the ground, his sword suddenly feeling too heavy to hold up. He glanced over to the fishman he'd chosen to follow, the man that treated him as a brother, unlike everyone else in this cruel, unforgiving world. Arlong. Zoro looked over his shoulder as he stared at his downed opponent before falling to his knees as his front turned a deep red, his wounds reopened. Before he could completely fall, he stabbed Wado into the ground, supporting himself on it as he stood back up. Even if it's an injury that knocks ordinary people out, I must not fall. Hachi struggled to his feet, his superhuman strength the only thing keeping him up. I can't fail you as well. I won't let humans take you away like they did Tiger. Even if it's an injury that kills ordinary people, I must not die. Zoro shouted, the shadow of Mihawk once more towering above him. Hachi tried to lift his 6 blades, but found he couldn't bear to hold all of them, with his stomach howling in pain at his continued movement. His strength was quickly fading as fast as the blood pouring from his wounds. So he opted for the only option left to him. Ichitoryu. Falls close. He clasped onto a single blade with all 6 arms and swung down on Zoro with all his remaining might. In order to defeat the extraordinarily strong Hawkeye, I refuse to be ordinary. Zoro spun around, Wado Ichimonji humming as it cut through the other sword like it was butter. Tatsumaki. Hachi. Arlong cried out as Hachi was flung into the air via a small twister that the human swordsman manifested. The village leader's jaws fell as they watched the octopus fishman fall back to the earth, creating a small impact crater. That's how you do it. Way to go, Zoro bro. Johnny celebrated as he and Yusaku did a small dance. Whoa, did Zoro make a freaking twister? Usopp's jaw was even lower to the ground than the villagers as he finally made his way back. He's just as much of a monster as Luffy, I swear. Oh, Usopp bro, you're still alive. Yusaku slapped his back, causing the long-nosed teen to fall over. Hey, don't hit me so hard. And of course I'm alive, I'm the great Captain Usopp. No freaky fishman is going to take me out. Usopp began to boast of his gallant fight against the villainous fishman. Luffy couldn't help but smile as Zoro dropped to his knees and pulled his bandana off. I told you not to doubt him. He actually did it. He beat Hachi. Nami felt numb as she looked at the exhausted swordsman that was usually a pain in her ass. For 8 years she'd dreamt of seeing the defeated forms of Arlong's crew and it was slowly coming true. Especially now with Usopp's return, that meant Chu had been dealt with as well. That meant only 2 remained. Boom. The wall next to the doors into the main building exploded outward as Sanji's voice echoed throughout the park. Everyone this way. Just over a dozen people stumbled through the dust cloud into the wrecked courtyard of Arlong Park, Sanji, Nojiko, and the wheelchair-bound Bellemere leading the way. Nojiko. Mama. Nami couldn't help the tears that began to well up and slide down her cheeks. Understanding the emotional rollercoaster that his navigator was going through, Luffy gently placed his hand on her head, lowering the brim of his hat to give her some cover. Seeing the remaining Kokoyashi villagers, limping and wincing, being brought from the depths of Arlong Park, the other villagers who were rounded up immediately connected the dots as to why they had been brought over. Damn Arlong, this is too much. They quickly called out to their fellow villagers, trying to get them out of danger. Shahaha. Shahaha. The hulking form of Arlong began shaking before he burst out into maniacal laughter. His head snapped up, eyes bloodshot, casting a malevolent glare at everyone present. What a farce. To think, my crew of superior fishmen, done in by pathetic humans. Shahaha. Enough is enough. The rubble he'd been sitting against exploded as he launched himself at the villagers being guarded by Johnny, Yusaku, and the newly arrived Usopp. I'll wipe you all out, starting from the useless trash. The trio panicked as the rampaging shark fishman barreled towards them, only for Luffy to intercept him halfway with a familiar boom and flash of light. Why don't you pick on someone your own size, fish face, the young man taunted. The berserk Arlong responded by trying to take a bite out of Luffy's shoulder, his pointed teeth gleaming in the sun. ZZZT. Ah. Arlong cried out as he fell back, feeling as if he'd been struck by a lightning bolt. His bloodshot eyes refocused on the pirate before him. HMPH, of course you humans would have tricks like that. How else could you stand up to us? Pathetic humans this, superior species that, Luffy mimicked the fishman as he cracked his knuckles. Don't you ever get tired of hearing yourself say the same stupid shit over and over again? The strong are the strong, regardless of their species. As soon as he finished talking, his figure blurred, before reappearing in front of Arlong and throwing a punch that launched the fishman back into the already damaged tower. Sanji, grab Zoro and get him out of here. Nami, lead your family and the other villagers out of here. You might want to give us plenty of space. Lightning strikes are pretty dangerous after all, Shishishi. Aye, Captain. They called out, leaving Luffy alone to face the enraged Arlong, who at this moment burst back through the tower wall, now wielding a massive sawtooth sword. Ah, you foolish human. Arlong began rapidly swinging his sword Kiribachi, the strength behind the swings, enough to shatter the remaining stone pillars around the area on contact. Yikes, that looks painful. Luffy chuckled to himself as he dodged each swing by a hair's breadth. A massive vertical swing caused him to jump back, putting him right at the edge of water. Arlong continued with his swing, turning it into a flip as he brought his saw sword back down again, shattering the ground the two were standing on. Shahaha. Now that we're on the water, you have no chance. The fishman's bloodshot eyes were locked onto the teetering Luffy, who was doing his best to not fall into the water. You're mine. He yelled, Kiribachi lashing out in a horizontal swing that covered all of Luffy's escapes. Shishishi, it was a good try, but no dice. Just before the blade hit Luffy, he seemingly blinked out of existence before reappearing back on solid land. You gotta be faster than that if you want to catch me. Luffy smiled as he motioned for Arlong to continue. In response, Arlong dove into the water, leaving the Straw Hat captain hanging. Hey, he didn't run away, did he? The young man asked himself out loud. There was silence in Arlong Park as Luffy looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. As he began to turn to the side, a massive explosion occurred in the water as Arlong rocketed out at an even faster speed, his saw sword extended out in front of him. Saw shark darts. The fishman's blade reached Luffy this time, cutting into his shirt and side. Luffy immediately clapped a hand over the wound as he tumbled away, a wry look on his face. All this time in the East Blue is making me rusty. After this, I think it's probably time to head back to the Grand Line. Standing up, he brushed the dust from his clothes, the new cut showing the unharmed skin beneath. Alright, time to put an end to this. Luffy turned toward the angry Arlong with a serious look on his face. If you have any other tricks, you better pull them out now. Otherwise, this will be over in the next hit. Ridiculous. The fishman spit out. Before he could continue though, he saw Luffy take a stance and his instinct screamed at him to defend or run away. Immediately, he crossed his arms in front of himself, with Kiribachi also angling across his body. Shark scales. He growled out, his body taking on a grayish color just as his opponent launched his attack. Bolt, bazooka. Crashing thunder resounded as Luffy's arms shot forth, transforming into lightning bolts that hammered into the defending Arlong, launching him into the air and all the way into the top floor of Arlong Park. Luffy stared for a second, his mind racing. Was that hockey? No, not quite. Who would have thought someone out here had almost unlocked their hockey? Shaking his head, he jumped after Arlong, determined to put an end to their fight. Entering through the hole in the wall Arlong made, Luffy looked around, taken aback by the large amount of papers and maps strewn throughout the room. What is this place? Kah. Arlong coughed up blood from where he was leaning against a smashed-up table, his right arm broken and Kiribachi shattered into pieces at his feet. This is my navigator's map room. Slowly trying to pull himself up, he glared at the Devil Fruit user. What's a monster like you doing in the East Blue? Luffy glared at the fishman as he continued to call Nami his navigator. You can't call her part of your crew when you threaten and blackmail her into working for you. How naive. Well, she's a magnificent navigator, cough, she's still part of the inferior human species. She should be happy with everything I've done for her. Arlong had barely managed to stand up before Luffy's fist slammed him into the floor. Happy? And you call me a monster, Straw Hat spit out in disgust. Focusing, small arcs of electricity began to arc from Luffy. With this, Nami will be free to choose whatever path she wants. Raising a hand, the atmosphere became electrified. Luffy gave one more look around the map room, imagining all the pain and torment the girl had suffered here. He slowly dropped his hand, intoning his attack name as a lightning bolt dropped from the clear skies and tore through Arlong Park. Bolt, battle axe. Konomi Island's Bonin village. We're free. The combined surviving villagers of the entire Konomi Island chain had all gathered at the last remaining village on the main island. Everyone. Dance and drink to your heart's content. We've lived these past 8 years for this very moment. The village leader of Bonin shouted from atop the rooftops of the village as a festival unlike any other began for the first time since the arrival of the Arlong pirates. The villagers roared with jubilee as they cried, danced, and partied away the horrors of the last 8 years. It's really in pieces. I just saw it for myself. A young boy, the sole survivor of Gosa village, shouted as he ran through the streets. Arlong Park is destroyed. More. A shout from the village hall had already become a common oddity as the mysterious teen that could summon lightning at will cried out for more food. Boy, save some for the rest of us. You're not even hurt. The green-haired swordsman that had conjured a twister to defeat 20 fishmen at once yelled as more and more of the food disappeared into the bottomless pit of the lighting boy's stomach. Luffy, if you take even one crumb from a lady's plate you'll go without food for a month. The blonde-haired chef that had defeated the indomitable Karubi threatened as he helped prepare as much food as possible to keep the party going. And so I vowed that I'd find my own way as a marksman and skillfully took down that big-mouthed half-fish with nothing but my own guts and cunning intellect. That and a healthy dose of my patented Tabasco star. The long-nosed teen hadn't stopped boasting about how he gallantly faced down a platoon of fishmen all by himself in a life-or-death battle. We did it. We did it. We did it. The two blue and green jacket-wearing teens had non-stop danced since the total and utter obliteration of Arlong Park. Only now they had mugs of beer in their hands. All throughout the Konomi Islands people were partying the few remaining daylight hours away. And they had no intention of stopping until their bodies collapsed. At long last, after 8 long years, they were free. Outskirts of Kokoyashi village. It's just like I remember it. Bellemere whispered quietly as Nojiko and Nami pushed her wheelchair toward their family home. The small one-room building was as brilliantly white as Bellemere remembered. The tangerine groves rustled in the wind, the crashing of the waves below the cliff's edge, and the salty sea breeze flooded her senses as memories from when she was a small girl, to raising the once 2 little girls that now pushed her broken body to that horrible fateful day. For the first time in a long time, Bellemere's body shook as she sobbed and grieved for all that had been taken by that fish bastard and his greedy ambitions. Mama. Both Nojiko and Nami rushed to her sides, only to find themselves pulled into a tight hug. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect you both. I'm so sorry. Bellemere wept into her daughter's shoulders. Faint, sad, little smiles spread across both Nami and Nojiko's faces as they hugged their mother back. There's nothing to be sorry for Mama. It was his fault, not yours. He's the one that needs to beg us for forgiveness. Nojiko quietly said into her mother's ear as tears began to fall down her face. I've never blamed you. I begged that bastard to spare your life in exchange for my talents. I didn't want you to die. I was so scared that you'd leave us alone with him that I never thought about how he could use you against us. I just wanted us to be a family again. Just the 3 of us for so long. I did so many things to achieve that dream. Who knew I just needed to meet an idiot made of lightning? The words simply flowed out of Nami as her body shook and tears streamed. She'd wanted this for so long. The ability to hug her mother and sister without the scrutiny and suspicion of a fishman watching over them. Bellemere calmed down from the flow of love being poured into her being by her 2 daughters. She couldn't help but chuckle with her orange-haired daughter at the mention of the idiot made of lightning. She knew devil fruit powers could grant powerful abilities, but surely there had to be a limit to that, right? So he's an idiot now, huh? And here I thought he was your gallant Prince Charming, come to rescue you from the evil band of pirates, sweep you off your feet and sail off into the sunset. Nojiko couldn't help but tease her sister, having noticed the telltale signs of a crush for their raven-haired savior. Pulling out of the 3-way hug, Nojiko sent Nami a teasing smirk. What? As if. He's a total dork and an absolute hunk of meat. Nojiko cut her sister off. You should see him without that red vest on, Mama. He's built like a god, though given the circumstances, I suppose devil is more appropriate. Nojiko brought a thoughtful finger to her cheek as she realized Luffy had gained his powers by eating a devil fruit. His morning exercise routine is a sight to behold. I know Nami definitely has. You? No. Nojiko, don't ogle my captain. Nami's face was beet red, at a loss for words. Did you forget? He's my captain as well. I'm still a member of the Straw Hat crew, remember? I'll ogle as much as I want. Or is that supposed to be your way of marking your territory, Nojiko pointed at the Straw Hat still seated upon the orange tea's head. Nami's eyes widened as she realized she had yet to return the Straw Hat to its rightful owner. Aye. Ahahaha. Bellemere could only laugh as her daughters bickered like they had throughout their entire childhoods, right up until that day it was all shattered. I suppose there are some things that don't change. No matter what happens or how much time passes by, you'll both be my baby girls that rescued me from that hellhole. I'm so grateful to be alive. To see the fine women you've both grown into. Bellemere's laughter caused the two bickering girls to stop fighting and turn toward their mother and both raise a questioning brow simultaneously. "Girls, tonight I'm making omelets with tangerine." "000. Is this where that guy said the raw ham melon was being made?" Luffy asked as he trudged along the long path he'd taken that had led him to the small white building, sat by a cliff's edge. It was late now, the sun had set hours ago, and the moon rose high above. The building's lights were out and it was pitch black save for the brilliant moonlight that shined down on him. "Monkey D. Luffy." A voice called out, causing Luffy to look toward the cliff's edge and spot the woman he'd come to help free. Nami's mother. "Oh, it's just you. What are you doing out here by yourself?" Luffy tilted his head trying to work out why she was there. Bellemere chuckled at the odd look the pirate captain was giving her. "After spending 8 years locked in a tower room, wouldn't you also want to be outside as much as possible, even given my situation?" Bellemere gestured to her wheelchair. "I suppose so. I guess this means this isn't where they're making the raw ham melon then?" Luffy asked, with a small amount of hope in his voice. "I'm afraid not." "Damn. Oh well, I'll ask Sanji to make me some then, shushi. Luffy laughed to himself, his stomach grumbling in excitement at the prospect of satisfying its hunger. Bellemere herself couldn't help but laugh along with him, his laughter almost contagious. "Come here. There's something I'd like to say to you." Luffy shrugged and walked over to the woman until he was standing in front of her. "Thank you for taking care of my girls." Bellemere did her best to bow in honor of the man that had saved them all from a life of servitude and tyranny. "Ma, it was nothing." Luffy waved her off as he picked his nose with a disinterested look. Bellemere blinked owlishly before adopting a serene smile. "You really are just like him, your grandfather that is." Luffy's world came to a screaming halt as terror filled his eyes. "My grandfather?" "Oh yes. Your grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. I knew him very well when I was in the Corps. He was the one that trained my regiment after all. To think a man like him had a grandson. I wonder what his opinion would be if he knew you were off gallivanting as a pirate. I'd bet he'd be so disappointed to hear that. Perhaps I should give him a call. It's been so long after all." Bellemere looked like a cat that had caught the canary. "No." Luffy shouted, "Don't do that. He can't know where I am." "But why ever not? I'm sure he's quite worried about you. Why, you couldn't be any older than 18, the perfect recruiting age for a model marine. He will kill me." Luffy stressed as panic began to set in. "You have no idea what it was like growing up with that man. Not to mention that I ran away with Ace without his permission. Hell. No. He cannot know I was here." "I see." Bellemere then quickly reached up and pulled him down to eye level via his ear. "Then you're going to promise me to never break my baby girl's heart. You will treat her like a princess, no, a goddess. Because if I ever hear that you made her cry or broke the smile she's just regained, there is nothing on this blue earth that will save you from me. Not your silly lightning powers, not your grandfather, not time nor distance, and most definitely not a single army or nation will protect you from my wrath. Do I make myself clear, pirate?" What?" Luffy felt fear envelope him as Bellemere twisted his ear even harder. "I mean yes ma'am." "Good." Bellemere let go of his ear, a satisfied smile resting on her face, before a small frown replaced it. "She's going to continue to follow you." "I won't stop her, I can't stop her. Just like there was no one that could stop me from joining the Marines. It's going to be a perilous journey, Nami told me where you're headed. I'll protect her with my life." Luffy cut her off. Bellemere looked at him for a hard moment before she let go of a deep breath she didn't know she was holding. "You really are just like your grandfather. Vice Admiral Garp was just as head-sure as you. If you're even the slightest bit like him, I know she's in good hands." "Thank you." "You don't need to thank me. I'm just doing what any good captain would do. I'm nothing without my crew. Even with this power, arcs of electricity sprouted from across his body, there's so much I don't know about, so much I can't do that they can. So I'll do what I can do and protect them. So there's no need to thank me. Just give me some food to eat and we're even, shishi. Bellemere stared at the grinning teen and could easily envision Vice Admiral Garp standing where he was now. Yet she couldn't quite meld the two in her mind. There was just something about this young pirate captain that made him seem like more than the aged Vice Admiral of her past memory. Maybe it was the cocksure smile he was giving her or the selflessness he'd proven by taking on her daughter's burdens and taking the time to set free the Konomi Islands from the tyrannical rule of Arlong without a single thought of reward. Okay, he did want to be fed, but for what he and his crew had done for them, it was a reward well earned. Smiling to herself, Bellemere made a decision. "Then when you're finished running around as a pirate, I'll make sure there's always something good to eat here for you and your crew." Konomi Islands, Bellemere's house the next morning. "What are these?" Nami and Nojiko stared at their mother with raised brows and the two travelers' bags that were set by the front door. Supplies. I packed everything I could think of that two young women would need out on the open ocean of the Grand Line. Bellemere sniggered as her daughter's jaws dropped slightly. What? But I mean we can't just leave you. We're finally a family again. Nami argued, torn between wanting to fully reunite with her family and fulfilling her role as the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Mom, I don't understand, don't you want to be a family with us again? Nojiko brought a closed fist above her heart. Girls, we will always be a family. No matter what anyone says, you're my girls. But, at long last, the two of you have an opportunity to leave this island behind and truly see this world with your own eyes. For the first time in your lives you can choose your own paths. Nami, if you don't follow that boy, you will always regret it for the rest of your life. And Nojiko, Bellemere gazed at the blue-haired woman that had given her reason to live. I cannot be the reason to keep yourself caged on this island. See the world and all it has to offer. I met your captain last night and he's agreed to set sail today as soon as the both of you go down to the pier. The two girls stood in silence as they processed what their mother was telling them. I love you, both of you. You gave me the happiest memories of my life, raising you two hellions, especially you Nami, Bellemere continued through Nami's indignant hey. So nothing could pain me more than being the reason you refused to remove the last shackle Arlong put on you both. You're not a shackle. Don't say that. Then leave. Bellemere's features hardened. Leave and live your lives. Deliver Arlong his final defeat and see the world he tried to deny both of you. Fulfill your dreams. But how can we leave when you're like? Are you doubting me? Bellemere cut off Nami. Do you think I need my daughters to waste their lives helping their cripple of a mother? This damn chair is the last shackle Arlong left on me and I will conquer it. I may never be able to be rid of it, but I will not let it be an excuse to hold me back, to hold either of you back. She clenched her fist and slammed it against the armrest of the wheelchair she was bound to. Mama, tears welled up in Nami's eyes as she witnessed a look of shame cross her mother's face. Nojiko took a hard look at the woman that had taken her in from that war-torn town. She remembered finding the little baby girl that was smiling so innocently, oblivious to the hellscape that surrounded them. She remembered as one of the Marines she thought was dead stood back up and wrapped a torn and bloodied coat around her and the still smiling baby and sheltered them. And she remembered every single time that Marine made a sacrifice to let her and Nami live a happy and fulfilled life to the best of her ability. I swear, Marines and their pride. How can we do anything other than leave now? Geez, what a troublesome mother we have, Nami. Nojiko sighed as she shrugged her shoulders as she walked toward Bellemere and the packed supplies. Nojiko Nami didn't know what to think as she watched Nojiko approach their mother. Kneeling before her mother, Nojiko took both of Bellemere's hands into her own. Thank you for saving us that day. You foolish girl, it was the two of you that saved me. I was ready to die that day, but that scared blue-haired girl holding on to that smiling orange-haired baby made me realize that I wasn't. I still had a job to do. Bellemere smiled at Nojiko. Nami stepped forward and knelt next to her sister. You aren't mad that we're going to be pirates. I won't lie and say I'm not disappointed, but I'm not mad. Not when you're following your hearts. How could I ever be mad about that? Bellemere withdrew her hands from Nojiko's grasp and pulled both girls' heads into her lap. There's so much I want to say to both of you, to show you, to teach you. So much time was stolen from us. Bellemere's grip tightened around them. But if you stay any longer, I won't be able to let either of you go. It was Nami that pulled back first, a determined look on her face. I promised I'd draw a map of the world one day. This time I'm promising to not return until I've done so. I'll show you the entire world in one map. Nojiko stood up, a just as determined look on her face. I'm going to see everything this world has to offer. There won't be a single place in this world that I won't have seen at least once. When I return, I'll write a book so detailed it'll be as if you were really there. Then what are the two of you waiting for? Hinomi Island's Bonin Village Pier. Are they really leaving already? We're not done celebrating yet. Aren't a few of them still hurt? A massive crowd had gathered around the dock going merry as the pirate crew loaded gifted supplies onto the small sailing ship. Word had quickly spread of the pirates' pending departure throughout the island, leading to every village islander rushing to Bonin to catch one last glimpse of their saviors. Luffy bro, that was the last of the cargo. Johnny yelled out as he and Yusaku finished hauling the given supplies to them by the grateful villagers of the Konomi Islands onto the going merry. Boy, why do we have to depart so soon? The wonderful maidens of Konomi haven't finished thanking us. Sanji cried as he barged out of the kitchen and out onto the deck, carrying a plate of cooked meat toward his currently shitty captain, who was lounging on the going merry's railing looking towards the village. That was the order given, love cook, so shut up and finish cooking so we can eat already. Zoro walked out from below deck, having stored the majority of their supplies that had been hauled up. Usopp came out from behind him, heaving from having to help Zoro. I'm not complaining, but I do think it's rather sudden that we're leaving so soon. I wonder if something happened. Yasaku couldn't help but notice the absence of Nami and Nojiko, though the blue-haired girl wasn't truly a part of the crew, he at least expected the two sisters to see them off. Huh? You don't think Nami would stay? Hey? Usopp cried out, holding his head where Zoro had hit him with his white scabbard sword. Then don't say stupid shit. Was all the swordsman said before walking up to the mast and sitting against it. If Nami Swan doesn't continue from here, then I'm out. She was 45% of the reason I joined this crew. Sanji declared as he set the plate of hot food next to Luffy before leaning against the railing and fishing out a cigarette and his lighter. Lem guessed the other 45 was for her sister and you only left 10% for your dream. Zoro smirked smugly. When you say it, it sounds creepy. Sanji narrowed his eyes. That's because it is. The rest of the crew yelled, save for Luffy, he was content to devour the food presented to him. He then suddenly stood up as he gave an order. Prep the sails. It's time for us to get out of here. Wow, but Nami Swan still hasn't joined us. And Nojiko Chuan hasn't come to say goodbye. Sanji complained. Yeah Luffy, why aren't we waiting for Nami? Are we really leaving her behind? Usopp asked, still unsure as to why they were leaving so suddenly. Stop questioning and start listening to orders. Get your ass over to the bow and pull in the anchor. Zoro yelled as he and Johnny started climbing up the mast to unfurl the sails. We're not leaving Nami. She's already here. Luffy pointed at just past the gathered crowd toward a blue and orange blur coming toward them. Now go do your job and let's get out of here. Rushing through the gathered crowd, Nami and Nojiko weaved a path that took them past everyone before leaping off the pier and jumping onto the Going Merry. Lifting up their shirts, wallets and purses started to fall onto the Going Merry's deck. The crowd back on the pier took a blinking moment to realize what had just happened. Those thieving pirates. Was heard throughout the Konomi Islands. Not bad sis, we'll make a thief out of you yet. Nami held out her hand as Nojiko high-fived her. HMPH, did you really think you were slick enough to steal from me all these years without me picking up a thing or two? You're not as sly as you think, Miss Cat Burglar. Nojiko smiled as the two laughed, ignoring the indignant yet tearful goodbyes from the crowd. I take it everything's good then? Luffy asked as he walked up to the sisters. Not quite yet, Nami walked over to him, pulling off his straw hat from her head and placing it back where it belonged. Thank you. Don't mention it. Luffy gave her his trademark grin. Now we just need to settle the matter of what you're doing on my ship. Luffy turned his gaze to Nojiko. I wish to join your crew, Captain. I heard from a reliable source that you were recruiting. Nojiko said confidently. Is that so? And why would you want to join a pirate crew? Luffy ignored an outburst from Sanji who was all for the Blue Net joining the crew officially. Well, as it stands, I've yet to be relieved from duty when you so gallantly placed me on your crew to provide me protection from the horrible, monstrous fishmen of the Arlong pirates and then proceeded to beat each and every last one of them into a bloody pulp. Secondly, I want to see the world and as this ship is currently the only one in the entirety of the Konomi Islands, what better opportunity than this to leave? And third, Nojiko adopted a sultry look, I still haven't gotten to thank you for saving my family. Nojiko. Nami yelled, her face burning red. Luffy blinked and tilted his head with a raised brow. Zoro laughed. Usopp gaped. Johnny and Yasaku couldn't help but think how lucky their captain was. And Sanji fainted from a sudden case of blood loss. It was no problem. Luffy said lamely as he stuck a finger into his nose. Well, since you're here and technically a part of the crew already, I guess welcome aboard. We'll figure out a job for you later, but for now let's celebrate. Luffy threw up his arms as he yelled for his crew to party. Nojiko blinked as Luffy completely dismissed her and rounded up his crew. So he really does have a thing for her. She smiled as she watched Nami get dragged off by the eccentric boy that was now officially her captain and began dancing and laughing with her. Sanji was quickly back on his feet and in the kitchen, prepping a banquet for the small band of pirates. Zoro dragged out booze and started drinking with Johnny and Yasaku as Usopp started spinning stories. Nojiko, come on. Nami waved to her and the Blue Net cast a look back at the island she'd grown up and had spent almost her entire life. So much had happened there and as the Konomi Islands got smaller and smaller against the horizon line, she realized just how small everything was. She couldn't help but look toward the cliffs where her mother now resided and smiled at the distant figure of a woman sitting in a wheelchair, waving goodbye to them. Turning away, Nojiko took her first real steps toward a new unpredictable future that would change the world. And had she kept staring back toward her home islands, she'd have seen the rising sails of a Navy battleship just peeking over the horizon. Vice Admiral Garp was the closest he'd been to his errant grandson in 5 years. East Blue Merry go. And we're done. Nojiko backed away from her sister, ink and needle in hand. Thanks. Nami looked down at her left shoulder, the sting of the needle still fresh, but the heavy weight of the Arlong Pirate's mark was no longer there. Instead there was now a blue pinwheel and tangerine in its place. Be sure to take it easy for the next few days while the ink sets, but other than that you're good to go. You're lucky that Dr. Neko taught me how to do cover-ups, otherwise we'd have to stop somewhere to get it changed. Nojiko thought back to the time she'd spent with the old doctor and the lessons he'd given her when she'd told him she wanted tattoos to show her solidarity with Nami. And pay for it. Nami sat up and strode over to the shared closet to find a sleeveless top. I wish he'd been able to see it, Dr. Neko and so many others deserve to see that building crumble. The image of the old doctor charging to his death to give Nojiko a chance to escape shot through her mind briefly. I'm sure he did, I'm sure he was dancing in joy when Captain blew it up. Please don't call him that. It'll go to his head, Nami deadpanned as she pulled on a dark teal tank top, being careful with her arm as she pulled it over her head. Why not? That is what he is after all. Plus, I'm pretty sure it's the 250 million bounty that is going to his head, rather than me calling him captain. If only you know how much money we could scam the Navy out of if he even remotely cared about money. No one else other than him has a bounty in the crew and he's strong enough he could walk out of a prison and no one could stop him, I'm pretty sure. We'd have millions before the Navy even knew what hit them. Nami's eyes turned into berries as she imagined swimming in a pool of gold and money. Everyone on deck. Luffy's cry bellowed throughout the small ship and the rushing of feet could be heard through the floorboards. The heck is he shouting for? You don't think we're being attacked, do you? Nojiko ran to the porthole of their room and looked out to see if there was an enemy ship. Nami on the other hand had frozen in fear as she caught sight of the time. It was 10 in the morning. Oh no, Nami whispered as she shuddered as she realized what Luffy was gathering everyone up for. What? What's wrong? Nojiko asked as her sister looked back at her in fear. It's time for 000. Training. Was the collective response from the 4 new Straw Hat Pirates. The entire crew stood in a row before their captain and first mate. Yep. Luffy grinned at them with an unusually bright smile, so bright that they almost missed the evil glint in his eye. Usopp and Nami noticed it and could only feel helplessness settle in that today might be an easygoing day for them. Due to everything going on the last few days, we haven't really been able to go over our daily schedules for life here on the ship. We've never done that, Nami pointed out. Well, besides training at 10 sharp. That's cause there were only 4 of us before. Now that the crew's grown, we need to be sharper than ever. From now on, training begins as soon as you're up. He received deadpan stares. You want to say that again? Nami could feel her eye twitch. You'll be training as soon as you get up. That's what I thought you said, she sighed. And just what does this training entail, exactly? Nojiko spoke up after Usopp had suddenly fainted, murmuring about death and pain. We're going to push you to your limits, and when you reach that, we're going to push you even further. The witch and Usopp have already started on this. You don't stop until we say you stop or you black out. But either way, you keep going. Everyone does this, including you love cook. Zoro couldn't help but call out the cook. Not for any particular reason, other than he wanted the blonde chef to know the pecking order in this crew. And what's that supposed to mean, you damn mosshead? Sanji spat. It means I don't want to hear any complaints. Period. I can already tell you're going to rush to the girls' aid at the first grunt they make when the training starts to get to them. Don't. This is for their benefit. They're not damsels, they're pirates. They don't need a Prince Charming to save them. Nojiko wasn't sure she should be offended or grateful toward the swordsman. I'm not so blinded by the thought of Nojiko Swan and Nami Chuan in sweaty clothes that I haven't figured out the point of all this. That display back at Arlong Park made it abundantly clear that something like this was bound to happen. Sanji ignored the looks he was receiving from his bleeding nose. What display at Arlong Park? Johnny finally jumped into the conversation as he tried to figure out what the cook meant. Luffy's show of power. That wasn't just defeating an enemy, that was making a statement when he called down lightning from the heavens and blew up a building. Don't fuck with the Straw Hats or this'll happen to you. But a response like that, it has adverse effects as well. Effects on us. If we're not careful, we'll become reliant on that power, lazy even. Because we know Luffy can pretty much defeat anyone with power like that. And if that happens, if we simply rely on him, what happens when we can't? This isn't some rosy cruise. We're traveling with a wanted man that the Navy more than likely wants to hang pretty badly. They'll come at us with everything they've got. So we have to be ready. We can't just assume Luffy is going to save us and everything will be fine. All of us have to carry our own weight. And when we can't, the rest of us will pick up where you left off. Sanji said coolly, putting his hands in his pockets looking toward Luffy. Or am I wrong? Nope. That's exactly it. I once made the mistake of thinking I was safe just because I was with Shanks. I won't let any of you make that same mistake. So we train and become the greatest crew this world has ever seen, Luffy affirmed as he looked at each member of his crew. So enough talking and let's get doing, we have a lot of work to do. Luffy grinned and started giving instructions on what he wanted each of them to do. Safe to say, the 4 new members of the Straw Hat Pirates were suddenly regretting following the raven-haired captain. Zoro. Why does everything hurt? Yusaku cried, splayed out on his back, breathing heavily. I thought, huff, that it would, huff, never end. Johnny huffed as he fell to his knees. How the hell have you been doing this, sis? This feels more like torture than training. Nojiko was bent over, huffing just as much as the others. Hate. Hate is what's gotten me through so far, Nami replied, though not as winded as her sister or the 2 former bounty hunters. I was right. Nojiko Swan and Nami Chuan look absolutely incredible like this. Sanji couldn't help himself as his one visible eye had turned into a heart at the sight of the 2 sweaty sisters. That's not to say he wasn't drenched in sweat either. He was just already used to intense training like this from his tenure under a former renowned pirate. Usopp said nothing as his body pulsed heavily in time with his heartbeat, lying on the railing of the Going Merry. They're still able to talk. I think we should have them go through a few more reps, Zoro spoke loudly so they could all hear him as he turned to Luffy. Nah, let them rest. We don't want to overwork them. Though Sanji does seem like he could go on a bit longer. But a loud rumbling roared across the deck, everyone looking toward Luffy's stomach. I'm starving. You're not even sweating. All 6 tired pirates yelled at their captain, whilst Zoro could only laugh. Sanji, food. Luffy ignored the glares thrown his way. You'll be lucky if I can even lift a spatula. Sanji yelled, unwittingly admitting that the training had gotten to him. Then again being the only one to actually manage the ridiculous demanded 500 push-ups had left his arms feeling like noodles. Damn mosshead. He just had to say something about Nojiko Swan and Nami Chuan doing more than me. A loud rumbling was heard again that was accompanied by a feminine squeak. The pirates turned toward Nami who had a hand over her mouth and reddening cheeks. So I'm hungry, you don't have to stare at me. She yelled in embarrassment. I'd be more than happy to make you lunch, Nami Swan. Sanji immediately ran off to the kitchen to begin making lunch, begrudgingly for everyone. Well, at least we have something to look forward to now besides all this aching, Nojiko sighed, letting herself fall onto the wooden deck below. You said it, sis. I feel like I could eat a whole sea king at this point. Johnny yelled, having sat up. I'd settle for being able to move first, Yusaku whined, attempting to sit up himself. I wish we were having sea king for lunch. Oh man, I can't wait to get back to the Grand Line, there are tons of sea kings out there to eat. I'm salivating just thinking about it. Luffy went starry-eyed as drool poured out of his mouth. They're that good, huh? We'll have to go hunting then. Zoro had sat down against Mary's railing, his eyes closed with his arms behind his back. It'll be fun. You never know just how big they'll be, shushi. Zoro. I need to know if you've finally made a decision on our next heading so I can chart our course, Nami said as she set her spoon down, looking across the crew's dining table at Luffy. Once Sanji's cooking had started, the delicious-smelling food had beckoned the tired pirates into the kitchen. Several bowls of soup had already been laid out and a mad scramble to sit first ensued. Naturally both Nami and Nojiko had been seated by Sanji after he kicked both Johnny and Yusaku out of their seats. Luffy paused mid-bite as he looked at his navigator, the entirety of his crew looking at him. Placing his silverware down he smiled at them. Our final heading for the East Blue is Loguetown, the place where Gold Roger was born and executed. From there, we go to the Grand Line. Alright. Johnny, Yusaku and Usopp jumped up excitedly, dancing together. So we're finally leaving the East Blue, huh? Zoro said, setting Wado Ichimonji down, having spent his mealtime polishing his sword. Sanji lit a cigarette. So we're taking our first steps into the unknown all blue, I'll find you. The first island I see is going to be the place the king of the pirates was born and died. That'll do for a start, Nojiko smiled to herself, pleased with the heading her captain had chosen for her first adventure. Then I guess I better get started charting our course. Loguetown and then the Grand Line, I'll have us there in no time. Nami stood up and left to begin charting their course to the town of the beginning and the end. Loguetown. 0003 days later 00. So this is Loguetown. Nojiko looked at the passing cityscape of Loguetown as the majority of the crew helped bring the ship into port. Yeah, it looks the same as last time. Luffy was suddenly standing next to her, making her jump. You've really got to stop doing that, Captain, Nojiko said, a hand over her heart. But it's too much fun. Luffy smiled brightly at his newest crewmate. So you've been here before? Yeah, about 3 years ago the Red Hair Pirates ran through the East Blue for a bit. Loguetown is the last stop before heading for Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line for the East Blue. Reverse Mountain. Nami mentioned it while she was charting our course. She said it was the only way to enter the Grand Line. Yup. It's the only break in the entire Red Line, so it's the only way to enter the Grand Line from any of the blues. We'll be going up it once we leave here, Luffy confirmed. Up it? Nojiko stressed the word up, unsure what he was implying. The Going Merry came to a stop as the crew got the small pirate ship fully docked. You'll see. For now don't worry about it, shishishi. Luffy laughed before Nami called out to get the attention of the crew. Listen up. We need to make sure we're well stocked before heading for the Grand Line. I'm leaving grocery shopping up to you, Sanji. We still have a decent supply from the Baratie, so I'm trusting you to know how much of everything we'll need. Since there's no maps of the interior of the Grand Line, I have no idea how long it'll be before our next chance to get fresh food, Nami dictated from the front of the helm's room. Yes, Nami Swan. Leave our food supply to me. I just love it when you're serious. Sanji swooned with hearts in his eyes. Usopp, as our gunner I'm leaving weapons and ammo up to you. Luffy's stockpile he's been plundering seems adequate for the time being, but as you have a better eye for this type of stuff, I'm going to let you be the judge of that. Zoro. Nami called up to the green-haired swordsman who was busy tying up the sails alongside Johnny, while Usopp gave a salute, indicating he understood his assignment. What, which? After much consideration, and at Luffy's behest, I've approved your request to buy new swords. I'm giving you 300,000 berries for that along with another 100,000 for personal effects, as Nami took a deep breath as she forced the words out through gritted teeth. As part of your pay. We'll all be getting 100,000 to spend on anything we want. Just know I expect receipts. You hear that bro, we're actually getting paid. We should have joined a pirate crew ages ago. Yusaku called up to Johnny. We can actually afford to buy some grub. I saw a place that looked good when we were coming into port. Johnny yelled down at his partner. Don't get too excited you two. You're both on ship duty until at least two of us return to relieve you. If you want, put an order in with Sanji and he'll bring you back some food, Nami snapped. And what about me sis? Anything for me to do? Nojiko asked. Shopping with me. We both need some new clothes among other things. I also need to pick up more navigational tools and supplies. I want to be ready for whatever the Grand Line has in store for us. Nami took on a serious expression. Don't worry that much about the Grand Line, Nami. We'll be fine. So what did you want me to do? Luffy asked, not wanting to be the only one without an assignment. Are you actually going to do what I tell you to do? Nami shot him a suspicious look with a raised brow. Why yes, Luffy looked everywhere but at her, sweat drops on the back of his head. I doubt that. I've already figured you really only wanted to come here because you have something you want to do instead of making sure we have enough supplies before entering the Grand Line. Just go do whatever it is and stay out of trouble. Nami waved him off. Unless of course, you want to carry my and Nojiko's bags like a gentleman, Nami teased with a wink. I'd happily carry your bags, Nami Swan. Sanji rocketed through the air, elated at the thought of helping Nami and Nojiko clothing shop. Will you settle down, you damn love cook, Zoro yelled, irritated by the cook's blatant chivalry. How did I just hear Ma speak? What a shitty discovery. Sanji landed back on Mary's deck, cupping an ear in mockery. Shishishishi, let's go. Luffy laughed at his crew's antics and flashed out of existence. We're surrounded by morons, Nami sighed as she gathered the remaining crew to hand out their pay before she and Nojiko finally disembarked themselves. Loguetown Marine offices. Captain Smoker. The door to Marine Captain Smoker's office burst open, the Marine immediately giving a salute. We just received word from HQ that the Dawn Creek pirates and Arlong the Fishman's crew have not only been defeated but are now in custody, sir. The room was dark with heavy smoke, the only visible light coming from the burning end of two lit cigars. And. I'm sorry, sir. The Marine gave a confused look, not understanding what his captain was saying. I'm asking you why I should care. Don Krieg is supposed to be in the Grand Line now, making him the problem of the Navy outposts out there. As for Arlong, if not for that rat-faced bastard Nezumi protecting him, I'd have arrested him a year ago when I was assigned my position here in the East Blue. If Nezumi finally did the right thing, that means his little deal with the fish bastard finally soured. Smoker moved his arm steadily, a rock in his hand, as he meticulously went about stacking it on a column of carefully balanced rocks. That's the thing though, sir. The report claims Nezumi was arrested along with Arlong's crew. It also states that the body of Arlong the Fishman was burned to prevent the denizens of Fishman Island claiming it and making him into a martyr like they did Fisher Tiger 9 years ago. Don Krieg was picked up from a seafaring restaurant known as the Baratie with severe burn scars. The owner claimed Krieg arrived out of nowhere and attempted to steal his ship in order to continue pirating after an ill-fated run-in with one of the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihik, in the Grand Line. Several of Arlong's crew have the same burn marks as Krieg, the Marine clarified. I still fail to see why I should care about any of this, Sergeant. Because the one that apprehended Captain Nezumi and the one bringing both him and Arlong's crew here is Vice Admiral Garp. The sergeant yelled, making the pile of rocks fall over. Smoker slowly turned his head toward the sergeant. You made them fall over. Placing the rock that was still in his hand down, he stood up and walked over to his closed window and opened it, letting the smoke billow out and reveal his mint green hair and exposed shirtless chest. I'm sorry, sir. But aren't you shocked? The hero of the Marines is coming here. I go at my own pace. Besides, I've met the hero before. He's loud and obnoxious. Don't be surprised if the citizens complain about noise. Regardless, we'll need to make sure the town is clear of any free-roaming pirates hoping to head to the Grand Line. It wouldn't do for the Vice Admiral to do our jobs for us. Smoker walked over to his desk where his jacket and seastone jute were. Pulling it on, he left his jacket open to reveal his chest with his jute strapped to his back, the characters for Justice stitched onto the back of the jacket in red. Let's go. Yes, sir. The Marine saluted, following after his captain. Walking out onto the bustling streets of Loguetown, Smoker headed straight for the docks. Sergeant, there's a certain pirate that's supposed to be landing here today, isn't there? Yes, sir. Let me see here. Ah yes, he should have landed already. He's been making waves recently as an upstart. If we're quick we can catch him out on the docks. Just ahead of them was a little girl holding an ice cream cone with 2 scoops, staring starry-eyed at the cone, not paying attention to where she was running. Make sure to watch where you're going, sweetheart. Her father called out to her, chuckling to himself at the sight of his daughter's joyful face. I would have preferred to be ahead of them, but no matter. We'll cut them off before they can wreak havoc here. Give orders to the rest of the detachments to be on the lookout for anyone suspicious and relay to Shiggy that I want a detail prepared to meet the Vice Admiral. Yes, sir. Though Master Chief Petty Officer Shiggy is currently indisposed. She requested this morning off. She won't be in until kendo training later. Shall I order another of the sergeants to prepare the detail that will greet the Vice Admiral? Geez, that girl, sometimes I swear Smoker was cut off by a small leak. And the feeling of cold spreading across his lower left leg. Huh. Looking down, Smoker saw that a girl had run into him, smushing her ice cream cone all over his pants. My ice cream tears started to swell in the girl's eyes. Ah. Sweetheart, are you okay, Captain Smoker? I'm so sorry. She wasn't paying attention, even though I told her to. I swear it was an accident. The girl's father had run up seeing his daughter get knocked down by running into someone. He just didn't expect for her to run into the captain of the local Marine detachment. Smoker ignored the man as he bent over, his hand in one of his pockets as he fished around for something. Oh my. It seems my pants have eaten up your ice cream. Here, Smoker pulled out a gold coin and handed it to the girl. Go buy yourself 5 scoops. He then stood back up and walked off, the sergeant right behind him. The girl lit up at the sight of the coin, while her father could only stare at the retreating captain's back, unable to believe what had just happened. Before Smoker could make the next turn toward the docks, he spotted 2 young women, one with orange hair and the other blue hair, enter a shop. The orange-haired one had a swirl-like tattoo on her left shoulder, while the other had tats running across her clavicle and down her arms. The youth are really starting to get into weird fashion. Loguetown Shopping District. Ah, damn that witch. I can't believe she's making me pay back the 300,000 berries. How stingy can she be? TCH, just because Luffy has a CR, Zoro's lamenting was cut off by yell from across the street. I said it's your fault, bitch. You and that damn captain of yours are the reason we can't continue on to the Grand Line. With our captain in prison and our ship impounded, we've nowhere to go and nothing to lose. A man with a sword drawn screamed at a woman wearing magenta-brimmed glasses in a pale yellow floral shirt, holding on to a wrapped sword. Standing next to him was another man who also had a sword drawn. We're going to cut you up as a message to Captain Smoker that he's next. Have you really not learned your lesson? You'd think having your captain imprisoned would make you rethink your lives, the woman calmly said as she looked at the 2 pirates surrounding her. She eyed the sloppy stances the 2 men were using and sighed, unimpressed. At least learn how to wield those properly if you're going to threaten me. At this point a large crowd had encircled the 3 passers-by trying to figure out what all the yelling was about. Why you cocky bitch? You think this is a joke? We'll show you to make light of us. The 2 pirates reared their weapons high above them, ready to slice up the short-haired woman that had played a part in their crew's downfall. Zoro, having stopped and watched the exchange, scowled as he went to draw Wado Ichimonji and intervene only to stop at seeing the woman scowl herself and pull back on the wrap, revealing her weapon. All I wanted to do was pick up my sword, she sighed, drawing out her own sword, swiftly tossing her scabbard aside and dodging both men's swings. With practiced ease, the young women slashed the two before they could begin to comprehend their attack had failed. Zoro merely stared at the young woman, somewhat impressed with how easily she dispatched her two assailants. The gathered crowd gasped in awe as they watched the two men fall to the ground lifeless. The woman stood up out of her stance, sparing a glance of pity to the two men she'd just killed, before turning and heading for her discarded scabbard. At least that's what she wanted to do before tripping over the cobbled road, losing her balance as she fell forward onto her face, her glasses sent flying from the impact. "My glasses?" she cried out, reaching around out in front of her for them, as the crowd laughed at her before dispersing. "Here," she heard, blurrily seeing a stretched out arm holding her glasses. "Oh. Thank you, I was worried something bad would happen." She was cut off as she heard glass crack. Zoro stared in shock at the woman as he finally got a good look at her face. "Queen." It took the woman yelling at him to realize he'd crushed her glasses in his bare hand. "Loguetown Gold Roger Bar. Stay out here," Smoker said as he opened the flap to enter the once infamous bar where the dredges of society once gathered before heading to the Grand Line to seek their fortune and fame. Now it was nothing more than a hole in the wall that hardly anyone even knew existed. "Sir." The sergeant that had accompanied him from the Navy office eluded, taking a post by the entrance. Smoker descended down the stairs at a steady pace, eventually parting a flap with a Jolly Roger on it to enter. "HMPH, it's you. My day was going pretty great, get out." The minuscule barkeep agitatedly said as he eyed the Marine captain. "You're in a spry mood. You usually ignore me when I come down here. Did having a customer cheer you up that much?" Smoker nodded toward two empty whiskey glasses on the bar's counter. "And is it wrong for me to serve a drink in my own bar?" "No, but your usual customer is someone that you shouldn't serve a drink to. Seems I missed a rat when I was down at the port earlier cleaning it up." Smoker sat down. "Must have been quite the rat for you to be moving about instead of throwing them out. I'll take a glass of rum." "This one ain't no rat. I've been waiting for him for some time now." The barkeep turned his back on Smoker, busying himself by attending to some glasses. "And there ain't no alcohol here for you. Pretty sure I told you to get out, not sit down." "Oh come on, don't be so iron-hearted." Smoker extended his arm, the length of which became smoke and extended toward the cabinetry full of alcohol, grabbing a bottle of rum. "This one will do nicely, don't you think? After all, at least some of us still remember what day it is." He uncorked the bottle and drank directly from it. "I suppose as one of those that were there 22 years ago, it would be hard to forget the moment that shaped this era. He inspired a lot of people to take to the sea, that fool Roger. Even fools like you, who enlisted rather than seeking their fame and fortune. Then again, perhaps that's just another path, a part of the same road. Perhaps. I'll never forget how he looked on that humid afternoon, just like today. He was like a triumphant general returning from war as he walked toward his doom. It was like he didn't even know his hands were shackled or that he was being escorted by the very men that would ultimately kill him. The look on his face was that of a man that had won a war, not a prisoner to be executed." Smoker set the bottle down as he vividly recalled seeing Gold Roger be escorted to his death when he was a young boy. Wealth, fame, power. Gold Roger had attained everything the world has to offer. Even though he was walking toward his death, he was literally a king of great pride. The two sat and stood in a moment of silence. Pride? No, Roger wasn't a man of pride. He was simply a man that wasn't afraid. "That is what makes him the eternal pirate king," the old barkeep finally said, breaking the silence, before smiling to himself. "It's been far too long since I've met anyone that wasn't afraid." Smoker's brow quirked up and was about to ask what the old man meant when the sergeant he left outside burst in, two other Marines behind him. "Captain. Urgent message from the Vice Admiral's vessel. They're in pursuit of Monkey D. Luffy, better known as Straw Hat of the Red Hair Pirates. They say he should have made landfall here earlier this morning and may still be on the island. The Vice Admiral is requesting the port be shut down and Straw Hat found and detained at once." The Marine held out a wanted poster for the captain to take. Smoker quickly strode over and took the wanted poster, committing the young-looking pirate's face to memory as he read over the reason for the bounty. "A Yonko's commander. What's someone like this doing in the East Blue?" Smoker said to himself, trying to understand why someone with this high a bounty would be in the peaceful East Blue. "Sergeant, I want every patrol sent out immediately, all of them with bounties to distribute. I want the harbor master to shut down the port. No one leaves this island without my express permission. If this Monkey D. Luffy really is here, we'll flush him out into the open. I haven't let a single pirate escape my grasp since taking command here. I won't let some big shot from the New World ruin my reputation." "Sir." The three Marines saluted before rushing out of the bar. "And for the love of Goda, find Tashigi." Smoker yelled after them, before following them only to stop when the barkeep called out to him. "A word of advice, Captain," the old man said with a sickeningly sweet smile, "you should be very afraid of a man that isn't afraid to follow his dreams." He then raised a glass of rum poured from the bottle Smoker had been drinking out of and downed it. To the future Pirate King. Smoker stared at the aging barkeep in confusion before spotting the two whiskey glasses from earlier once more and his eyes widened in realization. He was here. He couldn't turn on his heel faster as he ran out of the bar. Damn it. Loguetown shopping district. "So we're just going to ignore the fact that we saw Zoro taking out the Navy's trash?" Nojiko questioned as she and her sister walked further into the shopping district, bags of clothes and supplies hanging off of their arms. "Yep. I don't even want to know how he walked into that building, let alone why. Considering he and Luffy escaped together from another marine base, it should be known by now that they're working together. If shit turns sideways, we have never met that moss head before in our entire lives." Nami deadpanned, trying to forget she saw their crew's first mate carrying bins of garbage out the local marine HQ. "He's not a complete idiot. I'm sure he knows to be discreet near the marines, let alone when he's doing chores for them." Nojiko chuckled as her sister's shoulders sagged in irritation. "We're doomed," Nami cried, having no faith in Zoro to be discreet. "This was also owned by Gold Roger." A familiar voice shouted, making the two turn their heads to see Usopp going starry-eyed over something outside a shop next to a grinning shop owner across the street. "That one, on the other hand, he may be a complete idiot." Nojiko sighed as she watched Usopp reach for a thin-looking wallet that had been full to the brim when he left the Going Merry earlier. On his back was a very full-looking backpack filled with who knows what. For his sake it better be filled with actual supplies and not collector crap. "Usopp. If you want to live past the next 3 seconds you'll set that piece of junk back down right now." Nami yelled as she stormed across the street and toward the frightened-looking marksman. "We sent you to buy supplies, not this junk." Nami waved at the store filled with novelty items and souvenirs. Usopp stammered as he tried to defend his purchases. "And Nami. I bought everything that we need, don't worry. This is just stuff for my own personal supplies. Look, I was able to get these awesome goggles that the great." "Stow it. Everything non-essential out of the bag now. It's quite obvious you don't know how to spot a scam, so I'm going to teach you right now." Nami pointed at the bag, not in the mood for Usopp's attempt to distract her from knockoffs he'd been tricked into buying. "I'm sorry ma'am, but are you trying to imply my storefront is a scam?" the purple-haired shopkeep asked with a sickeningly sweet smile. "Yes, she is." Nojiko had crossed the street and had picked up the item Usopp had been trying to buy. "Normally I'd say my sister was overreacting, but seriously. Gold Roger's coat cuffs. I think this is the 5th set we've seen so far and the 3rd design used in all of these tourist trap shops." The man sputtered at the insinuation. "How dare you? My store serves nothing but the genuine article, I'll have you know. We are not a tourist trap as you so indignantly put it." And I'm a princess of Go Kingdom." "Now," Nami wrapped an arm around the shopkeep's shoulders, pulling him in close, "we can do this the hard way or the painful way, but regardless you're going to buy back all the crap you just sold my friend and then you're going to sell whatever I approve of him buying back at a 110% discount. Are we clear?" An almost evil aura seemed to be rolling out of Nami. But that would mean I'm paying." He was cut off by Nami tightening her hold on him. "Are we clear?" The man squealed while frantically nodding his head. "Yes." "Good." Nami suddenly backed away, smiling brightly at him before turning to Usopp. "Now pick what you really want and we'll get this matter settled in no time." Usopp just stared numbly at her before slowly sliding his eyes to look at Nojiko. "Please remind me to never cross her." Nojiko couldn't help but laugh. Now where would be the fun in that? Loguetown Fisherman's Wharf. Sanji walked into the open fish market. Hundreds of stalls were pushed up against one another, displaying all the fish freshly caught that very morning. The fish too large to be laid out on the stalls were proudly hung or being cut up for various customers. Just what you'd expect from a major port like Loguetown, the quality here is better than most. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen so many different kinds of seafood in one place before. Sanji said aloud as he walked up to a stall and looked around like a kid in a candy shop. He bent over taking a closer look at the fish on display. This is pretty premium." The owner of the stall looked up from the display of fish he was prepping at that. "Haha, you've got quite the eye there, young man. Those are coastal fish caught just this morning." "Coastal fish?" Sanji turned toward the man with a raised brow while picking up one of the fish and raising it. "I've never seen a fish like this before, but it's pretty firm and fresh. This was really caught in the East Blue." Standing up, the fisherman regarded the blonde teen with an inquisitive look. "You're pretty knowledgeable. Like you noted, this fish can't be caught here in the East Blue, but instead is native to the West Blue. It's expected that those in the East Blue wouldn't know this fish. If they're from the West Blue, why are you calling them coastal? In fact, how are they even here?" The West Blue is clear on the other side of the world, Sanji pointed out. This is your first time to Loguetown, isn't it? The fisherman knowingly smirked. Huh? Yeah. Picking up one of the West Blue native fish, he held it up. It's probably due to how close Loguetown is to the Grand Line, but every now and again we sometimes catch fish from the other seas, in addition to the East Blue. The running theory is that fish get caught in the sea currents of Reverse Mountain and flushed out into the Grand Line. From there they either disperse further into the Grand Line or manage to cross the calm belts and find themselves in the East or South Blue, where they get caught by the local fishermen. Reverse Mountain, Nami Swan mentioned something about it. Don't know much about this area, do you, kid? Reverse Mountain is the fisherman was cut off by collective gasps of a large crowd forming near a newly docked boat. Oh. Must have caught something interesting. Wanna go see it? The fisherman set the fish back down, already making his way toward the large crowd. Sanji said nothing as he followed after the fisherman. The two pushed their way through the crowd to the front and were amazed at what was being displayed. An elephant bluefin tuna. Now that's one hell of a haul. The fisherman excitedly said as he and Sanji looked upon a massive tuna fish that had the snout and ears of an elephant. Damn right. Fought with this beast for 6 hours with rod and line. It's another mix-in from the Grand Line, since these bad boys are native to the South Blue. One of the fishermen who'd caught the massive fish dramatically exclaimed. An elephant bluefin tuna. Sanji quietly said to himself. The world around him went quiet as he recalled spending hours looking at a picture of the colossal-sized fish in a book from the boat he'd apprenticed as a cook on before his fateful encounter with Zeph. Look at this weird fish. A young Sanji exclaimed, excitedly pointing at the fish with the trunk, tusks and floppy ears. Still studying, Sanji? One of the several chefs asked as they all turned toward the young boy they'd recently picked up as an apprentice. Oh, that's the elephant bluefin tuna. You know this fish? Sanji asked, still enamored by the weird-looking fish. Just about every chef does. We call a fish like that a gem of the ocean, even a miracle food. I've never seen one personally though. Of course not, since it's from the South Blue and not the East Blue. Another chef admonished. You'll never see it in the East Blue. You wouldn't say that if there was an all blue. The other chef argued. Now that's impossible. The two chefs laughed as they continued cooking. What's the all blue? Sanji innocently asked, having never heard of such a blue before. It's a legendary ocean. They say that fish from all over the world swim there. It's a seafood chef's paradise. Don't go telling him that. He's a kid, he'll take it seriously. Where is it? Sanji ignored the other chef. See? He doesn't get jokes. Don't pay that legend any mind, Sanji. It's nothing more than a made-up dream. An ocean where fish from around the world swim. Ha. Old Blue Sanji came back to himself as the fisherman who'd caught the elephant bluefin started to pick it up. Alright, let's haul it away. Roger. Hold on a sec. Sanji called out, garnering their attention. How much is it? I'd like to buy it. What? The men all looked at Sanji in disbelief. I've got money. Let me buy it. Please. The man that had claimed he'd caught the fish on rod and line gave it a thought for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Sorry kiddo, this one ain't for sale. It was decided when we hauled her in that it was going to be a prize in the cooking competition being held today. Sorry. A prize? That's right. The annual cooking championship is being held today. Cooks from all over the East Blue have gathered to compete. This'll be given to the winner, the man clarified. It is an elephant bluefin after all. If you want it, you'll have to compete for it. The stall owner from earlier nudged Sanji. You're a cook, right? I am. The registration is at the other end of the wharf, if you're interested go register. The man pointed to the opposite side they were on. I wouldn't wait too long there, it'll close soon. The man then walked away. Right, if there's nothing else we gotta get this beauty set up. Let's go men. The fishermen nodded to one another before lifting and hauling the elephant bluefin away. The cooking competition, Sanji couldn't help the smirk splitting across his face as he walked in the direction of the registry. As he walked away he couldn't help but feel like he'd forgotten something. Where the hell is Sanji with our food? Johnny yelled as he and Yusaku were keeled over in hunger pains. Loguetown Arms Shop. Once again, thank you for all the help. It's hard to find someone so diligent at their duties these days, Toshigi commented as she led Zoro around town. Zoro hummed noncommittally in response. If you weren't the spitting image of Kuina, there's no way I'd have let myself be caught up in all that. But still, I can't imagine you need other swords when you have the Wado Ichimonji at your side, she continued, glancing at the white-hilted blade at Zoro's side. The green-haired swordsman swore he felt the blade vibrate slightly in response, as if in agreement. How much longer till we get to this arms shop? He countered, trying not to give up too much information. We're here. Hello. Come right in. The shopkeeper Ipponmatsu enthusiastically greeted them as they entered. "Please feel free to have a look around. Oh. It's you." His tune swiftly changed as he noticed Tashigi. "Here to pick up your figure, I take it." "Correct, but my friend here is also looking to buy a sword," the swordswoman nodded before pointing at Zoro. "Oh ho, is he now?" The man sidled up to Zoro, a smile back on his face. "This shop has a far-reaching history and we've got arms of all kinds. Antique, modern, and the latest fashions." Zoro grunted, looking around the shop, taking in the overall level of craftsmanship. "I need 2 swords, not 1. I've got 200,000 belly." "DCH." Ipponmatsu's face twitched at that. "Ignorant bumpkin. Any blade worth its weight would cost more than that." Sighing under his breath, he gestured to one wall of the shop. "At that price point, I'm afraid you'll only be able to get low quality and bargain bin blades." "That's fine. I just need something at the moment." As Zoro began to peruse the available options, the shopkeeper's eyes glanced over the sword at his waist before he did a double take. Is it possible? Could that really be what I think it is? Noticing the change in his expression, Tashigi stepped in. "Yep, that's really Wado Ichimonji, one of the 21 great grade swords." Unfortunately, she tripped right at that moment, knocking into a display of swords, sending several blades crashing to the ground. "Damn it, woman, the heck are you falling over?" Ipponmatsu snapped. "Clean those up right now. I'll get your figure and then you get out of my shop, you hear?" Sorry." The girl scrambled out from the fallen swords, only to have a green hilted blade with a white decorated sheath tossed at her. Anyway, she quickly turned to Zoro. "Why do you need 3 blades? The only one I've heard of using 3 swords before is a bounty hunter named Urano Zoro." "Oh? I've heard of him." The green-haired swordsman looked at Tashigi out of the corner of his eye. HMPH. To think he treats swords merely as a method for making money unforgivable. The swordswoman stared at Shigeru, her expression a mix of frustration and sadness. Why is it that the evil are so strong in this day and age? The most famous swordsmen of today are either pirates or bounty hunters, and they're the ones who possess most of the world's masterwork blades. She shook her head, eyes closing briefly. "The swords are crying." "Well, perhaps they all have their own special circumstances, no?" Zoro shrugged, placing the sword in his hands back in the barrel. "Occupations reflect the needs of the time, after all." "I'd be more than happy to welcome criminals," Ipponmatsu cut in. "My shop used to be teeming with folks trying to get out to the Grand Line. But ever since that monster was placed in charge of the town, I barely get any business." Smoker-san isn't a monster." Tashigi defended her superior. "He's a devil fruit user. It's practically the same thing." The shopkeep shot back. In any case," Tashigi gripped her sword tightly. "I vow to train harder and harder with Shigeru, such that I can travel the world and retrieve all the masterwork blades from the hands of criminals. Whether it be the 12 supreme grade swords, the 21 great grade swords, or the 50 skillful grade swords, I shall risk my life to retrieve them." This time, Zoro was definitely sure that Wado had vibrated slightly in response to her declaration. Gripping the blade at his side, he smirked at the marine. "Does that mean you'll take this Wado Ichimonji, too?" "Oh, it's not that I want the swords for myself. I simply detest the idea of them being used for evil," she quickly corrected, waving her hands in front of herself. Zoro hummed noncommittally before his hand wrapped around the hilt of another sword. "Ah. That sword, I remember seeing it in my book before." Tashigi cried out, quickly pulling out and flipping through a small notebook. In the background, Ipponmatsu flinched as he kept his gaze averted. "The Sandai Katetsu? You should definitely buy this sword." Turning from Zoro to the shopkeeper, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you really selling this sword this cheap?" Well, yes. This is a high-grade sword. Normally, it would sell for over 1,000,000 belly." Flicking back and forth from the sheathed sword in Zoro's hands and her notebook, the girl continued. "Its predecessor, Nidai Katetsu, is one of the great grade swords, while Shodai Katetsu is one of the supreme grade swords." Hearing her go on, Ipponmatsu's expression darkened before he shouted, "I changed my mind. I can't sell you that sword." "What, but why?" Tashigi was flustered by the sudden change. "It's cursed, right?" Zoro commented, drawing both their gazes as he raised the unsheathed blade. "You knew?" The shopkeep was startled, only to see the swordsman shake his head. "No, I could just tell. It's as you said. Beginning with the Shodai Katetsu, the whole line is renowned for the quality of their blades, but they're also known as cursed swords." Ipponmatsu glared at the blade in Zoro's hands. "Many famous swordsmen of the past have suffered tragic deaths after carrying around the Katetsu swords. That's why you won't find any of them in use today. Even if a person was unaware of the curse, they'd still end up dead after wielding one." He sighed, expression falling. "I wish I could get rid of that damn sword, but I'm afraid of being cursed, and I won't let some fool throw his life away with it either." "Forgive me." Tashigi hastily bowed toward the shopkeeper. I had no idea it was such a terrifying sword and ended up saying something so foolish. HMPH, this is why amateurs like you shouldn't act like experts. He sneered at the repentant Tashigi, only to whip around when he heard the green-haired swordsman's response. I like it. I'll take the sword. Zoro announced with a smirk. I said it's not for sale, you idiot. And even if I did sell it, if you died because of the curse, it'd be as if I killed you. Ipponmatsu shot back. Then how about this? Zoro countered. Why don't we test what's stronger? My luck or the curse? If I lose, it just means that I was never going to amount to anything special. He then tossed a blade in the air with a bit of spin, before thrusting his arm out directly into the path of the falling blade. Tashigi gave a gasp, utterly shocked, her hands covering her mouth. Stop. You'll lose your arm. That sword's sharpness is unparalleled. The shopkeeper yelled out, sweating buckets and eyes wide in fright. The blade continued to fall, Zoro's eyes closed, while the other two watched as the blade spun, seemingly in slow motion. Right as it was about to touch skin, the blade spin gently brought it around, less than a millimeter from the swordsman's arm. It then proceeded to fall, stabbing into the floor all the way up to the hilt. Zoro's eyes opened, a confident smirk on his face. I'll take it. Ipponmatsu fell to the ground in shock, panting, while Tashigi slid down the wall she was leaning against. Hey you, Zoro pointed at the girl. Pick another sword out for me. Wait. Wait right here. The shopkeeper quickly shouted as he scuttled into the back room of the shop. He quickly returned with a beautifully lacquered sword in hand. This is the Ubashiri, one of the 50 skillful grade swords. I can personally attest to its sharpness. This is the best sword I have. I can't buy that. There's no way I have enough money for it. Zoro waved him off. I'm not asking for money. Just take it. And I won't ask you to pay for Sandai Kitetsu, either. Seeing the surprised look on the two's faces. Ipponmatsu bowed his head. I apologize for earlier. It's been a long time since I've seen a swordsman as good as you. As they say, the sword chooses its owner. Fine, I'll take you up on that, old man. Zoro resheathed Sandai Kitetsu before adding both it and Ubashiri to his waistband. Next, wait Ichimonji. I'll see you around, girl, he said to Tashigi before he walked out of the store and was almost bowled over by a marine. The man basically ignored the green-haired swordsman as he ran into the arms store. Not a moment later, Zoro heard the name Strawwet Luffy shouted out. Damn it, Captain, what have you done this time? Loguetown Marine HQ. Marine HQ was in organized chaos, with orders to close the port and a manhunt for the red-hair pirate commander Strawwet Luffy in full effect. Marines were rushing in and out of the offices giving reports of a straw hat wearing teen seen all over the island, but nothing concrete as to where he currently was. It was this chaos that Smoker returned to, having failed to find Straw Hat himself, a deep scowl marring his face as he entered the building. What the hell are all of you doing back here? I ordered everyone to comb this island for Straw Hat. Standing before him and filing in behind him were all of the patrols that had been sent out to find Strawwet Luffy. Sir. We were ordered to stop the search and rally back at HQ and await further orders. One of the Marines saluted, who gulped slightly at the sight of one of Smoker's forehead veins pulsing in anger. And who the hell gave you orders that you think are more important than mine? That would be me, brat. Or is there an issue with a vice admiral overriding a captain's order? A gruff voice bellowed from Smoker's right, the captain snapping to attention as he turned and saluted Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Marines. Sir. I was not made aware that you had been escorted to the office yet. Smoker side-eyed his men for a moment before snapping his attention back on the Vice Admiral. At ease, Captain. I had your men attempt to hail you on the Den Mushi, but they couldn't reach you. They've been quick to respond to orders and get things done. The rest of the Navy bases in the East Blue could learn a thing or two from your leadership. Garp chuckled as he gave Smoker a nod. It's my understanding you've done a bang-up job in arresting nearly every pirate that's tried to make a run for the Grand Line since you were given command here. I'm quite impressed. Thank you, sir. Smoker rested his salute as he fell into parade rest. It was my given mission to ensure that I stop as many pirates as possible from adding to the growing numbers in the Grand Line. I can say with confidence I've yet to let a single pirate that stepped foot on this island escape justice in the last year since my appointment. Smoker didn't miss the roll of the eye the Vice Admiral gave when he said justice. Which is why I'm confused as to why you've called off the manhunt for this Straw Hat Luffy. Because Straw Hat Luffy is unlike any pirate you've come across, Captain. A man in a gray suit with a Navy officer's coat thrown over his shoulders spoke up as he walked into the building, nodding toward Garp. You found him. He was messing with one of the patrols, rounding corners just as they spotted him before blipping away as they ran after him. He appeared to be having fun. The man shrugged helplessly. And you are? Smoker asked, not impressed the man had returned empty-handed. "This is Major Boggart, my right hand. Was he headed to the execution platform?" Garp asked, not in the mood for a dick measuring contest between the captain and major. "More than likely. Well, I'm sure he was unaware of my presence, we still don't know the full range of his devil fruit powers or what red hair may have taught him." Boggart sighed. "With most of the patrols called back in, I think now would be the best opportunity to surround the plaza." "The execution grounds? What makes you think he'd be there?" "The entire plaza is out in the open, only an idiot would go there," Smoker noted. "I think it would be best to watch the port and wait for him to attempt to leave the island. We can have vessels waiting off the coast and surround him while leaving him with nowhere to run." "With all due respect, Captain, shove it up your ass. You think I don't know my own grandson? That little shit has worshipped Roger since before he ever met red hair. He'll be at the plaza where Roger died. He'd crawl through hell to be there." Garp passionately yelled to the entire office, a dead silence settling in as he did so. Every Marine's jaw hit the floor at the revelation that the hero of the Marine's grandson was a pirate. "Captain Smoker." Tashigi suddenly burst in, panting out of breath. Straw Hat Luffy was just spotted heading toward the execution grounds. Noticing everyone's shocked expression, she couldn't help the small what that squeaked out. "Oda damn it, Smoker facepalmed. Loguetown downtown streets. The Marines aren't running around anymore." Nojiko noted as she, Nami and Usopp continued on their way back to the Going Merry. "You think they found Luffy?" Usopp nervously looked around, waiting to be stopped by a Marine any second and arrested for being a pirate. "We'd know if they did. And would you calm down, no one knows about the crew, we're not going to be arrested on sight," Nami admonished, quietly yelling at the marksman. "Marines. It was all them, officer. They're the criminals you're looking for." Nami immediately dropped to her knees, tears pooling out of her eyes as she accusingly pointed at Nojiko and Usopp. "Boy." Usopp slapped the air at Nami's immediate betrayal. "Way to keep your cool, sis, but you can get up. It's not the Marines, it's just a moron." Nojiko rolled her eyes as she thumbed at the blonde chef currently prancing toward them whilst carrying a massive fish over his shoulder. "Marines. Marines. Marines." Sanji continued to chant as he practically skipped to them. "Ahem," Nami coughed into her hand, her cheeks embarrassingly reddening as she stood back up. "That never happened." "Sure, but it's going to cost you," Nojiko sing-songed, earning a glare from the orange tea as Sanji finally reached them. "Oh my Marines, I'm so glad you're alright. When I couldn't return to the port because it was shut down, I thought the worst had happened. I immediately went in search for Sanji was cut off." "What? What do you mean the port was shut down?" Nami felt her blood drain at the news. "The Marines had every entrance to the port blocked. No one can get back to their ships and, if I heard right, no one is allowed to cast off either. They have it locked down tight. Might as well be a prison." Sanji calmed down at the looks of dread on his crewmates' faces. "Then how the hell are we supposed to leave?" Usopp panicked, yanking at his hair. "We're not. They must really want to capture Luffy." Nojiko bit at her thumb, thoughts racing. "It could be worse. It's like I said, no one knows who we are. We should be able to lay low while Luffy's sharp wind whistled through the street, cutting Nami off, her senses going haywire. "Oh come on." She shouted up at the sky, which was beginning to darken with heavy rain clouds. "What is it?" Sanji asked, not liking the worried expression on Nami's face. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a barometer. "The atmospheric pressure is dropping abnormally. I've never seen anything like this before. There's going to be a massive storm. And I take it we don't want to be anywhere near this island when it hits, do we?" Nojiko asked, already knowing the answer. "No," Nami confirmed. "Then the path is clear." Usopp, catch. Sanji tossed the massive fish at the long-nosed teen who fell over from the massive weight suddenly dumped on him. "What are you going to do?" Nami asked as Sanji started stretching. "You guys head to the port and find a way to get aboard the Going Merry and get her ready to sail. Johnny and Yusaku should at least be nearby and can help clear a path if necessary. I'm going to find Moss Head and our moron captain, and then we're getting off this island." Sanji turned to look at them as he lit up a cigarette. "Whatever happens, don't get caught." He then bolted back the way he'd come from looking for Moss and a straw hat. "Oh sure, leave us to do all of the hard work. Men, I swear." Nami sighed before turning to Nojiko, "We should get going. We don't have much time before that storm will trap us here." "Right," Nojiko nodded and the two sisters ran off toward the port. "Don't just leave me here, damn it," Usopp yelled, still struggling to get the fish off of himself. Loguetown execution platform. "Those are some pretty nasty looking storm clouds, shishishi. It feels almost fitting." Luffy smirked as electricity briefly arced from his body as the sky began to darken. Taking in his surroundings, his smirk seemed to broaden. "This was one hell of a last view, I can even make out the red line from up here. What a lucky guy Gold D. Roger was." This is your last warning, get down or we will open fire. A marine below the execution platform where Gold Roger had been executed warned as two other marines beside him took aim at him with their rifles. Despite the warnings to evacuate the plaza by the marines, curious onlookers were still gathered, waiting to see what would happen to the young pirate the marines had been frantically searching for all afternoon. No, I don't think I'm ready to get down just yet. I want to enjoy this view a bit longer. Luffy waved the man off, not concerned by the marines' presence. And say we didn't warn you, marines open fire. Belay that order, marine. A feminine voice rang out as dozens of marines flooded into the plaza, taking up posts and adding to the number of rifles pointed at Luffy, who now was grinning ear to ear at the sight of more marines. The original marine frantically looked around for the voice before spotting Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi and Captain Smoker, standing in the purview of the courthouse that towered over the plaza. Ah, Captain Smoker, Miss Tashigi. Straw Hat Luffy, you are completely surrounded. Surrender peacefully and you will be given quarter. Tashigi's voice once again rang throughout the plaza. Fail to do so and we will be forced to reissue the last order given. I appreciate the offer, mysterious voice lady, but you can take it and shove it right up that white-haired guy's ass. Luffy laughed as the marines surrounding him all tensed. Now if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you all let me enjoy the last few rays of sunshine before this storm hits. Everyone could hear Tashigi sputtering over the bullhorn den mushy and a man grumbling before growing quiet for a second. Straw Hat Luffy, there is no escape from this island, we can do this where you live and face justice for your crimes, or we make you face justice here and now and I get a new corpse to hang. Make your decision. I'm fine with either. Came the gruff voice of Captain Smoker over the bullhorn this time. You really suck at this whole negotiation thing, you know that. Luffy mockingly deadpanned. I think I'll reiterate my previous answer and you can have two offers shoved up your ass instead of just the one. The microphone became garbled once again before Tashigi's indignant voice rang out. How dare you speak to Captain Smoker like that? Just who the hell do you think you are? Luffy dipped his head slightly, his straw shadowing his eyes, giving him a slightly menacing look as his grin fell off his face. Who am I? He then raised his head, his grin back in full force as he proudly declared. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. And I'm the man that's going to become king of the pirates. The plaza lit up in a brilliant flash as lightning struck just behind the platform illuminating the young pirate's form. Silence reigned over the plaza. Until it didn't. Like hell you are, you damn brat. You're going to become a marine and like it. The thunderous yet muffled yell from behind him caused Luffy to turn just in time to watch Monkey D. Garp smash through the building behind him and leap off the balcony at him, his fist raised high. Oh, shit. Loguetown port. Come on, the port is just up ahead. Nami called behind her as she continued running toward the port, looking back at Usopp and Nojiko, who were both carrying Sanji's bluefin elephant tuna that he'd won. We need to get the Mary out of port as quickly as possible. Easy for you to say. Usopp yelled as he huffed, carrying the majority of the fish's weight. Just shut up and keep moving. The faster we get there, the sooner we can set this thing down. Nojiko huffed, readjusting the fish's tail into a better position on her shoulder. It's just around the corner. Nami pointed, the three pirates rounding the corner just in time to see a marine get thrown off the Going Merry. We told you bastards we aren't abandoning our ship. They heard Johnny yell from up on deck. DCH, it's just two kids, arrest them already. A sergeant ordered, yelling at the detachment sent to secure the docks. The vice admiral wants all available units to head to the square and we can't do that until the docks are secured. Shoot them if you must, but we are rejoining the vice admiral in 5 minutes whether those boys are alive or not. Bastards. Shoot all you want, we're defending this ship until our friends return. And I'll be damned if I let a few weak marines take this ship. Yusaku yelled, both he and Johnny standing side by side, their swords drawn with cuts and bruises littering their bodies. So come at us marines. We'll cut you all down. Johnny boasted, hyping himself up. Letting out a sigh, the sergeant shook his head. If that's what you want. Men, take aim. The marines surrounding the two former bounty hunters all unslung their rifles from their shoulders and aimed at the two. Vergah. The sergeant was knocked off his feet as a wooden pole was slammed into his face. Get the hell off our ship. Nami yelled as Nojiko and Usopp shot at the other marines who were taking aim at Johnny and Yusaku. Nami sis. The two cried together. Stop blubbering and help us out. Nojiko yelled as she fired off another round, hitting a marine in the leg, making him fall over in agony. Tabasco star. Usopp fired a pellet made up of Tabasco and hot pepper seeds, nailing a marine right in the eyes. The man screamed in agony as the burning capsaicin seared and blurred his sight to near blindness, forcing him to his knees in pain. Alright. Both Johnny and Yusaku regained their composure and jumped into the fray to regain control of their ship. Somewhere in Loguetown. Damn that moss head, Sanji grumbled as he sprinted through the empty streets, dark clouds looming overhead. The island isn't even that big, so how the hell does he manage to get lost? The cook cut off his mumbling as he caught a flash of green rounding the corner ahead of him. "Oi, wait up you shitty swordsman," he yelled, putting on a burst of speed to catch up. "What do you want?" Zoro bit out, an annoyed look on his face. "The Marines are looking for Luffy, so I don't have time for your usual comedy. Coincidentally, I was looking for both him and you. Nami Swan said there's a massive storm incoming and we need to book it before it hits." The blonde pointed up at the heavy cloud cover as confirmation. "Wait, what do you mean the Marines are looking for Luffy?" Sanji did a double take. "Yeah, I overheard a couple of them talking about Luffy being here and to gather up." Zoro scowled as he looked around at their surroundings. "I even ran into another Marine just a bit ago and he said they were gathering at the execution stand square, but I can't find it." Sanji calmly lit a cigarette and took a drag before slapping the swordsman in the back of the head. "You're going the wrong way, damn it. The square is back that way." "You don't have to hit me, you damn love-addled cook." Zoro snapped back before taking off, thankfully in the right direction this time. "We need to hurry up, I've got a bad feeling about this." Nodding in agreement, the cook followed along. "For once, we agree, Mosshead." After crossing through several more streets, the two turned another corner and almost ran smack dab into the backs of several Marines, just in time to hear their captain announce himself to the world, punctuated by a lightning strike. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. And I'm the man that's going to become king of the pirates." Silence reigned over the plaza. Until it didn't. "Like hell you are, you damn brat. You're going to become a Marine and like it." The thunderous yet muffled yell caused Luffy to spin around, just in time to watch Monkey D. Garp smash through the building behind him and leap off the balcony at him, his fist raised high. "Oh, shit. Fist of love." Luffy's entire left cheek went numb as he felt an overwhelming force send him spiraling backwards off the platform and cratering into the cobbled stone below. But Sanji started as he stared at the massive hole that now covered the center of the square. And Zoro never thought he'd witness his captain get so completely caught off guard like that. But Tashigi's eyes were exasperated as she watched the Vice Admiral barrel out of the courthouse and punch the pirate off the execution platform. Actual Smoker snarled at the notion that this whole operation was to recruit Straw Hat into the Navy rather than capture him and lock him up for good. Fuck, the Marines all yelled at the absurdity of such a powerful punch that a crater was formed. "That's what you get for running from your dear old grandpa the last month and a half. Did you really think I'd let you sneak back into the Grand Line quietly, you idiot?" grandson Garp yelled from atop the platform down into the crater he'd just made. Lightning shot out of the crater and came crashing down in front of it as Luffy took shape, holding a hand up to his bleeding temple. "That hurt you, old geezer. And how the hell did you find me? I gave you the slip 3 weeks ago when I let that bird pick me and my first mate up in the middle of the ocean." "What do you mean you let that damn bird take us?" Zoro raged as he drew his swords wholeheartedly, meaning to cut Luffy down, only to be held back by Sanji. "Easy, Mosshead." Sanji gruffed out, annoyed he was only barely able to hold onto the swordsman. "I'll give you that one, brat. I honestly had no idea where you'd gone since we found your boat abandoned, but I knew you'd be coming here eventually. You're too predictable. You should honestly stop telling every person you meet that you want to be king of the pirates. Of course you'd come here." Garp grinned at how easy it was to figure out where Luffy would eventually go, no matter where he disappeared to in the East Blue. "But then they wouldn't know I'm going to be the next king. I can't just let anyone else believe they can be king of the pirates, Gramps." Luffy yelled as he glared at the old man. "You're going to be a Marine and you're going to like it." Garp snapped back. "King of the pirates. The Vice Admiral. King. Fleet Admiral. King." As the two continued to argue, everyone just stared at the two with blank expressions. "Will you two stop yelling at each other? Families shouldn't be fighting like this. Or wasting Navy resources to force a criminal to make a career change." Tashigi finally screamed into the bullhorn den mushy, bringing the family spat to an end. "You don't have to yell," both Garp and Luffy muttered as they looked off to the side in irritation. "What was that?" "Nothing." The two straightened up, both taking a step back. "Ahem," Garp coughed into his fist as he regained his composure. "Listen up, Straw Hat Luffy. This is the last time I'm going to ask you to surrender to me. All of your previous crimes will be wiped from the record and relabeled as coercion by the pirate known as Red Hair Shanks. Those that you have gathered to form the Straw Hat Pirate Gang will also be let go, as well as given the chance to join you in the Navy Academy if they so wish. And you better take me up on my offer, Luffy. Because you really don't want me to force the issue." Luffy stared up at his grandfather and didn't waver for a moment as he said, "Then I'm forcing the issue. This is my life and I'll live it as I choose. And I choose to be a pirate. Damn it, just accept my offer." "Enough of this. He's made his decision, I'm taking him down. A giant plume of smoke rocketed next to Luffy as the upper half of Smoker formed, swinging his elongated jit at Luffy's head. No wait. Garp yelled, but it was too late. What the hell is up with your stick, Smokey? Is that sea stone in the tip? That's pretty dangerous to be swinging around, you know. Luffy looked at the tip of the weapon he'd caught, sensing the draining pull of the sea emanating from it as Smoker continued to try to follow through with his swing. What the hell? How is he this strong? Is this the power of someone who works for an emperor? Smoker grimaced as he watched the teen hold back the weapon with one hand so casually, sparks of electricity arcing out of his arm. Is he using electricity to amplify his strength? Grrr. This shit doesn't matter, I'm bringing him down. Smoker let go of his jit with one hand as he reeled it back. White blow. Luffy let go of the weapon as he flashed out of existence, reappearing a distance away as the smoke-propelled fist went careening into a building, smashing the wall apart. Oh. So you are Loja. I haven't had the opportunity to fight against someone like me before. Luffy grinned as his arms began to glow. Luffy? Sanji and Zoro ran up next to their captain, standing next to him as they took up fighting stances, Zoro with two of his swords drawn and Sanji prepared to start kicking any fool marine that came at them. Ah, Zoro, Sanji, what are you guys doing here? Luffy tilted his head at them, more in surprise than anything. We're here to get you. Zoro and Sanji yelled in unison before they both pointed at Garp. Also explain. Oh, that's my Gramps. I highly suggest not fighting him, he's pretty strong, Luffy responded nonchalantly. No shit. Do you have any idea how much of a big shot that guy is? Sanji grabbed Luffy by the lapels and started shaking him. Breaking out of his grasp, Luffy stared at him confusedly. Of course I do, that's why I told you not to fight him. Also, what's this about that fucking bird that nabbed us, huh, Luffy? Zoro glared as he leveled one of his swords at Luffy. What? Gramps had been chasing after me ever since I entered paradise. I figured if even I didn't know where I was going, neither would he when I saw the bird diving at us. Luffy shrugged. You're lucky you're made out of lightning, Zoro grumbled, lowering his weapon, still contemplating stabbing the grinning lightning man. Shishishi, I know. Luffy calmly took a step back as a plume of smoke sailed past him. This isn't a schoolyard for kids' recess. Smoker came flying in, jit swinging. All units, attack. Capture the pirates. As the surrounding marines collapsed upon the trio, Garp couldn't help smiling softly. You've made some good friends, Brad. Locking three blades at once, Zoro deftly maneuvered around a fourth blade before taking out the attackers with a twisting slash. So, do we have a plan to get out of here, Captain? What, are you afraid you'll get caught by the marines, Mosshead? Sanji taunted, his feet flicking out in multiple kicks, sending his opponents flying. Shut it, you damn love cook. The green-haired swordsman snarled, his swords hacking down and cutting a net thrown at them to pieces, the force behind his attack also launching a nearby marine off his feet. Luffy kept dodging the plumes of smoke interspersed with jit swings, occasionally throwing punches that flew through Smoker without doing any damage. Man, is this what it's like to fight me? This is super annoying, not being able to hit you. Are you mocking me? Smoker growled out, a vein pulsing rapidly in his forehead. White cage. Both of the marine captain's hands faded out to white before enlarging and flying forward, trying to surround the grinning pirate. Whoa, almost got me there, Smokey. Luffy laughed as he seemed to phase out of existence for a second before reappearing outside of the smoke cage. Turning to Zoro and Sanji, Straw Hat issued an order for his crewmates. When I give the signal, start running for the ship. As soon as he finished speaking, small arcs of electricity began to radiate from his body. Garp, sensing the change in atmosphere, quickly grabbed the nearest thing to him, which happened to be the execution stand. With a heave, he uprooted the whole structure before tossing it into the sky and shouting, "Get down." At that exact moment, a massive lightning bolt fell from the roiling clouds above, striking the platform halfway through its descent, resulting in a massive explosion that temporarily blinded and deafened everyone in the plaza. As the ringing slowly faded and his sight blurred back into focus, Smoker finished rubbing his eyes and immediately began seeking out Straw Hat. Where is he? Did anyone see where Straw Hat went? Sir. I saw two of the pirates run toward the port. A marine shouted, pointing at the road leading back to the port and likely where Straw Hat's ship was. Captain Smoker, let me deal with them. I saw the vice admiral run off in that direction, I think he went after Straw Hat. Tashigi ran up, her shigure tightly in her grasp. Take the men with you, don't let them leave this island alive. Our pride as marines depends on it. Smoker made a running start before turning his lower half into smoke and flying off in the direction that Tashigi had pointed. The plaza quickly emptied as the marines gave chase to the pirates until only one remained. He's much more resourceful than you give him credit for, Vice Admiral, don't take too long with goodbyes. Bogard tilted his fedora as rain began to pour down around him as he slowly began to make his way back to their ship. Streets of Loguetown. Damn it, those guys are persistent. Sanji scared as he and Zoro continued to run to the port, a number of marines hot on their trail. We'll have to stop and fight them or we'll lead them right to the Mary. Zoro grabbed the hilt of Wado Ichimonji, ready to draw it. We don't have time for that. Nami Swan said this storm is going to be bad. We need to get out of here now. Oh, who's that lovely lady? Sanji's eyes suddenly turned into a heart as he spotted a woman standing before them. Ashigi gripped Shigure tightly as she took in the form of Zoro running at her. Straw Hat Luffy called you Zoro. You're Urano Zoro, aren't you? Not only that, but you're also a pirate as well. You lied to me. Sanji skidded to a halt as he turned on Zoro. What? What did you do to her, mosshead? I'll kick your ass from here to the new world and back. Zoro ignored the blonde stepping forward. You never asked me my name. That's it. Can't really lie about something when I was never asked. Rogues like you can't be allowed to own a renowned sword. Tashigi pressed on, knowing that the pirate had a point. She hadn't asked for his name, despite the fact he never offered it either. I vowed to ensure that evil men like you will never be able to abuse legendary swords and that I would safeguard them to my dying breath. She drew Shigure, tossing away its scabbard. And Guard. Evil, huh? Zoro couldn't help but smirk as he shifted Wado Ichimonji against his waist to draw her attention to it. Come take it then. Hey. Hold on here. I'm not going to let you hurt a lady, you backhill moss infection. Sanji stepped between them. Please do not interfere. This is between me and him, step aside. Tashigi scowled as the blonde had stepped in just as she was about to make the first move. Wah, but I can't in good conscience let a lady such as you heard her love cook. Besides, you can deal with them while I settle things here. Zoro cut Sanji off, nodding his head behind him at the battalion of marines arriving. Sergeant Major. The marines called out as they formed up behind the two pirates. DCH, fine. Just know that if you harm a hair on her head, I'll starve you until you beg for forgiveness. Sanji turned to face down the marines and stepped out of the way of the two swordsmen. Do not interfere in my fight with Raranoa. Arrest the blonde one, Tashigi ordered as she charged. Yes, sir. The marines drew swords and charged at Sanji. As the blonde took on the marine reinforcements, Zoro drew Wado and parried Tashigi's attack. Undeterred, the swordswoman kept throwing attack after attack at the pirate, but he deftly blocked or parried each one using a single blade. As they clashed once again, Tashigi suddenly got in Zoro's face. Are you looking down on me? She bit out, their blades screeching in the bind. Pirate hunter Zoro is known for using 3 blades. Am I not good enough an opponent for you? She jumped back, glaring at the green-haired swordsman. Or are you looking down on me because I'm a woman? She frustratedly yelled, pointing her sword at him. You're so lucky to be a boy, Zoro. The memory of his dead friend making a similar complaint floated to the forefront of Zoro's mind. His eyes were shadowed as he lowered his head, a minute frown on his face, his grip tightening around Wado Ichimonji. Shut up. Don't you dare go easy on me. This is a serious duel. I didn't pick up the sword for fun, and I won't allow anyone to look down on me just because I wasn't born a boy. Tashigi readjusted her grip before charging back in with even more force, the blade raised high for an overhead slash. I said shut up. As Zoro shouted, Wado flashed out like a bolt of lightning, the attack knocking the swordswoman's blade from her hands, the cry of a sword echoing amongst the rain, attracting the attention of Sanji and the few remaining conscious marines. I don't give a damn about your gender, your whole existence bothers me. Zoro snapped. You look just like my dead friend and now you go on spouting the same things she did. Stop copying her, you ripoff. Tashigi recoiled in shock before she flushed in anger and embarrassment. That's the most childish thing I've ever heard. I've always been me. I've never even met this friend of yours. She quickly bent over and collected her blade before charging in again. If anything, your friend was copying me. Ha! What was that? A vein throbbed in Zoro's forehead as he clashed blades with the marine again, not noticing as Wado Ichimonji vibrated ever so softly in between clashes, as if laughing. Damn you mosshead. Flirting with the pretty marine lady, Sanji grumbled out as he proceeded to knock out the last of the marines that had been chasing after them. Hoi, if you two lovebirds are done, we do need to get going. What? The two quickly split up, glaring at the cook. I would never date him. Tashigi yelled out, face blushing heavily. Are you out of your mind? Don't joke with me. Zoro shouted at the same time. Then let's get moving. Captain's orders, remember? Sanji wiped his wet bangs from his eyes, eyeing his now damp cigarette before spitting it out. Fine, Zoro agreed, sheathing Wado and taking off, only for Sanji to grab him by the shoulder and pull him in the other direction. Tashigi stood frozen for several seconds before her mind rebooted. Hey, wait a minute. You're under arrest. Turning his head, Zoro called out as they turned the corner ahead. "I'll accept your challenge anytime. And maybe next time, you can make me use more than one sword. Get back here. Somewhere in Loguetown. You know, I could have sworn it was my Gramps that was right behind me, and not you." Luffy sweat-dropped as he dodged another white blow from the incensed marine captain. "Stay still, damn you." Smoker roared as he failed to capture the grinning pirate once again. "You know this is pointless, right? I'm a Loja, you're a Loja. We can't do anything to each other. So just buzz off already before Gramps catches up." Luffy ducked under a sweeping blow from the sea stone tipped jit. "You're also way too slow to hit me with that thing. I don't care if it's pointless, I will capture you, Straw Hat. I won't be the one held responsible for your escape. I haven't let a single pirate get away from my justice, I'm not starting today." Smoker clenched his jaw as both of his arms transformed into smoke. White blow rush. Smoker's arm zoomed forward, his arm holding his jit leading the way in the hopes of landing a strike. Luffy just sighed as he leapt to the side, a series of smoke strikes trailing after him smashing into the homes and businesses of Loguetown. "You could at least be more original." Luffy taunted once the barrage of smoke attacks let up. "Damn you." Smoker glared at the teen pirate. "Why aren't you fighting back?" "Why should I? Besides that stick thing you've got, you're not a threat to me. And you're not fast enough to keep up with me. Honestly, I was excited to fight you, Smokey, but I'm not quite ready to take on a Loja that I can't affect with my devil fruit. Shame too, I bet you'd make a great sparring partner." Shishy. Luffy grinned as he chuckled as he phased out of existence as another white blow was thrown his way. "What the hell is wrong with you? No, what the hell is wrong with your family? How does the grandson of the hero of the Marines become a lackey of some two-bit pirate? It doesn't." Smoker's vision suddenly went white and he barely comprehended something phasing through him, dispersing his body into a cloud of smoke. Half a second later an explosion rocked the street he and Straw Hat were fighting on. "Breakin'." Luffy's face was dark as he watched the smoke marine reform back into a human being. "Don't you dare insult Shanks again or I will find a way to burn you out, Smokey. Seems I found a sore spot." "Careful, Straw Hat, that can be one hell of a weakness," Smoker mocked as his body finished reforming. "Like I care. Shanks saved my life more times than I can count. I won't let anyone badmouth him in front of me. And the situation between me and Gramps is none of your business. I'm a pirate and he's a marine. That's all there is to it. Your Gramps made it my business when he showed up and galvanized my men to capture you so he could make you a marine." Smoker charged forward, his jit in hand, and brought it down on Straw Hat. "That's your problem, not mine." Luffy reached up and caught the jit before wrenching it out of Smoker's grasp and shoving the tip into the captain's abdomen, slamming him into the ground. "Looks like I found a way to burn you out." Electricity started arsing out of Luffy, arsing up towards the sky as thunder rumbled overhead. "Lightning R. That's enough, brat." Luffy felt a heavy-handed grip on his left shoulder, making the lightning pirate look up over his shoulder into the grimacing face of his grandfather, his other fist raised high and ready to strike. "Let the captain go." The insulted Shanks. Luffy ground out petulantly, the electricity arsing out of him jumping wildly, still seeking out the opposite charge of the raining clouds above. And now he knows not to do that. "Let him go, Luffy, or I really will have to take you down." Garp's tone was heavy as his grip on Luffy's shoulder tightened. "You have to take me down anyway," Luffy pointed out, ignoring the bruise that was being imprinted into his shoulder. Garp's grip wavered for a split second as the reality of the situation settled in. Why couldn't his idiot grandsons listen to him? Why couldn't they have at least followed Dayton's footsteps and become mountain bandits? At least then he could ignore them and they would be safe on some lonely mountain no one ever went to because of mountain bandits. Instead he was out in the rain having to save one of his subordinates from his super-powered grandson, all because he wanted to be like that red-haired brat from Roger's crew. "I don't think there's any other kind of reunion our family is capable of." A new voice cut in as a massive gust stormed through, smacking into the two marines and pirate, breaking up their stalemate as all three were separated. Your Smoker was the first to recover as he stared at the cloaked figure with wide eyes. "What are you doing here? This is none of your business. It hasn't been for 17 years. Garp stood up, an unusually angry glare on his face. "Who the heck are you?" Luffy popped a brow at the tattooed man, not a clue to who he was. The cloaked man ignored the two marines, his sight set directly on the red-vested pirate with a straw hat on his head. He couldn't help but grin. "The world is waiting for our answer. If this is your decision then go. There's no one here left to stop you." "What?" Luffy tilted his head not understanding what the man was trying to say. "Dragon. You have no right. And neither do you. What reason do we have to interfere with a man's departure beyond giving a helping hand? As the man, dragon, finished speaking, all went quiet as the rain suddenly disappeared and a violent gale swept throughout all of Loguetown, sweeping away the vice admiral, marine captain, the future king of the pirates, and any other poor unfortunate soul caught outside. Outskirts of Loguetown. Luffy's screams ended as he was tossed into a stone wall, collapsing it upon himself. A few seconds later, the whole pile shifted before a muffled detonation occurred, launching debris in all directions to reveal the slightly battered but basically unharmed lightning pirate. Whew, that was some crazy wind. Patting off his hat, Luffy looked around, not immediately seeing anyone nearby. I wonder who that guy was. Oh well, I guess I need to thank him next time I see him. Oi, Luffy. A faint voice could barely be heard over the pouring rain. Turning his head in that direction, Straw Hat could just barely make out the form of the Mary amidst the surging waves. Guys, I'll be right over. He shouted back, though it was unknown if they heard him. Taking aim, Luffy lightly jumped up and down a few times before his lower half glowed and shifted into pure energy and he shot off in a zigzag through the storm. In the blink of an eye, he reached the Mary and landed on the deck with a dull thud. Sweeping his gaze across the deck, he laughed as he saw the drenched forms of his crewmates. Shishi, we all made it out. After a few seconds, his laughter turned into sobs as he collapsed to the deck, hugging onto the Mary's mast. That was so scary. Gramps was really mad. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other before breaking down in laughter themselves, leaving the rest of the crew looking on in confusion. Loguetown port. Just what exactly happened here today? Smoker questioned as he watched the small ship that Straw Hat had run to sail away toward the red line, toward Reverse Mountain. Like lightning he appeared and disappeared on the exact day Gold Roger was executed 22 years ago. Smoker's brows rose suddenly as the Straw Hat's voice shouted throughout his mind. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. And I'm the man that's going to become king of the pirates. That damn brat got away from me again, ha 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 ha. Garp started laughing, crossing his arms as he watched his grandson sail off, making a mad dash for the safety of the Grand Line. To the safety of the log pose. I'll go after him. I'll set sail and hunt him down in the Grand Line, Smoker resolutely said. I owe you after all. But don't expect him to be taken alive. Oh? And who's giving you permission to abandon your post to your captain? Who do you expect to protect this town if its protector leaves to chase after a small band of pirates? Garp questioned with a critical eye. A feeling akin to nostalgia washing over him as looked over at the captain. No one. But that Straw Hat. Smoker glared out toward the sea as the rain continued to pour down. If I don't go after him, I have this feeling that no one will be able to bring him in. Is that so? Garp then smirked. Then from today you're my man, you work for me. Sengoku isn't going to be pleased that he got away from me again and will likely drag me back to headquarters, meaning I have to accept my grandson's ambition for now. I'll have you transferred to my division and you won't have to deal with any red tape from the higher-ups. You'll go after Straw Hat under my orders. Is that understood? Yes sir, Smoker agreed, Straw Hat's ship just about at the horizon line. Take me with you, Smoker-san. Tashigi walked up next to the two, a firm glare on her face as she watched the ship carrying Rorano sail away. I won't forgive him. Ha 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 ha. What lively marines this town has. Garp laughed as he listened to the tenacity in the young woman's voice. Take her with you, you'll need as many men like that as you can find if you plan on chasing my grandson. I did raise him to be tough after all, ha 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 ha. Garp turned and walked away, giving a brief glance up to the roof of a nearby building. Standing solitarily above the marines stood the cloaked man, a smirk visible on his face as he watched the small band of pirates sail away. I look forward to the outcome of your decision. The going merry. It's almost like the ship is going to tip over. Shishi. Luffy laughed as the Mary rocked back and forth violently on the stormy waves. Don't say that. Usopp screamed, imagining the going merry rolling over and dragging the entire crew into the ocean. Suddenly a flash of light rolled over the entire ship. What the hell is that? Yusaku yelled as the light rolled over them again a few moments later. Nami ran up to the bow, an excited smile on her face. That would be the Loguetown lighthouse. It's a guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is just beyond it. That drew the rest of the crew to the bow as they took in the spinning light. Nami looked to Luffy as he walked up next to her, the rest of the crew surrounding them. What do you want to do, Captain? Luffy smirked as he watched the light flash once more. Just you watch, Shanks, it's finally my turn to turn the world upside down. Luffy said quietly to himself despite Nami hearing him. Set course for Reverse Mountain and the Grand Line. Zoro simply nodded his approval, ready to move beyond the East Blue and head for the monsters of the Grand Line. The guiding light, huh? Nojiko said, a sense of wonder filling her as the crew finally took its first step on its journey to the Grand Line. Is it really a good idea to go in this weather though? Usopp asked, holding onto the railing above the rest of the deck. We're good to go if you all are. Johnny nodded at Yusaku, who nodded back. Right. Then shall we have a launching ceremony then? Sanji asked as he dragged a barrel to the middle of the bow before lifting a leg and setting his foot on top of it. To find the all blue. To become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp quickly ran over and mirrored Sanji. To see everything this world has to offer. Nojiko joined in next. To become the world's greatest bounty hunters. Johnny and Yusaku declared, earning sweat drops from the others at the contradictory dream. To become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro said next. To draw a map of the world. Nami joined in next to Nojiko, leaving space for one more between her and Zoro. Luffy took in the crew he'd gathered, the crew that would help him on his journey to become King of the Pirates. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. If you made it here, comment what made you react the most in the video.